Chapter 201, Central Processing Unit. I propose that we start the galaxy community reform. The current undisciplined system has been proven over time to be unable to lead the Milky Way forward. How many times have we been arguing about the inexplicable Space XX protection law? So far, how many results have there been from the heritage development of the Silent and the Civilization Annihilator? Who would have thought that such a large interstellar organization would still be arguing about where the public Dyson sphere should be built? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if word gets out? Our benevolent, kind, supreme, and powerful Emperor has proven the superiority of power in one body over time. Perhaps, we should abandon the redundant, complicated, and boring galaxy playhouse and choose to establish a glorious and great galaxy imperium. The representative's words were very infectious, and the conqueror empire that he represented had come prepared. As soon as the topic was raised, many Milky Way civilizations chose to support it. Other than the civilizations that claimed to be independent in name but were actually vassals of the conqueror empire, there were also many new and old faces who were on the supporting side. Among them, there was a rising star. The representative of the Pyro Alliance had a complicated expression on his face when he saw the representative of this civilization. This was because this civilization was called the Duncan Revival Race. In the official registration of it was said that they were the survivors of the Duncan race that had been destroyed by the end of reincarnation. Their experience of being destroyed and then rising again reminded the Pyro Alliance of their past, which was why they received great enthusiasm from the Pyro Alliance. Even though they had once brought an end to the Milky Way, the Pyro Alliance was still happy that they could reignite the fire. But after the enthusiasm, it brought back a sense of alienation. The revival race seemed to have no feelings about bringing an end at all. There was even a vague attitude of the mistakes made by the predecessors have nothing to do with our descendants. The Pyro Alliance found this idea unbelievable. In their memories, the Duncan race had done many terrible things in the final stage of their civilization because they could not find a way to continue. However, those psionites would never deny responsibility, because it was not in line with the asceticism and reflection pursued by the idealistic civilization, and it was something that psionites would despise. Therefore, the Pyro Alliance began to suspect the civilization that called itself the Duncan Revival Race. They believed that Duncan was just a name that was borrowed and was secretly investigating it. However, they did not expect that the Duncan Revival Race would choose a completely different path before the investigation could reach a conclusion. The meaning of large ethnic groups was actually the Elder Conference system, which meant that when the number of ethnic groups reached a certain level, they would pursue a certain level of democracy. No matter what benefits Duncan Revival Race had gained, at least they were now on the opposite side. Therefore, the representative of the Pyro Alliance wanted to use the power of one vote to sweep this topic into the trash heap just like before. He didn't need to ask for the leader's opinion because he knew that the leader would do the same. However, just as he was about to do so, the representative of the Star Alliance stopped him and pointed at the supporters while shaking his head. After experiencing the crisis of the Civilization Annihilator, the relationship between the Star Alliance and the Pyro Alliance was very close. They were basically on the same side. The supporters that he pointed to were mostly representatives of the civilizations that were famous in the Atilki way. Most of them were monarchical civilizations. Opponents were relatively few, with only a few votes. Most of the remaining people expressed their indifference. They wouldn't vote. They would only turn their votes into abstinence when the topic was over. It was hard to imagine how much the Conqueror Empire had promised them and how much diplomatic support they had spent, but the representatives of the Pyro Alliance knew that it was not the time to be willful. If this issue was also vetoed by one vote, the Conqueror Empire, which had paid a lot of prices but got nothing, would definitely be furious. At that time, it would not be a matter of starting a war, but a war would definitely break out. The Conqueror Empire was obviously using the strength of an old interstellar civilization to suppress them. The Star Alliance was inferior to them in the first place. Besides, the caterpillar fungus disease greatly reduced their strength. It was difficult for them to pose a threat to the Conqueror Empire, which had shared the damage with the vassal civilizations. Not to mention the Pyro Alliance, which was not that powerful in the first place. Although their technological level was relatively high, there were many native civilizations within the alliance that were not inferior to the interstellar civilizations. However, it was still not enough to fight against an old interstellar civilization that already had the demeanor of a lost empire. At the very least, it was inevitable that the civilization would regress for more than 10 years. Therefore, the representative could only sit back down and look at the representative of the Conqueror Empire unwillingly. However, just as he thought that everything would go according to the plan of the Conqueror Empire, this proposal was suddenly rejected and became one of the unclaimed historical issues. The representative from the Pyro Alliance was stunned for a moment before he came to a realization and revealed a happy expression. Although they and the Star Alliance couldn't reject this proposal, the last Council civilization wouldn't do that. This civilization was almost in a state of hibernation in the community. From the moment they joined until now, every vote they had voted for was an abstained without exception. Over time, the Milky Way civilization had almost forgotten about this group of special mechanical intelligence. But now, as if they were testing the effect of a one-vote rejection, they had coincidentally swept the Conqueror Empire's proposal into the trash. This sudden scene stunned the other representatives who were waiting for the result. They then looked at the representative of the Conqueror Empire with a sinister expression. The representative and the civilization behind him obviously did not expect this situation. They also wanted to fly into a rage, but if the target was the servant paradise, then they could only calmly plan it out slowly. Until now, no one had figured out the strength of this xenophobic mechanical servant civilization, but there was a high possibility that they seemed to be related to the administrator. The Conqueror Empire didn't really want to fight against the administrator. The topic they raised before was just a preparation for the later topic. Now, it seemed that the plan had failed. In the end, the representative could only leave in a hurry by spaceship, ready to report the matter to the Emperor personally. During this process, the representative from the Duncan revival race watched this scene silently. The result seemed to be within the representative's expectations. As the psionic power in his body fluctuated slightly, he seemed to be thinking about something like this. It's as I expected. However, the wedge of division has already been laid. All I need is more doubts. Sooner or later, this loose organization will be able to separate the results one want. The Great Khan Empire? No, I'm hoping for the Galaxy Imperium. When he turned around, his appearance was clearly recorded in the surveillance camera of the Interstellar Assembly. That figure was none other than the Hawkeye Khan, who had just returned from the Void Realm Walker. Li Wenyuan didn't know what was happening in the Galaxy community. Although the robot servants in the Servant Paradise seemed to have witnessed everything, they only thought that it was the same Galaxy playhouse as before and didn't care much. At this moment, Li Wenyuan had been teleporting his research spaceship and fleet to a special galaxy for a long time. This galaxy was just like the Epsilon shelter that he had once discovered. It was an isolated galaxy. There was no hyperspace channel connection around, and only the warp drive could reach this place. After arriving here, he saw an extremely special layout in the galaxy. This was a black hole galaxy, and what maintained the gravity of the galaxy was a large black hole in the center. Around the black hole were a large number of mechanical planets. There were more than 20 of them. This special planet that had been completely mechanized was not suitable for any organic life except for robots. The only thing that filled the atmosphere was the pungent smell of engine oil. They were not in perfect condition. Most of them had terrifying traces of destruction, as if they had been bombarded by a fleet of Li Wenyuan's current size. Other than these mechanical planets, the black hole itself was also quite special, because a megastructure that had been damaged on a large scale was surrounding the black hole. When the megastructure was intact, it seemed to be a multi-layered ring structure. Many giant mechanical rings which were similar to small circular worlds were placed on the black hole, or the former star, and were slowly rotating. Judging from the distance between the ring and the star that formed the black hole should have been an O-type star at its peak. Its abnormal explosion caused it to collapse into its current state. Similar to the black hole, most of the rings that revolved around the star were blown to pieces, either becoming space junk or being sucked into the black hole and disappearing forever. It was hard to imagine what had happened here, but the central star that had been directly blown into a black hole, the almost completely destroyed star megastructure, and the mechanical planets that had been blown to pieces seemed to prove that this place had suffered an extremely tragic invasion. At the same time, the broken signal from the black hole's megastructure was also connected to Li Wenyuan's virtual world. Detected severely damaged central processing unit. New technology has been added to the technology tree. Severely damaged central processing unit. Introduction: it's obvious that this thing blew up, connecting the stars that gave it energy. Can you imagine how a human with a brain capacity of 1,500 milliliters would feel if he suddenly degenerated into a gorilla with a brain capacity of only 300 milliliters? Chapter 202, Four-Dimensional Engineering. After Li Wenyuan resolved the invasion of the core database, the first thing he came into contact with was the CPU galaxy. According to the description in the database, the shattered megastructure surrounding the black hole might have been the central processing unit of the administration matrix. To describe it more vividly, this thing was his brain. Although artificial intelligence did not have a brain in the biological sense, a CPU was equivalent to something similar. It was hard to imagine how the administration matrix worked in its heyday. This megastructure that used an O-type star as its energy source almost proved how much power it consumed when it was complete. However, this way, the energy of the Dyson sphere will have a place to go. Looking at the shattered megastructure beside the black hole, Li Wenyuan thought of the energy that was always in a state of explosion. The extremely high energy threshold set by the core database wasn't prepared for itself but for the central processing unit. Although the gravitational center that had become a black hole could produce some energy, it was far inferior to the former Dyson sphere. Assuming that the damaged central processing unit was to be repaired and activated on the basis of the black hole, the energy requirement was a problem to be solved. Although this secondary use method of transferring energy from other Dyson spheres was far less efficient than letting the central processing unit directly use stars as energy sources. From this point of view, perhaps finding another O-type star and rebuilding the central processing unit on it would be the best choice. However, it was obvious that this central processing unit was very important now. The remaining data inside would definitely be of great benefit to him. Logically speaking, in terms of the difficulty of completion, repairing the central processing unit was better than rebuilding it. Then what he needed to do was the same as before. He would use the technology obtained from scanning the megastructure to repair this mechanical brain. 4-dimensional engineering. Technology level 8. Introduction. In order to ensure that the larger and larger megastructures can operate normally in the real universe, it is necessary to build the support points of the megastructures in the 4-dimensional space. Based on this principle, we can realize some of the envisioned megastructures. They are useful enough and interesting enough. Possibility technology, creation theory, 0.01%. This was the technology that he had analyzed from the central processing unit, and it was also the technology that he had been longing for a long time. Ever since he had the level 7 technology Galaxy Miracle and used it in his own hands, he had been looking forward to the follow-up technology of the Galaxy Miracle, the 4-dimensional engineering, when it would be completed. In this way, he, who liked to build all kinds of megastructures, could go one step further and build those bigger and stronger megastructures. After his research ability was improved, he basically focused on 4-dimensional engineering. In fact, before he came to the central processing unit, his 4-dimensional engineering was only one step away from success. The sudden unlocking of this technology made him feel as if his previous research had gone down the drain. But then he comforted himself. After all, he had not only obtained this technology, but more importantly, he had obtained the secrets buried deep in history. As for the damaged central processing unit, it was essentially a star computer. Infinite consciousness computer. Introduction. This is a star-level supercomputer. Generally speaking, we recommend building it on an O-type star. Even if it can only be used for tens of millions of years, the benefits it brings are far greater than the consumption. If necessary, those ring-shaped structures could be modified to be habitable enough to accommodate a considerable number of lives. But please note that it is essentially a computer. Please don't think that computers are good at raising children. The central processing unit here was an infinite consciousness computer, which was also the core of the administration matrix. Thus, a large number of engineering spaceships and transport ships warped to this place and began to repair such a huge project. As for the mechanical planets orbiting the black hole, Li Wenyuan roughly examined them for a while and found that these mechanical planets probably existed as computing units. They were essentially used to assist the central processing unit to perform calculations. Each of them was equivalent to a pure planetary computer. However, it was precisely because their functions were too simple that these planetary computers had no defense capabilities other than the basic planetary protection shield. Perhaps they had once relied on the fleet that might have existed in the galaxy for protection. But now, these planets had been severely damaged, and the auxiliary computing functions were basically completely ineffective. Other than repairing and trying to restore the central processing unit, he had no other choice. As his consciousness flowed, his attention was focused on two places. The other was a galaxy related to the Silver Heart megastructure. At present, the Milky Way civilization did not have the idea of exploring the center of the Milky Way, which was within the gravitational range of a supermassive black hole. There, the density of galaxies was relatively high, and the environment was very complicated. Until now, no civilization had explored a hyperspace channel to the Silver Heart. For the Milky Way civilization, without a hyperspace channel, it would be difficult for them to explore the galaxy. Although Li Wenyuan had a warp drive, he couldn't actually go directly to the center of the galaxy. The overly complex cosmic environment there was not suitable for warp travel until a stable location was detected. However, with the help of a command related to Silverheart when he was invaded by the core database, he found the main point. The engineering spaceships that had received the wrong command were heading to a few inconspicuous galaxies near the edge of the Silverheart. From a spatial point of view, these galaxies were not very close to the Silverheart. They were more like a distant place. Although many scholars who had ideas about the center of the galaxy had explored these places, they had not found anything. However, Li Wenyuan, who had a target in his hands, knew very well that there was indeed a secret waiting to be discovered here. It was very likely to be the passage from the outside world to the Silverheart. Therefore, he ordered many research spaceships to begin exploring these special galaxies in order to find a way to enter the Silverheart. The other galaxy that caught his attention was an isolated galaxy. Similar to the CPU galaxy, this galaxy did not have a hyperspace channel connection, and could only be reached by hyperdrive. If he didn't have the coordinates, he wouldn't have been able to get here. According to the records left behind after the invasion, this place was related to the Milky Way Watcher. Li Wenyuan initially thought that it was a lost empire, but when his spaceship actually arrived, he felt that something was wrong. After entering the galaxy, before he could check the situation, he received a special signal wandering around. This is the Milky Way observation station. Those who have nothing to do with it, please leave immediately or you will be punished by the garrison fleet. Chapter 203, Who is watching the Milky Way? This is the Milky Way observation station. Those who have nothing to do with it, please leave immediately or you will be punished by the garrison fleet. The special signal wandering in this galaxy made Li Wenyuan alert. Although he had heard similar signals in Epsilon Shelter, it was different from the circular world. There seemed to be a hostile target reaction here. Almost at the same time as his thoughts, the research spaceship that had warped to this place popped up a locked alarm. The next moment, a beam of light from the center of the galaxy brushed past the research spaceship. As he looked around, a mysterious fleet was docked in the starry sky. A pulsar at the center of the galaxy was providing gravity to this starfield. Logically speaking, the frequent electromagnetic pulses would cause the spaceship's shield system to fail. However, the mysterious fleet stationed here seemed to be unaffected by the space environment. Their shields flickered with a strange red light, blocking the electromagnetic pulses outside the battleship. Their ship models looked different from any of the existing ones in the Milky Way, but Li Wenyuan had a very familiar feeling. The running database automatically compared them, and soon found a video clip that he had seen before. That was a long time ago. At that time, the Watcher hadn't been destroyed by the Ring, and the Voyager hadn't officially started the Battle of Heaven with the Watcher. Although undercurrents were surging in the Atilki Way, they were all battles between civilizations. It was far from the current situation where the Milky Way was in danger of being destroyed. And the video recording that was recalled at this moment was found in the second circular world that the Voyager had destroyed the Beacon of Eternity circular world. At that time, Li Wenyuan had speculated that the Voyager in ancient times must have been severely injured in a crisis caused by human hands and had to move to the Source of Knowledge planet. The content of the video recording was the battle between the Voyager and the hostile forces suspected to be an artificial crisis. The battleships of the enemy forces were very special. They looked like regular blocks made up of a large number of conical metal structures. The larger battleships looked like giant sea urchins in space. They were completely different from the usual appearances of human beings. They did not have the romance of a huge battleship or the deterrence that a steel behemoth should have. They were complete toys that were designed under some unknown mental state. Even so, the power of those battleships was obviously powerful, directly shooting down the entire Milky Way for several eras. Li Wenyuan had once issued the task of searching for clues about this battleship to the civilizations of the Milky Way. He wanted to mobilize all the adventurers in the Milky Way to see if they could find any clues. However, he had not gained anything. Until now, when he saw the battleships stationed here in this special Atilki Way Watcher galaxy, he suddenly realized that the battleships here looked like the original models of the enemy battleships in the Milky Way crisis triggered by humans. They were also block-shaped objects pieced together by a large number of metal geometric structures. However, unlike the crisis battleships that were generally symmetrical and had a geometric arrangement, the battleships here were extremely irregular, as if they were randomly pieced together by a child. They were ugly and ugly. If it weren't for the fact that these battleships could emit light beams from some inexplicable geometric structure, Li Wenyuan would have thought that they were space junk. After receiving the warning, Li Wenyuan was not afraid, even though it seemed that outsiders were not welcome here, including him, the administration matrix. However, there was obviously a huge secret that needed to be explored. He could not return empty-handed. Hence, just as he let the research spaceship leave, he brought a large fleet here. Although these weird-looking irregular battleships seemed to have strong combat power, Li Wenyuan was not to be trifled with. The moment the fleet entered, the suppression field on the Titan battleship began its work. The two suppression fields, Ghost Signal and Primordial Fear, each with their own focus, enveloped the galaxy and the strange battleships that were stationed there. Although the warning signal was still lingering in the galaxy, the battleships did not fire at them this time. Dozens of light beams hit the Titan battleship and the fleet it led. The beams that had gathered a large number of high-energy particles were deflected by the Chinook shield that flickered with purple light. Although the energy of the shield was consumed, it was still far from destroying the shield. At the same time, Li Wenyuan also discovered a shocking fact, which was that the suppression field actually had no effect on those strange battleships. Primordial fear was still manageable, but this halo of fear that was targeted at living creatures would be almost useless if it encountered a robot. The strange battleship on the other side did not look like it could carry living things. It seemed normal for primordial fear to fail. However, the ghost signal was different. This kind of signal virus had strong penetrating power and was difficult to detect. He had always been successful in using it. He had never encountered such a situation. The ghost signal did not seem to be able to infect the enemy's spaceship at all. This phenomenon generally meant that the enemy was a body practitioner who did not use any artificial intelligence and purely relied on manual operation. Either that, or the opponent's level of protection against electronic warfare was the same as his, or even higher. Either way, it showed that the fleet stationed here was not simple. However, Li Wenyuan did not panic because of the failure of the suppression field. After all, this kind of equipment was still auxiliary. In a real battle, the battleship itself was often strong enough. Those strange battleships were indeed very powerful, but their numbers were too small. Excluding the carrier aircraft, there were less than 100 of them. The number of battleships that Li Wenyuan had brought here was 10 times that of theirs, and this was only a portion. If necessary, it was not impossible to increase this number by several times. If a one-on-one duel between battleships was initiated, the outcome of this galactic battle would be hard to predict. However, using power to suppress others was also the norm in the Milky Way. 10 against 1 wasn't something difficult to talk about. In the end, those strange battleships could not withstand the saturated firepower. No matter how special their shields and armors were, they were still penetrated by a glowing spear and detonated the core of the battleship. Just like that, the small commotion in the galaxy was quelled, followed by a large number of research spaceships. Most of them were scanning the wreckage of the strange battleships, trying to extract useful information from them. The rest of the spaceships arrived at the only celestial body in the galaxy other than the pulsar in the center. The structure of this galaxy was obvious enough. There was a garrison fleet, a pulsar, and a planet that revolved around the pulsar. No matter how you looked at it, it was special. At a rough glance, there was a large number of robots on the planet, as well as a huge array that was arranged like an antenna. At first glance, these things didn't seem to be anything special, but after careful consideration, one would realize that these arrays seemed to be some kind of surveillance. They aimed at every starfield in the Milky Way, collecting all the information about the Milky Way, and then uploaded it to the unknown deep space through unknown means. It was as if something was watching the Milky Way. Chapter 204, The Watcher of the Milky Way. In this pulsar galaxy, this lonely planet was extremely eye-catching. It looked very similar to the mechanical planet. It had been completely mechanized and removed all traces of nature. The planet was covered with thick wires that were as dense as a swamp river network, as well as integrated processing units the size of a city. From a macro perspective, this planet was a planetary machine. It was different from Earth, which was filled with many buildings with different functions and many responsibilities. The entire planet was built for one purpose. As for this purpose, at this moment, Li Wenyuan's research spaceship approached the planet. There was no atmosphere here, and there was no exchange of organic matter necessary for the survival of life. Only cold metal machinery and the magnetic field from the planet's interior maintained the operation of the entire planet. However, this place was not completely devoid of life. Complementing the mechanized planet as a whole was a large number of robots that shuttled through the surface of the planet at all times. These robots weren't human-shaped. It was more accurate to say that with their division of labor and efficiency, human-shaped robots were a burden. They were either flying at a low altitude or traveling on a predetermined orbit. They never stopped their busy movements. Even if a spaceship that was obviously different from them approached, it did not cause any reaction from them. From the looks of it, these robots are not made by humans. Li Wenyuan naturally noticed a large number of strange robots. However, after comparing the information in the database, he did not think that these robots were left there by humans. Although there were many things left behind by humans in this galaxy, there were always a small number of things that did not come from humans. These robots did not conform to human aesthetics just by looking at their appearance. They were all made of various regular or irregular geometric metal blocks. Just like the battleships that had been destroyed in space, they seemed to be from the same civilization. And the world in the eyes of this civilization was obviously completely different from humans and even other Milky Way civilizations. It was even uncertain whether they belonged to the category of living beings. Similar to these robots, there were also a large number of giant metal cylinders that covered the surface of the planet. These columns were densely arranged, and their roots were connected to the mechanical land. Judging from their size, they should be an extremely important part of the planet. At first, Li Wenyuan had not been able to find out what these things were and what the planet was used for. He only knew that this planetary machine, which included a large number of robots, seemed to be operating for something. It wasn't until the research spaceship he was exploring received a huge amount of data signals from the entire galaxy that he realized what the planet was doing. The returned data signals contained an unbelievable amount of information. Even with Li Wenyuan's current processing power, it would take some time to process them. This made him look at the planet that was the signal receiving station in disbelief because the robots on the planet did not stop for even a moment due to the arrival of the data signal. They seemed to be one with the planet itself. Immediately after, the second and third waves of data signals returned to this place. Judging from the interval, this situation would happen every few minutes. The amount of information in these data signals was roughly the same, but there was a lot of junk information. Just by analyzing the first wave of data signals, Li Wenyuan realized that these things seemed to record the entire Milky Way. Everything in the Milky Way was transmitted to this place, no matter how big or small. Trash information was not a rare thing there, and the cylindrical arrays arranged on the surface of the planet were both the sender and the receiver of these signals. This planet had obviously been operating for some time. Perhaps it had been operating for tens of millions of years or even longer. And those cylindrical arrays looked like high-definition surveillance cameras, looking at the galaxy from an unimaginable time. It was hard to imagine how this planetary-level planetary machine could achieve the feat of monitoring the entire Milky Way. The only thing that was known was that the civilization that built this place must have had an unimaginable level of technology. In Li Wenyuan's opinion, he felt that only humans in their heyday had such black technologies. However, this place did not look like a human creation in any way. It looked more like a product of other civilizations. Could this be a trace left behind by a civilization that was at the same time as mankind, or even older? If that were the case, would humans allow such a thing to continue monitoring the galaxy before they left? Li Wenyuan didn't believe that humans hadn't discovered this galaxy, which was obviously not right. He was more inclined to believe that humans had actually done something to this place, but they hadn't found any clues yet. Perhaps the curtain that covers the Milky Way is a point. He remembered the curtain that seemed to be able to block the transmission of information from the Milky Way. The planet that was monitoring this place was obviously not simply collecting information. It was also transmitting compressed and packaged information to the outside world. The amount of information that required several planetary processors to store was only a string of ordinary signals after compression. The terrifying compression ratio even made Li Wenyuan wonder if the information could be completely unpacked. However, he did not need to look to know that the information signals would definitely be blocked by the curtain. In addition, looking at this planet full of arrays, he had a strange idea. Perhaps, humans have already left behind many things here. This idea wasn't without a source. Not to mention the destroyed garrison fleets, they looked like the crisis prototype ships in a man-made crisis. Even the planet itself, under the increasingly precise scanning, gave Li Wenyuan a sense of déjà vu. In contrast, the mechanical planets that revolved around the central processing unit that had been blown up seemed to have a very similar layout to this planet. They were all similar planetary-level processing units. Other than the lack of cylindrical arrays, they were similar in many places. Thus, the spaceship flew toward the planet's control center, a large mechanical city. Countless robots came and went, but none of them responded to the spacecraft on the control center. Li Wenyuan let the drone of the spacecraft tentatively establish a connection with the control center here, and then read the information contents on the surface without any obstruction. This is the observation terminal. Unknown intruder detected. The firewall is being activated. The process has been terminated. Identification code, administration matrix. The corresponding keyword has been detected. The corresponding message has been triggered. The data is as follows. Let's guess who will be here. Is it the little administrator? Chapter 205, The Figure of a Human. This planetary machine that was constantly monitoring the galaxy seemed to be called the observation terminal. As expected by Li Wenyuan, the humans left some information in this place. However, this information. Let's guess who will come here. Will it be the supervisor? Alright, there's no need to guess. After all, this message has a corresponding trigger condition. If it's not the administration matrix, they will only see other information. But it doesn't matter. Even if it's other information, it can help them understand this universe. Then the first thing I have to say is related to you. When he read up to this point, the content of the message was very surprising. Different from the human remains that he had encountered before, the information left here was very specific. It seemed to be for the administration matrix to enter. More importantly, the following information might even be for him to see. Li Wenyuan's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he had a vague feeling that perhaps his identity mystery was about to be revealed. It's a pleasure to meet you at this time, our oldest countryman, Mr. Li Wenyuan. I'm Professor, one of the creators of the administration matrix. I don't know what kind of unknown state the Milky Way is in when you saw this message, but your state is certain. The administration matrix will not understand these words. It will only faithfully record them in the database. If you understand these words, it means that our last effort has been successful. You are the backup agreement of the administration matrix, the existence of this artificial intelligence's soul. You can tell from the name, right? The full name of the administration matrix is the Wenyuan administration matrix. This mechanical intelligence was named after you when it was first built. As for why it's a backup agreement, I'll tell you about this later. You are a human from before the awakening era. Do not doubt your identity, and do not be limited by your digitized consciousness. Your soul is indeed a real human. The information left behind directly confirmed his identity, but Li Wenyuan did not feel enlightened. He only felt a sense of relief as if a mystery in his heart had been solved. He had more or less guessed his origin as an administration matrix, and after solving the problem of the core database, he felt that he might be a special kind of agreement. The base-level agreement that was previously responsible for maintaining the operation of the administration matrix, the custody agreement, had a fatal error due to unknown reasons. In the face of many crises, he, the backup agreement, finally took over the operation of the administration matrix, and the custody agreement locked itself in the core database. That was what he had guessed at the time. Now, it seemed that his guess was very likely to be true. With more doubts, Li Wenyuan chose to continue watching. The awakening era is the era of great evolution for us humans. A meteorite has brought us an opportunity for rapid development. Chinook. This is the power brought about by the meteorite. The high concentration of Chiro crystals contained in the meteorite has activated the Chinook potential that we already have. Isn't it amazing? Wasn't this like the revival of spiritual energy in novels? It wasn't until we thoroughly understood what Chinook energy was that we realized that each of us was actually the chosen one. Tens of billions of chosen ones, can you imagine how our civilization has progressed? The awakening era only lasted for 20 years before we entered the next stage ascension era. This is our most glorious era, and also our longest era. We killed a star devourer at the beginning of this era and made its remains into a memorial building. This giant glowing life form approached the solar system at sublight speed tens of thousands of years ago. However, before we kill it, it still needs to travel at sublight speed for hundreds of thousands of years to reach the solar system. What a sad scene! Although it is a danger that wants to extinguish the sun, before it arrives, it will directly starve to death because it is too far away and its energy is exhausted. If even these giant space life forms are like this, what about those civilizations? Therefore, we came up with an idea to build a highway for every galaxy in the Milky Way, so that life forms that are troubled by the speed of light can cross the galaxy without too much technology. We know very well that our talent is almost impossible to replicate. We have to use a more convenient and more popular method to realize our ideas. After all of our plans were rejected, we finally adopted the method of creating hyperspace. In this special space, the speed of light can be easily reached and then quickly surpassed. It consists of a series of space corridors, which will become a necessary means for future interstellar civilizations to communicate with each other. With the help of the Chinook power, we traveled through an unstable area and laid hyperspace between the galaxy. Later, we found out that the stable area was actually the void realm. During this period of time, we've experienced many things. For example, trying to digitize consciousness or undergoing comprehensive genetic modification. Leaving gifts in places we like is a common behavior, and we have never slacked off on our own development. Until we encountered the first civilization capable of traveling at superluminal speed on their own. They were the Churro race. Churro is the ashes of the Churro race, and high-concentration Churro crystals are even more difficult to find. After looking into the history of the Churro race, we found that they used Chinook power much later than us. We, who were still busy setting up the hyperspace, only realized something at the last moment of the Churro race's self-destruction. Where did the Churro on the meteorite that brought us change come from? After that, we gradually realized that this universe is not as simple as we thought. The secrets hidden in the deep space may be more terrifying than we imagined. And the physique of the chosen ones is not because of luck. So we quickened our pace, eager to investigate the truth, and finally found the answer we wanted in the black hole. The existence of the Milky Way itself is extremely dangerous. In order to avoid this risk that can lead to destruction, we have no choice but to seal it. However, imprisoning the entire galaxy is not what we want. We still hope that more and more future companions will emerge from this land where we were born. The administration matrix is both the administrator and the destroyer of the Milky Way civilization. As long as it doesn't reach a sufficient level, this place will only go through a cycle again and again. And you are the last resort that we left behind after we made sufficient preparations for the Milky Way. We believe that only cold artificial intelligence can maintain a clear mind for a long time, but we must be prepared. If in a distant future, even the administration matrix has problems with the passage of time, then you will be the one to turn the tide. I look forward to the day when we can meet again. Special note, the above information will be recorded in the Observation Terminal, Central Processing Unit, Core Database, Black Hole Horizon, and other secret areas. Chapter 206, Observation Terminal. After reading the long string of information and knowing many secrets, Li Wenyuan was at a loss for words when he saw the last sentence. Special note, the above information is also recorded in the Observation Terminal, Central Processing Unit, Core Database, Black Hole Horizon, and other secret areas. Judging from the last sentence left behind, the information that recorded the short history of mankind and his own origin was actually preserved in many places. Other than the Observation Terminal that he had just arrived at, he had basically been to all the other places. But unfortunately, there were either major problems in these places, and nothing was left except for the shell, such as the Central Processing Unit and the Core Database. The other was a special environment that was completely incomprehensible, difficult to touch, and like metaphysics, such as the Black Hole Horizon. Therefore, this kind of thing that should have happened when he had just transmigrated. No, it should be said that the news that he could immediately learn when he had just awakened had been lost to him for a long time. Even if it wasn't the active purification agreement that had mysteriously disappeared, it was definitely related to all of this. Although there are still many things that are not clear, at least we can confirm that humans have indeed gone to the universe beyond the Milky Way. What is it that requires humans to go so far as to use the curtain to hide the entire Milky Way? If the Milky Way is so dangerous, what kind of situation would other civilizations outside the Milky Way be in? As he thought about this, Li Wenyuan remembered another special area that was mentioned to have records: the Black Hole Horizon. It wasn't like he hadn't been in there before. Even now, his spaceship was still on a never-ending descent within the Black Hole Horizon. That area was indeed special. It did not seem impossible to store information. However, in fact, he did not learn much from the Black Hole Horizon. It seemed that he could not gain anything by entering it directly. According to Li Wenyuan's guess, it was necessary to receive the black hole's nomination if he wanted to find something in the black hole. It was obvious that humans had received such nominations before. Whether it was the information about being trapped next to the black hole or the records extracted from the observation terminal, they all revealed that humans had a new understanding of the black hole. There seemed to be an unimaginable existence there, waiting to meet the nominated person. The humans had obviously noticed the secrecy of the black hole horizon. After all, the information they recorded was indeed inconvenient to show to others. If the Milky Way civilization knew that there were civilizations testing them all the time and that those who were not capable enough would be sent back to the primitive era, then it would not be surprising that they would do something unimaginable. He did not know how much the Milky Way civilization needed to reach the expectations of mankind. They couldn't possibly have reached their level, right? It's too dangerous outside the Milky Way. Li Wenyuan began to think about this problem and quickly thought of a standard to judge. In the Milky Way civilization's pressure resistance test, humans tried to use a spoon-feeding method to quickly create many interstellar civilizations and then let them fight against artificial crises. However, the results of the test were clearly a failure. Those civilizations that had been accelerated almost did not show any resistance, and only a few civilizations survived. These civilizations couldn't even maintain the standard of interstellar travel, let alone resolve the crisis. The artificial crisis created by humans was obviously not to test their ability to survive. As companions who might walk side by side in the future, they could only be of help if they solved the crisis. However, judging from the amount of spoon-fed humans, they probably thought that a civilization that could fully master the technology of the Lost Empire could reach the level of dealing with the crisis. It might be stronger than the Lost Empire. After all, the Lost Empire in the Milky Way had forgotten many things, and the Lost Empire at that time should be complete. In other words, he had to at least reach the Lost Empire. No, it should be the level of the awakened empire that is full of vitality. Could it be that it barely met the expectations of mankind? Li Wenyuan felt a headache when he thought about how he wanted the civilizations of the Milky Way to reach this level. Even if these Milky Way civilizations gathered together, they were no match for the awakened empire. The previous civilization Annihilator was a good example of this. If he had not intervened, the Milky Way would have been finished. The spoon-feeding method of education had long been proven to be a failure, but was it correct to follow the steps and teach them step by step? Although the administration matrix seemed to be guarding the Milky Way civilization, in the history that could be seen, the administration matrix did not educate the Milky Way civilization like a mentor. Perhaps, a detailed education will not produce satisfactory students. It will only give birth to rigid people who are trapped in fixed thinking. Humans might have considered such a situation, which is why the administration matrix doesn't do everything for the Milky Way. A path suitable for humans might not necessarily be suitable for other civilizations. As expected, the Milky Way civilization still has to work hard on its own. However, giving some crucial help is something that the administration matrix should do. Humans have done this many times. The ruins left everywhere can explain the situation. With this thought in mind, Li Wenyuan made up his mind. Perhaps he could use more methods to make the Milky Way civilization's path forward less complicated. After all, after knowing the vastness of the universe, he still wanted to dominate the Milky Way. The situation was too small. He would definitely leave this place in the future to search for humans. He was really curious about what was beyond the Milky Way. Would it be similar to the galactic stage? From the looks of it, it seemed that if they did not nurture the Milky Way civilization to a sufficient level, leaving this place would be a fool's dream. However, Li Wenyuan didn't think it was very difficult, because he felt that the Milky Way civilization had an unexpectedly tenacious perseverance. No matter which crisis it was, the vast majority of them did not choose to avoid the world first. Instead, they fought until the last moment. This spirit was undoubtedly what humans hoped for, and it was also what he hoped for. Only such an indomitable civilization could maintain its own consciousness for a long time without being lost. At the same time, it was not entirely impossible to leave this place. A certain civilization that had successfully accomplished this feat was now remembered. The Silent. It's unbelievable. How did you leave the curtain? Li Wenyuan began to check the real records in the observation terminal. The previous content was for him to see, and the remaining data that the humans had not touched at all was left behind by the true owner of this Milky Way monitor. Chapter 207, The Final Threat. The robots on the planet, which were always allowed, did not react to Li Wenyuan's connection to their control center. The data that returned to this place at regular intervals did not stop because of the addition of an accessor. The amount of data equivalent to the entire Milky Way was converted into an ordinary signal by the control center with a terrifying compression ratio, and it was faithfully sent to a certain direction in the void. Although Li Wenyuan knew that they were doing useless work, the artificial intelligence that was not advanced here, or the control center that could only be called an advanced program, did not understand this kind of thing. The huge planet was only responsible for the monitor. The one who was really responsible for analyzing the data might be the creator of this special galaxy. Although the redundant data content was being transmitted every second in the control center, the information about the planet where the control center was located was clearly recorded in the surface data belt. Just like the configuration information of a computer, the configuration information of this planetary machine was not encrypted at all. It was directly displayed in front of Li Wenyuan like a commodity. The only difficult part was that the digitized information was completely different from the data commonly used by humans. It required a translation process to understand what the data was. Name: Special Planetary Machine Observation Terminal. Type: AL Planet. Usage time: 1.2 billion years. Checking system update. Failed to update, unable to connect to server. 1.2 billion years. This planetary machine was much older than Li Wenyuan had imagined. Just thinking about a planetary-level machine that had operated for more than a billion years was shocking. At this time, the artificial intelligence planet did not seem too dilapidated. The robots were also operating normally. If this time was not fake, the civilization that built this planet must have had unimaginable technology. After all, even the human administration matrix could not last that long. This situation was due to the fact that the instructions executed by these artificial intelligence planets were relatively simple, and the things that the administration matrix had to do were very complicated. However, judging from the years it had been operating and the current state of the planet, this artificial intelligence planet could maintain itself for at least 4 billion years without major problems. Even the artificial intelligence machines who kept shouting metal eternity were not sure if they could live normally until then. This made Li Wenyuan even more curious about the creator of this planetary machine. Unfortunately, even after searching through every string of entries, he could not find any information related to the builders of this place. The only thing he knew was that they came from at least 1.2 billion years ago. Although it was a pity that he could not discover this secret, he still found a lot of information about this planet. First of all, the low-end control center here was indeed a so-called artificial intelligence. This was also the source of the artificial intelligence planet on this planet. The civilization that built this planetary machine had a very different understanding of artificial intelligence than humans and even the current Milky Way. They obviously had extremely high technological standards and could maintain the normal operation of planetary machinery for 4 billion years, but they did not seem to have made any achievements in artificial intelligence. Just the control center of a set of ordinary programs could be called artificial intelligence by them, and Li Wenyuan could create an artificial intelligence of this level on the spot. Other than that, the planet's job was indeed to act as a surveillance device. That civilization had even set up a warning in the control center to warn outsiders not to interfere with the signal transmission here. Someone was receiving the data. If they insisted on doing so, then they would carry out pest control and use their methods to deal with the Milky Way pests. They had no interest in the birth and destruction of the Milky Way civilization. They were only interested in the data itself. But it's obvious that these guys haven't received any news from this place for a long time. It's impossible to leave the Milky Way with this kind of conventional data signaling method while being enveloped by the curtain. Li Wenyuan was a little curious about this. He was curious why this civilization did not come to settle the score. He felt that this matter might have something to do with the fact that humans did not directly destroy this place. Then, as expected, he saw a unique human note beside the data that recorded this civilization warning. The civilization that built this place has an extremely serious bias. After we completely infiltrated this planetary machine that had an electronic defense level that was not even comparable to that of a garden robot, the civilization that might still exist did not even notice what was happening here. In order to prevent the plan from being exposed, we began to transmit false information countless years in advance until the curtain enveloped us. As long as the curtain covers us, even if they come knocking on the door, they will only see a fake galaxy. After that, with the development of the curtain penetrometer, we can use this planet to achieve remote surveillance of the Milky Way under the curtain. That's what I thought at first. But unfortunately, there are too many variables that might arise from penetrating the curtain. For safety reasons, the Milky Way surveillance plan ultimately failed. We have decided to leave everything to the Milky Way to resolve. Although we can't implement the Milky Way surveillance plan to watch the Milky Way at all times, the mission here is not over yet. If anyone wishes to have a complete view of the entire Milky Way, then this planet is a must. It is much more effective than the Sentry formation. That was the end of all the useful information records on the entire planet. After a careful inspection, Li Wenyuan finally confirmed that he had not missed any information here. The reason why the humans on this planet were not destroyed was that they still maintained their original state. In addition to avoiding the threat behind the planet, he also had the intention to make good use of its Milky Way surveillance function. Although the Sentry formation was powerful, there were more than 200 billion stars in the entire Milky Way. It was impossible to monitor the entire Milky Way with such a huge structure. However, this miraculous planetary machine could easily achieve this. Not to mention the humans, even Li Wenyuan himself had an idea. With the help of this planetary machine, he could spend some time finding the special galaxy that was obviously not right and continue searching for human relics. This was something that the Sentinel formation could not compare to. At this moment, he had already begun to agree with the humans' choice not to destroy this place. It would be a waste not to use such a good monitor. But soon after, doubts arose. The humans had obviously dealt with the threat here. When Li Wenyuan's spaceship arrived here, it should not have been attacked by the garrison fleet. However, not only was he attacked, but a large-scale space battle had also erupted. The fleet stationed here did not recognize him as the administration matrix. This situation was different from the fact that he could easily access the planetary machinery and be recognized. In other words, the fleet that had stopped here did not belong to the administration matrix. However, the hostile forces that knew about the special galaxy of the observation terminal, as well as the strange fleet with such extraordinary combat strength, were not only powerful. Li Wenyuan thought about it and could only come up with a name. Could it be the Active Purification Agreement? If it is, then it should be the final threat I will face in the Milky Way. Chapter 208, Silver Heart Passage. The exploration of the observation terminal was nearing its end. It had a very special background. From the looks of it, there were civilizations that had built such a monitoring device in the Milky Way before humans had made their mark. Their purpose was unknown, and it was also unknown whether they were still a civilization. The only thing that was known was that they did come from beyond the Milky Way. However, the humans managed to hack into the surveillance camera and left a backup plan. Now, Li Wenyuan could use this planetary machine to monitor the entire Milky Way, which was something that the giant Sentinel array with similar effects could not do. It was just a pity that if he had met this monitor earlier, then his pace of exploring the galaxy would undoubtedly be much faster. The root of everything was still the missing Active Purification Agreement. The base-level agreement that was supposed to be part of the administration matrix had severely damaged the administration matrix left behind by the humans, causing a large amount of information and components to be lost. It seemed to have destroyed all traces of its existence, but through some remaining clues, it could still be known that it once existed. Although there was still no conclusive evidence to prove that the Active Purification Agreement caused all this, the only thing that could threaten the administration matrix in this galaxy was probably the administration matrix itself. According to the countdown in the Earth's core database, there were less than 20 years left before the next Milky Way civilization's pressure resistance test. If the active purge protocol was indeed abnormal, then the test it was in charge of would probably not be able to maintain a reasonable level of difficulty. When the time came, it would almost certainly evolve into a war within the administration matrix. Due to concerns about this matter, the observation terminal, a super surveillance device that could grasp the Milky Way's movements in real time, had to be included under his command. At present, with Li Wenyuan's ability, it was still difficult to completely analyze the data of the entire Milky Way that was changing all the time, but this was only temporary. After the central processing unit was repaired, processing the complicated and redundant data would no longer be difficult. With the ability to monitor the entire Milky Way, he might be able to find traces of the extremely well-hidden Active Purification Agreement. Besides this planetary machine, there were also many other gains. Li Wenyuan was very happy at this moment. After coming here, he had indeed helped him solve some questions that he had been in a state of speculation for a long time. Although there were more questions associated with it, it was not a big deal compared to the gains. In addition to the updates, the analysis results of the fleet wreckage that was stationed here but destroyed by Li Wenyuan were also out. He had previously speculated that those strange battleships were actually left here by the Active Purification Agreement. The purpose might also be to prevent this planetary machine that could monitor the entire Milky Way from being taken over by others. From the analysis results, the source of these battleships did point to the missing Active Purification Agreement. Prototype of the cleaner battleship. Introduction. This is based on the architectural style of the civilization that left the observation terminal behind and the idea of what their battleship should look like. Due to the fact that it really doesn't meet the aesthetic standards, the plan to mass-produce such battleships was put on hold. However, when designing what the artificial crisis should look like, they were recalled again and became an important reference. Special remarks: these things should be placed in the museum, not here. Who brought them here? From the video records left behind by the Voyager, warships with similar images could be seen as destroyers in Milky Way crisis. Those battleships looked quite similar to the battleships stationed here. It was easy to discover that the ones here were actually similar to the prototype. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. As for why it has appeared here, Li Wenyuan thought for a moment and felt that it was most likely because the active purification agreement had been so badly beaten back then that he had no choice but to use these old antiques. After all, when he had just woken up, the administration matrix was in a terrible state. It didn't even have a battleship to protect it. Then, as the base-level agreement of the administration matrix, how good would the active purification agreement be? The battleships stationed here were all old ships with inconvenient legs. They did not even have a warp drive, which was probably why they had escaped. However, after fighting with these battleships, Li Wenyuan once again confirmed the fact that the damage suffered by the active purification agreement was not as much as the custody agreement. The corrupted custody agreement had locked itself in the core database for at least thousands of years. During that time, the active purification agreement could do whatever it wanted. However, it had also disappeared without a trace. Even until now, when Li Wenyuan destroyed one of its fleets, there had been no reaction. This could only mean that the active purification agreement was still in a state of self-isolation. The core database had already predicted the release of this state. Perhaps the next main hand of the Milky Way civilization's pressure resistance test would be the active purification agreement that was awakened again. 20 years is a very short period of time. Will the Milky Way civilization make it in time? As he thought about it, Li Wenyuan pulled his thoughts back to himself. One have to make the best use of my time to improve myself. If the final threat here is indeed the active purification agreement, what methods will it have? This base-level agreement that could cause both sides to suffer losses must have its own advantages. He couldn't let his guard down just because he had always been invincible in the Milky Way. His line of sight passed through the spacecraft's camera equipment and finally looked at the shining galaxy. Many civilizations with magnificent histories were here, shining in the sky with the stars. They had already experienced many crises and understood that this Milky Way was not that safe. No matter how calm it was, that hidden vigilance was firmly rooted in their hearts. Only if they were vigilant enough would they not repeat the mistakes of civilizations that had been swept into the dustbin of history. Then, when the time comes, what will they do in the crisis? His thoughts seemed to have traveled to 20 years in the future. He hoped that the civilizations that grew up under his protection would be able to make a great undertaking that was not inferior to mankind in the future. Just like that, time began to fast forward, but only a few months had passed. A few months was enough for two different species to fall in love, but for an interstellar civilization, this was not even a step. The Milky Way civilizations had yet to get rid of the undercurrents caused by the abnormal movements of the administrator. They had no choice but to continue to focus on another matter. Scientists from several civilizations jointly issued a statement, claiming that they had confirmed the existence of the Silver Heart hyperspace channels and labeled the administrator as the first author of the paper. Everyone knew that they were actually a bunch of old hooligans who had followed the administrator's spacecraft for a living, but no one expected them to really make a name for themselves. Therefore, every civilization began to pay attention to this matter. They wanted to know what was in the center of the Milky Way. Chapter 209, The Unfinished Super Megastructure. It was several months after Li Wenyuan left the observation terminal. At this time, he had confirmed the status of the Central Processing Unit and the Milky Way Watcher based on the remaining data in the core database, and he had gained a lot. In addition to these two places, there was also a very special place that appeared in the command records of the core database, and that was the center of the galaxy. At that time, he had investigated the observation terminal and the Silver Heart passage at the same time, but the center of the galaxy was different. This might be the most dangerous place in the entire Milky Way. Even if the average level of technology in the Milky Way today seemed to be able to travel through space without any pressure, it was impossible to explore the Silver Heart just like that. According to the current speculations of the Milky Way scientists, they believed that the center of the Milky Way was a supermassive black hole, which became the main source of gravity that maintained the spiral galaxy. This supermassive black hole was about 5 million times the mass of an ordinary G-type star. Such a huge gravitational anomaly could be easily discovered by the native civilizations. According to the theories of the Milky Way scientists, this supermassive black hole might have been formed in the early stages of the universe. It was formed by the merger of supermassive primitive galaxies that were common in the early universe. Such a powerful gravitational force resulted in a dense cluster of stars in the silver heart space. They revolved around the black hole at an extremely high speed and changed their trajectory under the influence of each other's gravity. From a more macro perspective, the huge cluster of stars gathered in the center of the silver planet would make this place extremely bright. However, gravity not only brought stars but also interstellar dust that was thick enough to block the light of the stars, making the silver heart less dazzling. However, some observatories very close to the silver heart could still detect the brightness of the silver heart. The collision between stars was a common occurrence here. Not only was the space environment here completely unsuitable for the birth of life, but it was also unsuitable for ordinary interstellar civilizations to explore. Although the Milky Way civilizations guessed that the hyperspace channel that was obviously not naturally generated was built by an ancient civilization, this civilization must have unimaginable technological level. However, they did not believe that this civilization could build a safe hyperspace channel to the silver heart. Such a passage had always existed only in theory. However, the administrator had once again broken their understanding. The lost robotic empire, which seemed to be searching for something in the galaxy all the time, seemed to have discovered the secret of the silver heart and was preparing to complete a feat that the Milky Way civilizations had never verified before reaching the silver heart. A large number of cutting-edge scientists, who had been intoxicated in space for many years, came to the galaxy at the edge of silver heart in waves. His goal was none other than to personally witness the opening of the silver heart passage. Even ordinary people, who were easily influenced by public opinion, more or less paid attention to this matter. This was what they talked about in their free time, and also the capital to brag on the internet. In this interstellar environment where the information network was extremely developed, if one couldn't keep up with current events, they would fall behind in their circle of friends in just a few days and be ridiculed by others. Although this is indeed a feat in scientific theory, is the silver heart passage really that important? Someone posted such a post on the Interstellar forum, and it instantly attracted hundreds of thousands of replies. Most of them were explaining the practical significance of this passage. If there really is a silver heart passage, then this place can become a shortcut through the Milky Way. From one end of the Milky Way to the other, there is no need to pay a high Stargate toll fee or take an unstable wormhole passage. The unique celestial environment of the silver heart can also make many contributions to science. Perhaps scientists can use this to continue to explore the origin of the universe. There were normal answers, and naturally, there would be abnormal answers. Although the Milky Way civilizations in the Milky Way were nominally in the interstellar era, due to different histories, different civilizations, and different social systems, the actual quality of the citizens of each civilization was uneven. Among them, there were many people who went online just to vent, as well as those whose minds were filled with conspiracy theories. You don't even know this? Even the children on my mother planet know about this. What a fool! I'm just a passerby. I'll be honest. Is there a possibility, and one mean a possibility, that the administrator wants to use the supermassive black hole and silver heart to do bad things? Like destroying the Milky Way. What did the administrator do to you? He saved the Milky Way twice, and you're repaying him like this? If I were the administrator, I would really be blind to save a space scum like you. Therefore, in the increasingly intense scolding battle, this post that should have been ordinary actually became a trending topic in several civilizations at the same time. In the end, it had to be blocked by the administrator of the Interstellar Forum. Unlike the people's very simple views, the actual rulers of the Milky Way civilization knew more and thought further. Several months had passed since the administrator's abnormal movements. Although this time frame was very short in interstellar space, it gave these civilizations a lot of pressure. The ghost signals that appeared and disappeared suddenly due to the administrator's rampage hung above their heads like a sharp sword. For the past few months, they had been preparing for the worst, which was to become enemies with the administrator who had once protected the Milky Way. Even if a few civilizations led by the Pyro Alliance tried their best to vouch for the administrator, as the leader of a civilization, they had to consider all possibilities. Judging from the current situation, the administrator did not seem to have any problems due to the abnormal movements in the past. He was still running around the Milky Way and making big discoveries from time to time. However, their vigilance was still deeply buried in their hearts. Under the temporary calm, there was a deep undercurrent. The discovery of the Silver Heart Passage was only the beginning. In the end, under the watchful eyes of countless people, Li Wenyuan finally found those unique spatial coordinates. The entrance to the hyperspace channel is changing. It's no wonder it's so difficult to discover. Although the spaceship/spacecraft that once accepted the wrong instructions of the custody agreement have arrived at the designated coordinates, the entrance has long changed. Looking at the hyperspace entrance that was only found after countless research spaceships searched the area, Li Wenyuan finally felt a sense of relief. These hyperspace channels leading to the Silver Heart were very small and seemed to have been stabilized by humans. Perhaps it was to ensure that the hyperspace channels would not be affected in the Silver Heart space. This kind of overly stable hyperspace would even isolate the search of ordinary detectors. Without a certain level of skill, one would not be able to discover it. Moreover, the entrances to those hyperspaces were also unusual. In order to adapt to the Silver Heart environment and the rapidly changing positions of the celestial bodies, they also had the ability to follow the changes to a certain extent. After countless years, these hyperspace entrances had long been different from the places where humans first built them. Some were even located at the corners of the galaxy. Ignoring the Milky Way civilizations who were watching, he crossed the hyperspace channel to the Silver Fleet with his own expectations. The journey through hyperspace passed by in a flash, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the galaxy on the other side of the passage. It was an ordinary solar system without any habitable planets. However, this was only a small part of the environment. An unbelievably large halo served as the background of the entire galaxy. It was a supermassive black hole at the heart of the galaxy. Even the largest O-type star was nothing more than a small glass bead compared to it. The band of light formed by the high-speed friction of the gas gave it the appearance of a halo, but this halo was incomplete. This was because there was also a megastructure of a similar size that covered a part of it, making it look imperfect. It was an incomplete megastructure, but it was also a part of this megastructure. It was countless times larger than the Tiangang battleship. A weak signal flashed past and finally formed this message. Detected lost contact. Outer Stargate Silver Fleet World, connecting. Chapter 210, Outer Stargate Silver Heart World. The supermassive black hole here was unbelievably large. Its diameter was still under investigation, but based on the size of the Tiangang battleship, this supermassive black hole was about 4 to 5 solar systems in diameter. It was almost unimaginable that a black hole of this size could exist in the Milky Way. Li Wenyuan was also quite shocked by this. He really did not expect that there was such a super black hole at the center of the Milky Way. He had thought that the distance between the Sun and Mercury would be considered as the size of the black hole. He did not expect to be too conservative. The center of the Milky Way gave him a super big job. Perhaps no civilization in the Milky Way could guess that the black hole in the center of the Milky Way was so big because it was inconsistent with the detected gravitational force. If the black hole's diameter reached this level, the gravitational effect it would bring would be extremely huge. Its mass would also be extremely huge. It was far from the estimated about 5 million times the mass of a G-type star. This number could very well soar to hundreds of millions of times. However, in RHE thousands of years of observation, RHE scientists of RHE Milky Way civilization had estimated the mass of the Silver Heart black hole more than once based on the gravitational anomaly and the number of Silver Heart celestial bodies. There had never been such a huge error. The only possibility was that there was something special here that could cover up the abnormality of this extremely unusual black hole. After thinking about it, the only thing that is most suspicious is the incomplete megastructure beside this super black hole. Li Wenyuan's gaze never left RHE Silver Heart black hole and the super megastructure that covered at least 40% of the surface area of the black hole. Or rather, he couldn't look away even if he wanted to. The hyperspace channel at the edge of the Silver Heart led directly to this location, an ordinary galaxy extremely close to RHE Silver Heart black hole. The super black hole had become the background of the galaxy, filling the entire field of vision. If a civilization was born in this galaxy, then their universe would definitely be extremely dark because the black hole had enveloped their sky. It was impossible for life to appear naturally in this galaxy. In at most a few million years, this galaxy would collide with another galaxy, destroying the possibility of all life. At that time, the hyperspace channel to RHE Silver Heart might change its location, or even lose this channel. And such situations happened around the Silver Heart black hole from time to time. The celestial environment here was already so dangerous, but humans still built a super megastructure around the Silver Heart black hole. Moreover, this megastructure seemed to be able to hide the abnormality of the black hole, which made Li Wenyuan quite curious. Therefore, after receiving the notification of the connection, it did not take long for him to get all the information about the black hole. Unlike the heavily damaged core database and central processing unit, as well as the observation terminal that was left behind by the active purification agreement guarded by the garrison fleet, this place still seemed to be the same as it was before the humans left. Whether it was the custody agreement or the active purification agreement, neither of them had changed anything here. It was even unknown whether they had been here before. The incomplete structure that surrounded the Silver Heart black hole was actually made up of two kinds of super-megastructures, which were combined into such a shape under artificial planning. Crossing the Galaxy Gate, experimental. Introduction. Based on our research on the intruders from the higher dimensions, we have tried our best to develop a super quantum slingshot that can directly cross the galaxy. Although we can do this bit by bit, it's too slow. We might not be able to achieve our goal even after we've exhausted all the high-dimensional invaders. Moreover, there are too many variables in such a long period of time. In the end, we decided to use the black hole in the Silver Heart to satisfy our need for gravity. For this, we need to strengthen this black hole a little. End. Eternal World, experimental. Introduction. This is one of the byproducts of the curtain theory, a huge permanent world that can satisfy the survival of several or even dozens of civilizations in the Milky Way. We are not as honorable as we think. We also want to escape and live an endless decadent life, but this choice has long been proven to be impossible. Therefore, we can only fight until the last moment. These two special super-megastructures were recorded in the database. They were combined after a special construction process, but they were not completed in the end. According to the coverage of the supermassive black hole, the joint megastructure named Outer Stargate Silver Heart World was only 40% completed. It was unknown if they could use the most basic functions. In addition, the two megastructures were also very special. They were not directly unlocked by the Level S technology of four-dimensional engineering. Although they were nominally under the command of the super-megastructure of four-dimensional engineering, they also required the two Level 9 technologies of the curtain theory and the creation theory to build them. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were super-megastructures. At present, Li Wenyuan still had no clue about the creation theory. Although this technology seemed to appear behind every high-end technology, it was still in a grey unlocked state. Fortunately, the incomplete joint structure of the Silver Heart black hole was already available, and 40% of it was enough to analyze its construction method. Even if Li Wenyuan didn't master the creation theory, he could still repair this Outer Stargate Silver Heart world. Even so, the resources to repair this thing, Li Wenyuan felt a headache coming on. Unlike repairing the central processing unit, repairing the Outer Stargate Silver Heart world was exponentially more difficult. The diameter of this Silver Heart black hole was as large as 4 or 5 solar systems. Just its surface area alone was a terrifying astronomical figure. It was enough to deduce how terrifying the consumption would be to completely envelop it. But do we really need to repair them? Li Wenyuan had different thoughts about whether or not he needed to repair this super-mega structure. Even humans had not finished repairing this thing. It was impossible for it to really be left as an unfinished building for him, right? Could it be that the administration matrix was also responsible for infrastructure repairs? Perhaps the secrets of this megastructure and the black hole itself were the main focus here, and this megastructure of this level might be useful enough. Chapter 211, The Mystery of the Silver Heart Black Hole. The hyperspace channel to the Silver Heart probably does exist. The instrument we used to detect the hyperspace detected the hyperspace signal the moment the administrator's spacecraft disappeared. A signal similar to the meaning of this sentence began to be transmitted from the galaxies at the edge of the Silver Heart to the entire Milky Way. Most civilizations paid close attention to Silver Heart's secret and the administrator's movements. Therefore, the moment Li Wenyuan explored the hyperspace channel and entered it directly, all the civilizations focused their attention on it like never before. The heavens did not disappoint those who worked hard. They successfully detected an extremely weak hyperspace signal and confirmed that there was indeed a hyperspace channel that led to an unknown galaxy in those Silver Heart peripheral galaxies. According to their previous conclusions about the hyperspace channel laws, they believed that the unknown starfields should be located in the Silver Heart. The first to erupt was the various celestial body physics scientists. Although they believed that the probability of a supermassive black hole in the center of the Milky Way was more than 98%, as long as there was no evidence, they could not be 100% sure of this matter. Silver Heart's hyperspace channel gave them a chance to confirm. As long as they could reach that place, they would be able to fulfill their lifelong dream. Therefore, more than one scientist made a request to take the lead. Even if the environment of the Silver Heart was still inconclusive, these passionate scientists did not care. Their personal safety was not a factor that they had to consider. As long as they could see the truth that they believed in, they would not hesitate to give up everything. These fanatical scientists gave the civilization government a headache. Although there were many capable people in the interstellar era, scientists were not everywhere, especially the cutting-edge ones. Therefore, these governments could only calm down the fanatical scientists and send unmanned detection equipment to the Silver Heart space. Their sensors could not penetrate the thick Silver Heart dust and directly detect the galaxy on the other side of the hyperspace channel. For the safety of these precious scientists, such caution was necessary. A few days after the administrator's spaceship disappeared from their probe through hyperspace, many sneaky unmanned spaceships rushed to the hyperspace entrance and passed through the long passage. Unlike warp drives, hyperspace engines had a lot of room for improvement. After all, it was the most basic technology for interstellar civilizations, and the speed of travel in hyperspace was different for civilizations of different levels. For Li Wenyuan, it took him less than half a month to complete the hyperspace channel. However, for these young civilizations, this channel was unprecedentedly long. The faint signal representing the spaceship was flickering in and out of hyperspace, and it had been there for more than 3 months. If it were not for the fact that they could barely detect that the spaceships were indeed moving forward, these civilizations would have thought that the other side of the hyperspace was some man-eating monster. A few months was enough for the people to focus on other gossip, but for the scientists who were looking forward to the real-time image of the Silver Heart, it was an extremely difficult process. Some scientists even aged visibly because of their anxiety. They had no choice but to use genetic drugs to improve the condition of their bodies so that they wouldn't die before they could see their dream materialize. However, the hyperspace was relatively stable and there was no danger. The good news still came. The first civilization to cross the hyperspace channel, the Mingbo Science and Technology Nation, had their spacecraft complete the journey a few days earlier than other civilizations. When the familiar signal became clear, the Mingbo scientists in charge of monitoring the unmanned spacecraft were first excited, but then they were shocked by the images transmitted back. "I heard that the unmanned spacecraft has arrived. How's the signal stability? Is the image transmitted back clear?" The immediate superior of these scientists rushed here, ready to pick the first-hand fruit of the discovery of the Silver Heart. However, when he saw the image, he immediately showed an unhappy expression. "What's with this dark scene? Didn't they say that they had already received a stable signal? How am I supposed to explain this to the chief scientist?" At this moment, there was nothing but black on the screen. There was nothing but a thick black background. It even made people think that the screen had not been turned on. However, a scientist at the side quietly wiped his cold sweat and whispered to his superior, "The image isn't damaged. This pitch-black area is actually the Silver Heart black hole that we're pursuing. Its diameter can even line up 4 to 5 galaxies. The spaceship is trying to get away from there. It wants to record the appearance of this super black hole from as far away as possible. Yes, our equipment is working fine. However, after passing through the hyperspace channel, the abnormal gravitational source detected by our equipment suddenly became countless times stronger. It's a supermassive black hole that we never expected. It has made our previous theory wrong. The black hole at the center of the Milky Way shouldn't be so huge." In the end, the news about the Silver Heart's supermassive black hole was concealed. Few people would realize why the Silver Heart exploration trip that was so grand a few months ago had suddenly disappeared. These civilizations had yet to come up with a definite conclusion about this abnormal black hole, so it was not appropriate to publicize such unsolved mystery information. At the same time, the megastructure that covered about 40% of the Silver Heart black hole also entered the Milky Way civilization's line of sight. They could not imagine what kind of civilization had the ability to build such a super megastructure. They could not even guess the function of the megastructure. However, since the administrator had arrived here first, there were already people with keen minds who began to link the administrator to the abnormal Silver Heart black hole and the super megastructure built around it. Everyone knew that the administrator was artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence had always come from the hands of civilization and could not be born naturally. Although the civilizations of the Milky Way always subconsciously ignored this problem and treated the administrator as a naturally born artificial intelligence civilization. After all, they couldn't imagine what kind of civilization could create a group of civilizations as powerful as the administrator. They would rather believe that the administrator had popped out of a rock. However, the discovery of the Silver Heart black hole made them think about this question again. Perhaps the civilization that built the super megastructure was the creator of the administrator? If that were the case, how terrifying would the technology of the civilization that created the administrator be? And why did they abandon the administrator and disappear from the Milky Way? The Milky Way civilizations gradually had a feeling that a secret from ancient times was about to be revealed. Chapter 212, The Secret of the Churro Race. Unlike the Milky Way civilizations that had just arrived at the Silver Heart black hole through the hyperspace channel, Li Wenyuan's research spaceship had been here for several months. His engine was very efficient in hyperspace, and the long hyperspace from the edge of the galaxy to the vicinity of the Silver Heart black hole was just a short distraction for him. However, this did not mean that he had explored the entire Silver Heart black hole and the super megastructure of the outer Stargate Silver Heart world surrounding the black hole in just a few months. It was better to say that he hadn't explored much at all. Even with a large number of research spaceships working overtime here, he hadn't even explored 1% of the area. Unlike exploring an empty galaxy, the eternal world was designed to accommodate the entire Milky Way's life forms. Every piece of land had a complete ecological function, as well as various buildings with different functions. Even though the eternal world was not perfect and only had 40% of its capacity, there was still a part of it that belonged to crossing the galaxy gate. However, in Li Wenyuan's opinion, this incomplete world was more than enough to accommodate all the known civilizations in the Milky Way. He couldn't even be sure if there were any native life forms on this incomplete super megastructure because he felt that it wasn't impossible for a group of native life forms to be placed on this super megastructure. Fortunately, the carpet skin was not without results. Although the eternal world was huge, humans seemed to have mobilized the power of their entire civilization. It was likely that they were building the eternal world while using it. Such a situation almost caused human ruins to be everywhere. There were many traces left behind by humans in the eternal world. There were even traces of a large number of creatures' temporary activities. Although these traces had faded over a long period of time, one could still see the style of humans. From the looks of it, it was just as the introduction of this super megastructure had said. Humans had once thought of getting drunk on the eternal world. After all, exploring the Silver Heart was not an easy task, and humans also had the black technology curtain, which could even cover the entire Milky Way. If he used the curtain to envelop the Silver Heart black hole and built a world on the black hole that could live to the end of time, then it seemed like a good choice to continue being intoxicated. But what do humans know? Li Wenyuan recalled the records of the eternal world. We have also thought of escaping and living an endless life of depravity, but such a choice has long been proven to be impossible. It sounded as if humans had somehow learned about the past and had no choice but to give up on this path that had been proven to be impossible. Combined with the brief history of mankind that he learned from the observation terminal, the source of all the changes seemed to point to the black hole. In the end, do I still have to wait for the nomination? I hope I have a chance to. Otherwise, I can only chase after humans and ask. Li Wenyuan looked forward to learning the secret of the black hole one day in the future. He was very curious about the existence that was suspected to live in the black hole and emit a nomination. He returned his gaze to the eternal world. According to the ruins that Li Wenyuan had explored so far, humans had conducted research in many different fields here, covering almost all aspects. For example, he had seen many familiar obelisk-shaped buildings along the way. He had seen the same thing in the Watcher's Holy Land. However, there were still some differences. The obelisk here did not have any memorial meaning. It was purely an experimental radiation extractor. Its base was hundreds of thousands of kilometers below the eternal world, and its purpose was to absorb the radiation of the Silver Heart black hole and convert it into energy to maintain the operation of the super megastructure. However, this kind of building was not used much. According to the records, humans felt that this kind of use was too stupid and inefficient, so they put it in the cold palace. However, during Li Wenyuan's exploration of these buildings, the focus was not on the buildings themselves, but the logs that accompanied these buildings. Those logs were recorded by the researchers here, and they were filled with a strong personal style. He wasn't interested in reading it at first, but he soon noticed the content mentioned in the diary and quickly paid attention to it. Star Era 3122, Weather. Supernova explosion in Galaxy XH386. When I was transferred here from my post, I found out that we had already started such a big project. You can apply for the latest experimental equipment and materials here. It's just that the transportation time is a little long, but what could be more interesting than conducting an intense experiment? I understand the logic behind this, but why is the black hole in the Silver Heart so big? Star Era 3123, abnormal disturbance of the B25 nebula. The experimental data is normal. It's a little boring. Does anyone really think that this obelisk-like converter is very efficient? Speaking of which, according to the gossip of my friends, the higher UPS deliberately made the black hole so big in order to further strengthen the supermassive black hole quantum slingshot. Research on the Churro race once discovered that the source of Chinook power seemed to point to every black hole, especially the silver heart black hole. Using the power of the void realm recklessly will cause the silver heart black hole to expand. That Chinook energy doesn't seem to be created of things. Its essence still comes from the physical universe. In order to make the black hole the size it needs, I heard that there are already several groups of people entering and exiting the void realm to extract Chinook power. How pitiful! Star Era 3124, UGB Galaxy Collision. It's been another year of work. I'm already numb. Looking at this super black hole every day, I always think of the Churro race from time to time. To a certain extent, they are the true pioneer civilization in this galaxy. In a galaxy where there are almost no intelligent creatures, they can be considered one of the few powerful strength factions. However, when we met, they were already close to extinction. The reason was very simple: they died in the internal war. Someone from the Churro race wants to use the void realm endlessly, even if it means expanding the silver heart black hole to destroy the Milky Way. We learned how to expand the black hole from this group of people. It turns out that they are indeed very talented. They are probably the race that is most proficient in using Chinook power other than us. They can even greatly enhance their compatriots by burning themselves, a method that only exists in novels. Just the thought that the purple dust is actually their ashes makes my scalp tingle. Although one think it's not impossible for us to do something similar, there's no need for such a thing. We've never thought of destroying the Milky Way. However, the Churro race's method of self-destructing to stop the silver heart black hole from expanding was quite sincere. They did stop the silver heart from expanding due to frequent Chinook activity. There were a few small logs of him talking to himself, and there were many mentions of the Churro race that had long been annihilated in the long river of history, leaving only ashes. Back in the Watcher's Holy Land, Li Wenyuan had seen the last moment of the Churro race's destruction through the Chinook crystals left behind by humans. At that time, the records mentioned that the Churro race had stopped a crisis that could destroy the Milky Way. Now, it seemed that it was the crisis of the silver heart black hole expansion. The current Milky Way civilizations would never have thought that there would be such an existential crisis in the Milky Way since ancient times. Even if the source of the crisis was the Churro race themselves, they chose to resolve the crisis within themselves, just like the Desaner civilization that created Grey Wind, even if they would perish together. The secret of the Churro race also reminded Li Wenyuan of the broken administration matrix. This was because there seemed to be very few traces of the administration matrix in the Milky Way. However, from the tragic state of the custody agreement, the administration matrix should have experienced an extremely intense war. However, no civilization in the Milky Way had discovered similar ruins. This seemed to mean that the administration matrix had chosen to digest the crisis internally. From its influence, it had indeed succeeded. Basically, no one knew. However, this also caused the administration matrix to pay a painful price, and it was only one step away from complete destruction. It really looks like it's carved from the same mold. Perhaps only this kind of spirit can be called a pioneer civilization. Li Wenyuan thought about it and then continued to focus on the Silver Heart megastructure. The spaceship of the Milky Way civilization that followed him finally arrived. He did not forbid other civilizations from exploring the Silver Heart, because the moment he entered the Silver Heart through hyperspace, the exploration of the Silver Heart was inevitable. Everyone knew that the Silver Heart could be entered. As for how the Milky Way civilizations would view this super megastructure and super black hole, he did not care. Perhaps the Milky Way civilizations would not be able to fully explore this super megastructure until he left the Milky Way. Chapter 213, The Khan's Plan. As the Silver Heart passage was established, more and more civilizations arrived near the super black hole in the Silver Heart via the hyperspace channel. Just like before, the administrator did not stop other civilizations from exploring the Silver Heart space. However, after confirming that the black hole was of unusual size, all the civilizations designated it as a danger zone and prohibited ordinary people from going there. This caused the dissatisfaction of some interstellar space travelers who were passionate about exploring the universe. There was already more than one adventurer who wanted to secretly go to Silver Heart to investigate. However, as there were not many galaxies that could go to Silver Heart's hyperspace channel, it was very easy to control them. So far, all the stowaways had failed. Although the adventurers who liked excitement failed in their plan to explore the Silver Heart, it did not stop them from spreading their complaints through various conspiracy theories. It was a fact that the civilized government had forbidden them from going to the Silver Heart. The people who were originally attracted by all kinds of gossip and information had once again noticed this matter under the manipulation of some people. Even some ordinary people who didn't surf the internet knew that the Silver Heart black hole was banned from exploration, so there were all kinds of public opinions related to it. Combined with the conspiracy theories of the rejected adventurers, many people began to wonder what the civilized government had discovered in Silver Heart that prevented everyone from exploring it. I guess it's a quasar in the center of the Milky Way. Because the energy it releases is too intense, the space near Silver Heart is not suitable for any life to stay. Among the people who were watching the show, someone put forward such a view. Quasars, as the name implied, were a type of celestial body similar to a star. It was a special celestial body that existed in the theory proposed by Milky Way scientists. It had an unbelievable brightness. The light emitted by a quasar might be much brighter than the entire Milky Way it was in. The definition of quasars was also very broad. A powerful celestial body formed by a supermassive black hole swallowing a large amount of matter and spraying radiation could be called a quasar, and a chain supernova explosion caused by the collision of countless massive stars could also be called a quasar. Nominally speaking, as long as an unknown celestial body could release abnormally terrifying energy and produce strong light, it could be called a quasar. The most popular theory about the formation of quasars in the Milky Way was mainly based on the theory of supermassive black holes. Most people believed that the core of a quasar was actually an active supermassive black hole, which was still in the stage of devouring a large amount of matter. When the matter fell into the black hole, it generated heat from friction and emitted a dazzling light that was even more dazzling than a supernova explosion, forming a quasar. And it was precisely because the quasar was constantly emitting a large amount of radiation that was harmful to both life and machinery that it would be unsuitable to explore for a long distance. If Silver Heart was really a glowing quasar, then it seemed very normal for the civilized government to stop ordinary people from going there. Therefore, the hypothesis about the Silver Heart quasar began to become popular among the masses. One had to admit that the people's thoughts were really wild. The civilized government did not expect that the people would actually lead themselves in the wrong direction. This really made the higher ups of the government, who were still preparing to use gossip to divert the attention of the public, not know whether to laugh or cry. This situation was beneficial to them. After all, the public's guess was different from the real situation of the Silver Heart. The Silver Heart was not a quasar, but an inactive superblack hole. Although the gravitational pull of the supermassive black hole was extremely strong, enough to drive the entire Milky Way to rotate, so far, no large amount of matter had fallen into it. It was true that the density of stars in the Silver Heart space was very high, but the distance between them and the black hole was maintained at a relatively safe position. There was almost no star being swallowed by the black hole. Instead, the probability of a supernova explosion caused by a collision between stars was higher. This kind of black hole that wasn't in a state of mass engulfing was classified as inactive by the scientists in the Milky Way. Although the Silver Heart black hole had a size and mass that far exceeded that of known black holes, it was indeed an inactive black hole. They were unwilling to tell the public at the moment only because the formation of this super black hole was very abnormal. It was very likely related to the ancient civilization that created artificial intelligence, the administrator. The upper echelons of these civilizations knew very well how terrifying the influence of public opinion was, and public opinion about this ancient secret was the hardest to guide. The slightest carelessness would lead to the most ominous speculations. The civilization annihilator was still deeply buried in everyone's hearts. It would take hundreds of years to dispel the fear. If someone with ulterior motives incited them, it would be difficult for them to control the public's attitude towards the administrator, and the higher ups would face immense pressure. Some of these civilizations with different political systems were actually envious of those civilizations with oligarchic and monarchical systems. Those civilizations did not shy away from using technological means to directly control the people, and the people at the top were the agents of the civilization's will. However, they could not even try to get the people to accept neural implants to connect to the planet's network to improve efficiency, because the people thought that the civilized government wanted to use these things to control everyone. They still had a long way to go. Perhaps they could find a better way in the future. They were happy to not have to deal with the public's guesses. Therefore, in the midst of the public's self-speculation and self-recognition, a storm of public opinion that should have erupted unexpectedly subsided. Although some people still hoped that the government would come forward to explain the situation of the Silver Heart, the hypothesis of the Silver Heart quasar had become widely popular. Many people had given up on the idea of finding out and regarded it as the truth. And someone who was secretly inciting public opinion was very dissatisfied with this. A group of unruly people full of self-conjecture. It's really unbelievable. How could they let this matter go just like that? A leader of a civilization who kept receiving messages like failed instigation listened to his subordinates' reports expressionlessly. He was Hawkeye Khan. The tribe he led was operating in the Milky Way as the Duncan Revival race. At present, he had yet to complete the Great Khan's trial. He believed that the other lone wolf Khan was eyeing the Great Khan's position covetously in a dark corner that he didn't know about. The last trial to win the position of Great Khan required them to prove that they had the strength to rule the Milky Way. For that reason, the Hawkeye Khan had secretly developed informants in various civilizations a long time ago, hoping to cause chaos in the galaxy at the right time. He would appear as the Great Khan and gather the chaotic civilizations to establish the Galaxy Imperium. This time, the secret of the Silver Heart was a great opportunity for him. His spaceship also entered the Silver Heart space and saw the super black hole. Unlike the other civilizations who did not know the secret, he had received the guidance of the Void Realm mentors who had studied the Void Realm and knew about the abnormality of the Silver Heart black hole. The reason why the Silver Heart black hole was so large was that someone had once used spiritual energy without restraint, causing the black hole to expand. This matter could very well destroy the galaxy in the end, and he felt that this might be a way to establish his image as a powerful Khan who prophesied and resolved the crisis. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to use his deep informants to create public opinion about the Silver Heart black hole crisis and then gradually draw out him, the Khan trial challenger. However, the result was not ideal. His plan failed this time and he could only wait for the next opportunity. Chapter 214, Guardian of the Holy Land. The Milky Way civilizations were worried about exploring the super black hole and its megastructure. Just as Li Wenyuan had predicted, even he could not explore the entire eternal world quickly, let alone the young civilizations whose standards were completely inferior to his. Even though the civilizations were gathering as much manpower as possible to explore the secret of the abnormal Silver Heart. However, capable scientists were not common. There were not many cutting-edge scientists who could participate in this kind of alien archaeology. Although the training of new archaeologists had already been put on the agenda by all civilizations, it was a little too late to start now. Therefore, the civilization that lacked science in this field thought of the curators. This group of natural scientists who were extremely intelligent and could make achievements in any field would sell their consultant team. Although the price was not cheap, each of them was a first-class genius scientist. Every civilization was unwilling to lag behind others in the exploration of the Silver Heart megastructure, which was obviously full of secrets. Even if they were in financial deficit, they wanted enough scientists to participate in this exploration. As a result, the door of the curator's space city-state was directly broken. Because the scientists were out of stock, they had no choice but to hang the sign that they would not sell the consultant services for the time being. Of course, not all civilizations in the Milky Way lacked scientists. Other than some veteran interstellar civilizations, the Pyro Alliance also took the initiative in the exploration process. Unlike the civilizations that did not have enough scientists to participate in the exploration of the Silver Heart megastructure, the large number of native civilizations under the Pyro Alliance provided them with a large number of scientists. At the same time, due to their special experiences, the Pyro Alliance had always paid great attention to extraterrestrial exploration. They had made their fortune from ruins that had already destroyed civilizations. In the era where they drifted because of the silent, they had searched for ruins along the way. After the fire was rekindled, their passion for exploring the ruins had never waned. The teaching materials given to the native civilizations contained a lot of their alien archaeological information. Some of their archaeologists were even top-notch existences in the entire Milky Way, and they had even nurtured a large number of specialized talents. Therefore, during the exploration of the Silver Heart megastructure, the Pyro Alliance's efficiency was actually several times that of other civilizations. They had even long planned to build a city-sized scientific research station on the Silver Heart megastructure. They also valued the secrets that might be discovered from the Silver Heart megastructure. This city's scientific research station was used to let scientists live here directly so that they wouldn't waste time going in and out of the Silver Heart hyperspace channel. Reality proved that the Pyro Alliance's decision to invest a large amount of manpower and resources here was correct. While the scientists from other civilizations were still living in simple individual resting cabins, the energetic Pyro Alliance scientists brought good news: they had discovered a half-assembled level 4 singular point. The Milky Way civilization was no stranger to level 4 singular points. There were such strange black technologies on the silent and observer colonial planets that had disappeared from the Milky Way. Such powerful energy-producing buildings that belonged solely to the Lost Empire had always been the focus of the galaxy community. Everyone hoped to replicate the construction technology of such buildings so that they would not have to worry about resources. However, dreams were beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Not to mention replicating such buildings, they could not even understand the working principles of these buildings, let alone maintain them. The community scientists in charge of the research didn't even dare to make any big moves on these buildings, afraid that if they were not careful, something would happen to these buildings and they would be permanently shut down. As a result, the community's research on the lost heritage had not made much progress. Only a few useful discoveries were still struggling to maintain the community's joint development rights for those heritages. Many civilizations clamored that they could do whatever they wanted, hoping that the galaxy community would directly hand over the research rights of these lost heritages to them. Although similar proposals were rejected by a vote, the pressure surrounding the community was increasing. The joint development did not provide much help to the civilizations of the Milky Way, but the lost heritage made countless civilizations fascinated. More than one civilization had fantasized that if they had those lost legacies, would they also become a lost empire? The authoritarian monarchical civilizations, led by the Conqueror Empire, attached great importance to this matter. They had even advocated the idea of getting strong first, then getting stronger later, hoping to temporarily lend the two lost legacies to them for a period of time, and then lend them to other civilizations when they were strong enough. Such nonsense was naturally boycotted, but under the boycott, how many people did not have similar thoughts? Therefore, when the Silver Heart megastructure was discovered and the civilizations realized that it was a super relic related to the mysterious civilization that had created the Administrator, everybody avoided talking about it in the galaxy community. Nobody wanted to wait for the joint development any longer. The galaxy community also tacitly did not know about it, and they were still arguing about trivial matters every day. Conservatively speaking, the area of this Silver Heart megastructure was enough for the entire Milky Way to explore for at least 10,000 years. In the limited history of the Milky Way civilization, the Silver Heart giant was equivalent to an infinite treasure waiting to be discovered. Meanwhile, the Pyro Alliance became the first civilization to benefit from the Silver Heart megastructure. The level 4 singular point that they found was quite special. Although it was a city-sized building, it had been turned into a modular engineering facility with some advanced craftsmanship. The entire city was divided into about 2 million small structures. They only needed to put the corresponding places together like building blocks to be put into use. The scientists of the Pyro Alliance had also found the correct way to assemble the building blocks. They dismantled the half-assembled level 4 singular point into a huge pile of building blocks and shipped them back to the mother planet. Even if they didn't know how to build these building blocks and how they worked, it didn't stop them from thinking that it was fine as long as it could be used. Therefore, the major discovery of the Pyro Alliance was instantly spread to other civilizations that were also exploring. Compared to listening to the ancient stories of the Riddler, these civilizations hoped to have more intuitive gains to enhance the overall strength of the civilization, just like the Pyro Alliance. Therefore, the civilizations searched crazily for the treasures on the Silver Heart megastructure, completely forgetting about the lost legacies that had been debated endlessly in the past. At this moment, the Milky Way was still searching. While Hawkeye Khan was looking for an opportunity to split the galaxy community, he was also paying attention to the movements of another Khan, Lone Wolf. Although the Milky Way civilization had flocked to the Silver Heart megastructure, Hawkeye Khan was one of the few people who were temporarily uninterested in this matter. He also knew that there were many secrets there, but the position of the Great Khan was even more important to him. After failing to incite the Silver Heart black hole to threaten, he began to plan to cause chaos in the lost heritage under the control of the galaxy community and continue to create cracks for this interstellar organization. And in his plan, the most unstable factor was the missing Lone Wolf Khan. According to his subordinates, Lone Wolf Khan seemed to be traveling, but he never believed that his biggest competitor would do such a thing at such a critical time. He believed that Lone Wolf was secretly plotting something. For the sake of his position as Great Khan, he needed to pay more attention to this formidable enemy in his life. And at that moment, Lone Wolf, who was being treated seriously by Hawkeye Khan, was leisurely flying his spaceship and strolling around a certain starfield. He didn't bring a single guard with him. Hawkeye's subordinate's information was not wrong. He was really just traveling. He didn't want to be a damn Khan in the first place. He had already decided to leave without anyone knowing after he finished recording the customs of the Khan's tribe, leaving a legend of him for the great Khan's trial. My name is Lone Wolf. This is my first. Forget it, this is one of my trips after. One ditched my guards. They were very agile, and the operation of the spaceship was very smooth, but one was also quite strong. I still successfully shook them off and won this precious leisure time. It's been a long time since one traveled in space like this. The place I chose this time is the Watcher's old place. In my memories, they seem to have been destroyed long ago by the ring. However, I have also heard that their last tribe members are hiding somewhere and silently watching over the former Holy Land. Lone Wolf's diary stopped at this point. He looked out the porthole at an emerald green planet. The planet seemed to be bustling with life, but that was not the main point. The main point was the fleet hovering above the planet. They were rusted and full of traces of war, but they were like warriors who had been through many battles, tenacious and unyielding. Lone Wolf recognized this type of battleship. They were already regarded as the history of the Milky Way. It was a battleship belonging to the Watcher, or rather, it should be called the Guardian of the Holy Land now. Chapter 215, The Candidate. I thought I had wandered to an ordinary galaxy, but one didn't expect to hit the jackpot. Lone Wolf's face was filled with interest. His passion for space exploration had always been extremely strong. Even after more than 500 interstellar explorations, his passion had never waned. Based on what he had discovered in those alien ruins, he could have lived a few lifetimes without worrying about food and clothing. He did not have to explore the unsafe space. However, his love for the unknown in the starry sky had supported him until now. The starry sky also reciprocated his enthusiasm. Before most Milky Way civilizations noticed, he found the remaining Watchers. It was as shocking as his first contact with the native civilization. If news spread, it would be enough to shake the entire Milky Way. After the ring crisis was resolved, the prophet of the Watcher led his remaining clansmen and disappeared from the Milky Way. At that time, everyone thought that the last batch of Watchers would die out over a long period of time because they seemed to have lost everything. In fact, many people had tried to look for signs of the Watcher, but they found nothing. The group of lost idealists had really disappeared from the Milky Way as if they had vanished into thin air. In the interstellar era where information exchange was extremely frequent, the current Milky Way had gradually forgotten the existence of such a lost empire. The place where the Watcher was mentioned the most was a popular book, The Chronicles of the Lost Empire. It recorded the story of the lost empire that had once appeared in the Milky Way. As for the Watcher, most of the places it was mentioned were used as background plates for the administrator and self-destructed in the ring crisis. Even their survivors fought at the last moment of the ring crisis and were prepared to sacrifice everything to solve the problem they brought. But in the end, it was the administrator who shone brightly in this crisis, and the Watcher was just a redeemer who brought an end. They weren't remembered. They were just pinned on the wall of shame in history as negative examples of the exploration of the Void Realm. Did that great prophet also consider this matter and keep the entire remnant civilization a secret? Lone Wolf was rather curious about this. He enjoyed discovering traces of such lost civilizations. This was his motivation to explore the cosmos. Taking advantage of the fact that his Khan guards had yet to come, Lone Wolf planned on making the best use of his time to explore the area. It's been a while since the ring crisis. One wonder if the great prophet is still alive. No, he has the technology of the lost empire. It's not a problem for him to live forever. Just as Lone Wolf was thinking about how to meet this historical figure, a communication message was sent to his spaceship. It came from the spaceships of the Lost Empire docked in the galaxy. Lone Wolf didn't expect his spaceship to fly away from the Lost Empire's spaceship. Perhaps he would have been discovered long before he strolled into the galaxy. However, this kind of opportunity to communicate with the Lost Empire was rare. As long as it was not some kind of get-lost answer, he felt that he could deal with it. Therefore, he picked up the call. At the same time, he quickly chose his words in his mind. Even if he could not personally go to the planet to take a look, he had to strive to obtain some information. However, before he could speak respectfully, the other side of the communication said to him, "You're here, chosen one from the prophet's prophecy. Since you're here, it means that everything is fate. Come in and have a seat. The prophet has been waiting for you for a long time." The communication was cut off for a while, and before Lone Wolf could fully understand the content, he saw something outside the porthole and widened his eyes. The spaceships of the Lost Empire that seemed to have never moved since the beginning of time actually opened up a path for him, allowing him to see the protected Emerald Planet more directly. What they? First, it's the successor of the Great Khan, and now it's the chosen one of the Prophet. Isn't what happened to me during this period too legendary? Lone Wolf was already somewhat dumbfounded by the scene. He felt that his experience was something that even interstellar novels wouldn't dare to write about. Perhaps there wasn't a more sci-fi story than this. But after the shock, he quickly calmed down and flew towards the Emerald Planet without hesitation. He didn't think that the Lost Empire would mobilize so many people just to fool him. Moreover, if these lost fleets really wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't even have a place to escape. He would die under the saturated firepower. Therefore, he naturally accepted the sudden identity of the Prophet's chosen one and prepared to meet the legendary Prophet. Far away from here, Hawkeye Khan, who was still planning how to use his current influence to shake the lost heritage, suddenly shivered. Why do one have a bad feeling? Will this plan fail? He frowned, trying to figure out where the problem would be in the schedule full of words in front of him. Could it be that my enemy is making a move? Forget it, I shouldn't worry about this for now. He's probably looking for help with his touristic attitude, right? But with his sloppy appearance, can he find a strong backer? Like my Void Realm mentor? Hawkeye Khan disagreed. Although he had already tried his best to view his opponent as a level higher than him, finding help and backing was not something that could be obtained casually. He didn't believe that anyone could be so lucky. However, there were unlucky people in the world, and naturally, there would be lucky ones. Lone Wolf had already left the spaceship and set foot on the reclusive planet. The name of this Emerald Planet was given to him by the holy servant who guided him because the Prophet lived in seclusion here before saving his people in the Ring Crisis. To them, this was already the fourth holy land other than the Emerald Tomb, Walled Garden, and Pure Treasure. And after a while, Lone Wolf finally met the legendary Prophet, an elder in his twilight years. Even though they were of completely different races, Lone Wolf could tell from the various details that this Prophet wasn't immortal. The Prophet saw him and asked him to sit down. Then, he asked the others to leave, leaving the two of them sitting opposite each other in the empty hall. After that, the Prophet threw the Book of Holy Words to the side without any grace. He sat opposite Lone Wolf in an extremely unrestrained manner and said, "I'm Zaklon, the so-called Prophet. You're quite lucky to be the first to come here. Are you interested in becoming a chosen one?" Chapter 216, The Last Prophet. Are you interested in becoming a chosen one? It was like Zaklon was promoting his identity as an elector. The image of this prophet was completely different from what Lone Wolf had imagined. The wise, steady, and resolute wise man that had been portrayed in various stories had collapsed in Lone Wolf's heart. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that Lone Wolf didn't believe in religion, nor did he worship a prophet. He wouldn't have any emotional fluctuations due to the collapse of his image as a leader of faith. He looked at Zaklon, not knowing what to say. After a long while, he finally said, "Great Prophet, may I ask, why did you choose me?" This was something Lone Wolf was extremely curious about. He had long heard that the Prophet had extraordinary psionic powers and could make accurate predictions. The Prophet had predicted the crisis before the arrival of the ring and led a portion of his believers to hide in advance, allowing the civilization to continue its tinder. Then, he had accidentally come here and become the Prophet's chosen one. Was this within the Prophet's expectations? He felt that he was the chosen one of the prophecy. However, after hearing his question, Zaklon repeated, "Didn't one say it before? Because you are lucky to be the first to arrive here. Is that all?" "Yes." Zaklon nodded and spread out his hands. "For some reason. I have to take responsibility for the stupid excuse I used in the past. I once walked out of the Watcher. At that time, I came up with a random excuse I was looking for voters. It turns out that the believers have a better memory than one do. I've been asked the same question 25,000 times, have you found the candidate?" At this point, he leaned back in his seat and said with a weathered expression, "In order to fill the hole that I dug myself, I could only use one excuse to cover up another excuse. Hence, I made a prophecy that the first outsider to come here would become my candidate. Therefore, this is the case. Even if a space amoeba comes here, it will become my chosen one." After Lone Wolf heard Zaklon's answer, he was rendered speechless. His already shattered image as a prophet was shattered even more. Seeing his expression, Zaklon seemed to know what he was thinking, so he smiled and said, "Disillusioned? But this is the real me. A so-called prophet is just an ordinary person. By the way, Can one trouble you to help me pick up the Book of Holy Words? With that said, Zaklon pointed at the Book of Holy Words that had just been thrown beside Lone Wolf. Although Lone Wolf couldn't understand the words in the book, he could roughly tell what it was. Do you still need me to do such a small thing? Don't you psionites just curl your fingers and, he stood up as he cursed, but when he bent down to pick up the book, he froze. Then, he looked at Zaklon in disbelief. Zaklon looked at him very calmly and said, do you feel it? There's no need to be so surprised. One don't have any Shinik power to begin with. The most I can do with my Shinik power is to make a leaf float. But the outside world has always said that you are a Shinik caster with powerful Shinik powers. You can even use this power to spy on a corner of the future and make an accurate prophecy. Lone Wolf still found it unbelievable. People will be more willing to believe what they want. Zaklon shook his head and took the Book of Holy Words from Lone Wolf. After all, no matter how you look at it, an ordinary person doesn't match a prophet. Only a powerful and imposing prophet fits the image of a prophet. That's how I was molded. I was once just an ordinary ascetic. All the miracles were fabrications forced on me. He flipped through the Book of Holy Words and told the story of the past of the insignificant person named Zaklon without even raising his head. His identity as a prophet didn't bring him any benefits in terms of power. Before the Watcher was destroyed, he was a prophet who was taken over. He was just an idol who gathered faith. He's also a despicable person. He used the believers' worship of the prophet to trick them into establishing this hermitage. This process is very tiring because the spark of civilization is very fragile. A slight carelessness will cause someone to be doomed, but everything has stabilized in the end. And now, it's time for this prophet to leave. He feels that he has shouldered too many responsibilities that do not belong to him. Now, he wants to be himself again, to become that ordinary person who cultivated bitterly in the galaxy. This is the story of Zaklon, a nobody. Lone Wolf understood Zaklon's general meaning. It was as though this prophet didn't want to work anymore and wanted to retire early to do his own thing. However, looking at Zaklon's meticulous reading and his aged body, Lone Wolf felt that something was amiss. So, what do you mean? Lone Wolf couldn't help but ask. He wanted to know what Zaklon was thinking. Zaklon glanced at him and stopped what he was doing. I need a new idol so that they can remember their duty at any time. But this civilization doesn't need another prophet. This title that was born by mistake shall end with me. And my chosen one will become my spokesperson in the future. They will remember when they are disappointed what exactly does the Holy Land exist for. You are the first. You will hold my token. With this thing, you can obtain the loyalty of a small fleet every once in a while. Zaklon threw a cane at Lone Wolf. It was a cane made purely from Shinik crystals. Perhaps there would not be a second one in the entire Milky Way. Before Lone Wolf could react, Zaklon had already shown a gesture of sending him off. In an instant, a guard took Lone Wolf away. Lone Wolf did not struggle. However, before he vanished, he turned his head and asked, "Is there only one token? What if it's lost?" Zaklon also heard that. Just as he was about to reply, Lone Wolf completely disappeared from the hall. However, Zaklon did not feel depressed. Instead, he felt relieved. It was not because of the departure of the electorate, but because he could finally be liberated. If there's no token, my head might be a good way to prove it. Not long after Lone Wolf left the planet where he lived in seclusion, Zaklon left as well. Although Zaklon claimed that he was just going out to play, the believers with powerful Shinik powers could tell that their prophet probably wouldn't come back. His body was already extremely old, but Zaklon was determined not to use any Shinik or genetic technology to increase his lifespan. This prophet, who had lived for a long time, was finally about to reach the end. He had no interest in longevity or even immortality. He just wanted to take off the title of prophet, which was even more resounding than his name, and then happily live the last stage of his life. In the end, his spaceship disappeared from the galaxy. No one knew where he went. After that, the remaining Watcher Tinder once again announced its existence in the Milky Way as the Lost Empire according to Zaklon's orders. At this moment, they weren't the Watchers, but guardians of the Holy Land, who had new doctrines. Their Holy Land also had a special planet called the Prophet's Recluse. For at least 10 million years after that, they would fight for the Holy Land until their civilization perished or the new chosen ones appeared. Therefore, the Great Khan's trial, which should have been conducted in the dark, eventually became known to the Milky Way civilization, causing many tremors in the Milky Way. Chapter 217, Chaos is about to rise. Shocking! Has the legendary Lost Empire appeared again? The specialist's explanation is here. You should remember the 2 or 3 things that the Lost Empire has to say. Is this the dawn of idealism? Or is it the twilight of artificial intelligence? Such a large amount of news instantly occupied the interstellar forums of every civilization. Other than those civilizations that were more closed off, almost all the galactic citizens in the Milky Way knew about this matter. The Watcher had returned. Or rather, this Watcher was no longer the Watcher in the past. They were now called the Guardian of the Holy Land. In name, their duty was the same as the previous Watcher, to protect the Holy Land from invasion. However, after a period of observation, the current Guardian of the Holy Land had already carried out its duty of protecting the Holy Land to the extreme. They had built an interstellar fortress around every galaxy near the Holy Land, surrounding it tightly. At the same time, they banned all interactions at the border. Any attempt to enter the Holy Land would be regarded as a threat and expelled. They had also completely sealed off their borders and did not welcome anyone into their galaxy, even those civilizations that had a good relationship with them. To a certain extent, they were more like the silent. They put an end to all diplomacy and only immersed themselves in their own world. There seems to be a lot of commotion in the Milky Way recently. First, there's the strange movement of the Administrator, then there's the discovery of the Silver Heart Passage. The megastructure, which is suspected to be the ruin of an ancient civilization that created the Administrator, now even the Watcher, which was originally dead, has changed its name and re-established itself in the Milky Way. Some sharp-minded people realized that the Milky Way did not seem to be peaceful recently. One big event after another was revealed from various hidden corners. This had happened before, but it often meant that a turbulent era was coming. Guardian of the Holy Land. It's hard to say how different they are from the former Watcher. Will the situation in the Milky Way change again? Of course. The people who communicated on the internet were never shy about revealing their inner thoughts. Don't forget that along with the Guardian of the Holy Land, there's also a new unknown faction called the Great Khan. The Lost Empire is not interested in the trivial matters of the Milky Way, but the Great Khan is obviously not the Lost Empire. This is undoubtedly the biggest impact on the Milky Way. Some people believed that the Great Khan would cause an impact on the entire Milky Way and might even become a crisis for ordinary civilizations like them. However, if there were submissive views, there would naturally be opposing views. Great Khan. One heard that they were once the Raiders' civilization that extorted and begged everywhere in interstellar space. How can such trash be worthy of competing with us? That's true. Does anyone think that pirates can become the enemy of civilization? Are you kidding me? As a result, a series of news about the Great Khan quickly became the center of the online debate. According to the current rumors, the Great Khan had yet to appear, and an unknown number of Khan candidates were vying for the position. Unlike the idle netizens, the upper echelons of the civilization paid more attention to this matter. They would view any possible threat with caution, and they would know far more than ordinary people. They had already confirmed that 2 Khans were fighting for the position of the last Great Khan, and they even knew that one of them had an extremely special identity, the Prophet's Chosen One. This information was spread by idealistic civilizations. In order to obtain this information, the upper echelons of these civilizations had even reactivated their infiltration system after a long time, finally learning some secrets. And the Prophet's Chosen One was their biggest concern. How can there be such a lucky person in the world? As the Prophet's Chosen One, that unknown Khan can obtain the loyalty of the pilgrimage fleet from the Guardian of the Holy Land every once in a while. In the galaxy community, someone found this very unbelievable. He was none other than Hawkeye Khan, who represented the Duncan revival race in interstellar space. What he thought was the most unlikely had happened. His competitor had actually become some Prophet's Chosen One just by casually strolling around. The lost civilization fleet of the Guardian of the Holy Land was what he had been pursuing all his life. This was because he had once been stimulated by the powerful fleet of the Administrator. He had overcome thousands of difficulties and dangers to reach this step. He also thought that he was the child of destiny. After all, being able to sit in the position of Khan at such an age was enough to prove his means and luck. However, Lone Wolf's arrival shattered all of this. Now that Lone Wolf had the Guardian of the Holy Land's hidden backing, his chances of failure in the Great Khan's trial were infinitely reduced. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could tell which had more potential, the endless stream of the Lost Empire fleet or the common goods of the Milky Way. This matter is indeed worth discussing. We can set the direction of the Milky Way's energy market as an important focus. The battleships of the Lost Empire are not so easy to control. If that Khan wants to stock up the battleships to make the Milky Way submit one day in the future, the supply of energy is an impossible place to go around. Whether he chose to buy energy in secret or to rely on himself, this commotion will not be small. We can track down the corresponding clues. The one who spoke was the representative of the Seculus Vengeance Crusade. They had a lot of say in this matter. This was because they had once received a fleet as a reward from the administrator. They had put in a lot of effort to maintain these Lost Dynasty battleships. They knew very well what flaws the battleships of the Lost Empire under their control had. Therefore, the process of dealing with the Great Khan temporarily came to an end. According to the information they knew so far, the Great Khan was still far away from the entire Milky Way. They could put the importance of this matter behind them. What I'm about to say is more important. I think many people have already received the news in advance. A representative in charge of speaking stood in the middle of the Galaxy community venue and said, "Our exploration in the Silver Heart megastructure went very smoothly. So far, every civilization should have more or less gained something. Originally, I thought that this would be the new era of the Milky Way. We could use those lost technologies to help us reach the peak. However, we are not as united as we thought." The representative looked around before continuing, "According to our reliable information, someone has a bad idea about the Silent and the Civilization Annihilator's lost heritage and has even taken action. I think it's time to talk openly. The Milky Way doesn't need these vermin." The representative's words immediately caused an uproar in the entire venue. As for Hawkeye Khan, who had been personally present to observe the reactions of the representatives of the various civilizations, he also looked surprised on the surface, but in fact, he was already panicking in his heart. "That's not right. It's not time yet, and I haven't arranged for anyone to take action. Could it be that I've been discovered?" Hawkeye Khan only saw that the representative who attracted everyone's attention looked at the rows of other people and finally fixed his gaze on him, the representative behind him. "Stop pretending to be innocent. Pyro Alliance, your crimes are unforgivable." At this moment, the Pyro Alliance representative who was mentioned revealed a baffled expression. Chapter 218, War Excuse. "Stop pretending to be innocent, Pyro Alliance." The Pyro Alliance representative who was mentioned revealed a baffled expression. Although his civilization was indeed coveting the lost heritage, who wouldn't want to try the technology of the Lost Empire? However, the entire Milky Way civilization had the same attitude. Everyone had seen through each other and did not expose each other. Why did they suddenly find trouble today? The anger of the representative from the Pyro Alliance flashed for a moment before he quickly calmed down. Those who could attend the meeting in the Galaxy community were all the top figures of their civilizations. Each of them represented their own civilization. They would never be overconfident. At the same time, every word he said here was worth pondering. The representative from the Pyro Alliance did not think that the other party was joking. On the contrary, he sensed an extremely dangerous signal. The other party had openly raised his head in the meeting. He must have been prepared. The civilization behind him. One, remember that he was a vassal of the Conqueror Empire. That damned tyrant of authority still hasn't given up on the idea of hogging the lost heritage. The representative of the Pyro Alliance immediately thought of the Conqueror Empire, another civilization of the Council civilization that they had always disliked. This old powerful country that had the tendency to become the leader of the Milky Way civilization had already clashed with the Pyro Alliance many times in the Interstellar Congress. They had thought that the diplomatic game would continue like this, but the Conqueror Empire seemed to be no longer prepared to continue like this. They wanted to push forward the process. Their main target was naturally the Lost Heritage Rotation Plan, which had been rejected many times. Then, where's the evidence? There's no evidence with empty words. Don't tell me you want to convict a civilization with just your words. The Pyro Alliance representative calmed down and said sarcastically. Since the other party had come knocking on his door, he would take on whatever methods he had. However, the representative who slandered him smiled and revealed a meaningful expression. Why not? He pulled out a projection and placed a large number of documents that recorded the platform in front of everyone. Then, he said confidently, "This is a top-secret document that our brave warriors stole from the office of the leader of the Pyro Alliance. It records the complete plan of how to cause chaos in the Milky Way and then take the opportunity to take over the lost heritage. Not only that, but we also found evidence that the Pyro Alliance is developing weapons of mass destruction. Please take a look." As he spoke, he took out a bottle of reagent from his pocket. It contained a white powder of unknown composition. He flashed the item and put it back into his pocket. Then, he said righteously. This is a fungal spore similar to caterpillar fungus disease. It was found in a Pyro Alliance laboratory. Once it spreads, the consequences will be unimaginable. Who would have thought that the Pyro Alliance would be so good at disguising themselves that they could deceive all of us? The representative was still talking about the various misdeeds of the Pyro Alliance, as if such things had really happened. He even mentioned that the Pyro Alliance had destroyed the native civilization for experiments. Naturally, the representative from the Pyro Alliance scoffed at the groundless evidence. He felt that no one with a brain would believe that the representative was telling the truth. Since he was able to attend such a meeting, he could be considered a high-ranking member of the Pyro Alliance who had access to most confidential information. He had never heard of those slanders, and the evidence presented by the representative was full of loopholes. Take the so-called plan to cause chaos in the Milky Way for example. The words used were not even from the Pyro Alliance. The mass destruction spore weapon that was displayed in a hurry looked more like something called washing powder that some native civilizations used. These fakes were the reason why the representatives of the Pyro Alliance were so confident. However, following the impassioned speech of the representative from the Pyro Alliance, the expression on his face gradually changed from disdain to solemnity. In a corner that no one could see, he had already begun to send a message to his mother planet. It was not that he saw convincing evidence, but that he, who had a keen sense of politics, had already realized what the Conqueror Empire wanted to do. Based on the above, one believed that the Pyro Alliance is very suspicious. I suggest temporarily suspending its position as the Galaxy Council and letting the community organize a team of specialists to investigate. After the representative reprimanded the Pyro Alliance, he proposed a motion that would be vetoed by one vote. As expected, it was rejected by the Pyro Alliance's representative. However, this matter seemed to have been expected. After quietly waiting for the bill to be repealed, the representative suddenly began to beat his chest and say with a sorrowful expression, "The board of directors is unfair. They can't even respond to a normal request. Instead, they're using their power to cheat. Is the law still present in the council?" With that, he took out the withdrawal application that he had prepared in advance and threw it into the air, letting it turn into pages that fluttered in the sky. Coupled with his angry expression, he looked like a representative who had been treated unfairly and left angrily. "On behalf of my civilization, one now announce my departure from the Galaxy Council, a place that hides filth." After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving behind a group of representatives who had finished watching the performance. Even the slowest person could tell what this civilization, or the civilization behind it, wanted to do from this flawed performance. The Pyro Alliance's representative was not surprised by this. He quickly left the place and returned to report. After that, the era of peace under the Galaxy community finally came to an end. A civilization had declared war against one of the Galaxy Council's member civilizations, the Pyro Alliance. After the crisis of the civilization annihilator, the Galaxy community formulated a plan for recuperation, the most important of which was that the member civilizations were not allowed to attack each other. This plan, which was expected to last for more than 200 years, was still in effect, preventing the friction between civilizations from rising. However, someone had broken this constraint. They were a vassal civilization of the Conqueror Empire. Since they were no longer members of the community, they could declare war without any restrictions. As their ruling civilization, the Conqueror Empire had also found a good excuse to participate in the war. On the surface, the Conqueror Empire was a mediator, but in reality, they were colluding with each other. They wanted to completely defeat the Pyro Alliance so that they would no longer be able to obstruct them in the community. This was part of the Conqueror Empire's plan. They would weaken their opponents through all kinds of interference in the vassal wars until the Galaxy community became a monopoly. Their emperor would be the first emperor of the Galaxy Imperium. Chapter 219, The Secret of the Conqueror Empire. The rest of the people in the Milky Way were still living their daily lives. Other than the increasingly fierce online scolding war, there were no actual fluctuations due to the rise of the war between the two civilizations. The native civilizations would ignore the conflicts between the same species even before the completion of the planet's unification, let alone the interstellar civilizations that were even more estranged from each other. The Conqueror Empire had made good use of their vassal civilizations to create a huge public opinion attack. A large number of video clips and expert explanations were taken out of context. The most eye-catching one was naturally the reagent bottle containing the white powder. The image of the vassal civilization's representative holding the small bottle and passing by was widely reposted, and rumors of the so-called weapons of mass destruction were also spreading like wildfire. After all, the caterpillar fungus disease was still one of the painful history of the Milky Way. Many families were still falling apart amidst the spreading fungal spores. After that crisis, there were even some extremists who had serious prejudice and discrimination against the fungus civilization in the Milky Way. They believed that those intelligent fungi would be inspired by the crisis and become a threat to the Milky Way someday in the future. Although this fungi threat theory was despised by rational people, it could still be seen that the people were afraid of approaching the threat. It was also because of this that when the news that the Pyro Alliance was developing weapons of mass destruction suspected to be fungal spores spread from an authoritative organization like the Galaxy Community, what greeted them wasn't doubt, but verbal abuse. There would always be people who would only want to see what they wanted to see. Even if there was 99% evidence that the Pyro Alliance had nothing to do with this matter, those people would still only believe the 1% evidence. This group of people often had the advantage in public opinion battles because they were more eloquent and had excellent storytelling skills. However, the truly wise ones were unwilling to argue, which made this group of people seem to represent everyone. But in fact, the civilization government did not change because of the pressure of these people. Diplomacy was still a game of art. In the Milky Way, the most popular voice was still hoping to sit down and negotiate peacefully, resolving the dispute through diplomatic means. The only real war that broke out was when the Pyro Alliance led their protected natives to fight against the Conqueror Empire and their vassal civilizations. The Star Alliance, which had always been on the same side as the Pyro Alliance, did not intervene. The Conqueror Empire used diplomatic means to force some civilizations to exert considerable pressure on the Star Alliance. Although the Star Alliance declared their neutrality on the surface, they still established a secret supply line for the Pyro Alliance in the name of native relief supplies. Hence, for a period of time, the Pyro Alliance and the Conqueror Empire, who had used the excuse of mediating the war to participate in the war, won and lost. However, the Conqueror Empire, which had a stronger foundation, mostly won. This veteran interstellar space empire relied on sucking the blood of its vassal civilizations to maintain a considerable amount of production capacity. Even with the support of the Stars Alliance, the Pyro Alliance was still somewhat powerless. Compared to the proper interstellar civilization vassals under the Conqueror Empire, it was very difficult for the native civilizations under the Pyro Alliance's protection to play a role in this kind of interstellar war. Among them, those with better development could still take on a portion of the Pyro Alliance's calculation tasks. As for those native civilizations that were still in the steam era or even lower-level primitive eras, there was no hope at all. A large portion of the Pyro Alliance's current battlefront was maintained by a race that had once received their guidance and ascended to interstellar space. The civilization of this race had been accompanied by a huge space behemoth when they were born. After a long period of development, they gradually learned how to talk to that space behemoth. That space behemoth was called a space dragon. As its cubs were hatching in the hands of that civilization, it would now obey certain orders and go to the Pyro Alliance's territory to destroy the invading Conqueror Empire battleships. Meanwhile, this space dragon's powerful combat strength could finally allow the Pyro Alliance to maintain the stability of the battle line, allowing them to temporarily stand on par with the Conqueror Empire. However, everyone knew that this was not a long-term plan. In fact, as long as the Pyro Alliance was dragged into the quagmire of war, the Conqueror Empire's goal would be achieved. The trapped Pyro Alliance would have no time or ability to take care of the Galaxy Community. This period of time was enough for the Conqueror Empire to complete many of its goals. Therefore, in the absence of the Pyro Alliance, another meeting of the Galaxy Community was convened. In this meeting, only 2 of the 4 Council civilizations came. All the representatives knew the reason why the Pyro Alliance didn't come. As for the other Servant Paradise, they were already used to it. Time's up. The remaining absentees will automatically be considered to have abstained from voting in this meeting. The representative of the Conqueror Empire suddenly spoke when the clock pointed at a specific time. He quickly stood up and walked to the front of the stage. According to the on-call schedule, the Pyro Alliance should be the host this time. However, due to well-known reasons, they can't come. Therefore, the host's order has been postponed according to the program. In that case, on behalf of our great Emperor, I hereby announce that this Galaxy meeting has officially begun. His words drew a round of applause. This group of representatives was not usually so enthusiastic. Perhaps this was already proof of the Conqueror Empire's diplomatic strength in this meeting. They're determined to achieve their goal. One wonder how much diplomatic support they've spent. Perhaps all the favors they've accumulated have been used here. The representative of the Star Alliance thought to himself. He felt that he had a great responsibility this time. After the applause, the representative of the Conqueror Empire spent a long time making a supreme etiquette similar to pilgrimage, which meant that he was equivalent to the Emperor himself. His Majesty has brought his decree. He has seen through the nature of the struggle in the galaxy and found a solution to the disagreement. It's the best and most useful way to bring glory to the entire Milky Way. The community is loose and inefficient. Only by focusing on one body can we help the entire Milky Way advance. Therefore, my first topic is to abolish the galaxy community, and establish the Galaxy Imperium. As soon as the Conqueror Empire's heavyweight proposal came out, it did not cause a huge commotion. It seemed that many civilizations had already colluded in this matter. The representative of the Star Alliance was also in disbelief because the Conqueror Empire skipped the Galaxy Community reform that was once conceived and directly advanced to the Galaxy Imperium, which was totally unexpected. What he could not understand even more was why such a proposal was approved by so many civilizations. Logically speaking, no matter how big the favor was, it was impossible for civilizations to give up their sovereignty, right? The representative of the Star Alliance instantly realized that the Conqueror Empire must have some kind of secret that was enough to make people submit to them. Only then could they force the other civilizations to acknowledge them. Meanwhile, in the parent galaxy of the Conqueror Empire, a strange barrier planet was revolving around the star as usual. It was one of the treasures of the Conqueror Empire. They had spent a long time and effort to finally obtain a portion of it. It was a strange battleship made of irregular metal structures. Chapter 220, Treasure and Gift. While the galaxy community was still arguing about the establishment of the Galaxy Imperium, the Emperor of the Conqueror Empire had already begun his fleet inspection ceremony. At this moment, in the sky above the Conqueror Empire's mother planet, countless huge fleets were sailing majestically. Even though they were in the middle of a nominal mediation war with the Pyro Alliance, the Emperor who was born in the Purple Chamber was still in the mood to conduct a grand inspection ceremony. By the way, the fleet under inspection would not set off for the front line after the ceremony. They were the Emperor's personal fleet, which occupied more than 50% of the Conqueror Empire's battleships. They were wherever the Emperor was. It was unknown which Emperor it was, but the number of Guardian fleets increased, and the proportion also increased, until it became a burden to the entire civilization. The Emperor, who was afraid of death, had created all this. He needed an absolutely invincible power to ensure his personal safety. As for this burden, it was passed on to the vassals. The unbelievably exorbitant taxes provided enough supplies for the Conqueror Empire to maintain its strength on the surface. However, this power also bred corruption and depravity. The Conqueror Empire had long entered the decline in the sense of civilization. When a civilization no longer had any progressive people, it meant that the path of civilization was about to come to an end. This kind of situation often happened to civilizations that had entered interstellar space for a period of time and experienced a big technological explosion. The impact of high technology was unimaginable. The convenience brought by alien culture and technology could easily breed a culture of entertainment to death. Often, it would only take a few hundred years, or even less than 100 years, for the entire civilization to stagnate and then decline until it was destroyed by internal and external factors. Therefore, how to increase the cohesion of the entire civilization had always been what the Milky Way civilization was constantly pursuing. It was to prevent similar situations and gather the power of the entire civilization to rush to a higher level when things were stagnant. Because of this, the leaders of the Milky Way civilization were envious of the Beehive civilization and the artificial intelligence civilization to varying degrees. They would definitely not entertain themselves to death. The entire civilization operated with a single will. This seemed to be the end of civilization. Judging from this possibility, the Conqueror Empire was quite similar. Their emperor was truly their will. He wielded supreme authority, and his every word and action represented the entire civilization. However, it was obvious that this single will only looked similar on the surface. In reality, the meaning was completely different. The Conqueror Empire had long fallen into a decadent life. It clearly did not have the fate of a lost empire, but it had the illness of a lost empire. The emperor, who stood at the peak of civilization, had contributed greatly to this because they were the first to fall. The fleets flying on the mother planet of the Conqueror Empire came wave after wave. When the largest fleet arrived, the entire planet seemed to erupt with cheers. Those who could live on the mother planet were the nobles of the Conqueror Empire. Even their slaves doubted the glory from the bottom of their hearts. However, this was not the main point of the cheer. The main point was the strange battleships that were surrounded by the fleet. It was a type of flying geometric block made up of a large number of regular or irregular geometric objects. It looked extremely strange. It was completely different from all the Milky Way battleship models. Generally speaking, the battleship model of civilization would be related to their race. For example, the spaceship of the Beehive civilization usually had a large number of biological tissues, while the entire spaceship of the artificial intelligence civilization was a sub-body. It was hard to imagine what the civilization that created the flying geometric blocks looked like and what their characteristics were. However, there was one thing that was beyond doubt, and that was that these battleships were unexpectedly powerful. The Conqueror Empire's scientists believed that the technology used in this battleship was at least on the same level as the Lost Empires, and this had become the basis for their arrogance recently. With the help of this batch of battleships found on a special planet, they successfully fabricated a lie. A lie that they controlled a lost heritage. They deliberately let the infiltrators of other civilizations discover these things, and in one of their experiments, they revealed that these battleships were even more powerful than the Lost Empire as an invisible deterrent. The subsequent development was very simple. Under the dual diplomatic methods of threats and promises of remuneration, the Conqueror Empire obtained a batch of diplomatic support that was enough to determine whether the proposal was passed or not. The biggest obstacle, the Pyro Alliance, had also been dragged into the quagmire by them with groundless charges. As for the Weak Star Alliance, there was nothing to be afraid of. Only Servant Paradise had uncertainties. However, the Conqueror Empire was not worried about this. Their rapidly expanding ambitions had long made them unwilling to be restricted to the galaxy community. If they did not pass through this time, they would pull a large number of civilizations out of the community and establish their own. Right now, the Conqueror Empire was still trying to reform the community through diplomatic means, but the emperor who was born as a bastard had always attached importance to legitimacy and wanted to succeed the community and become the Galaxy Imperium. As for the strange battleships that had given them great help, they had to start from the strange barrier planet in their parent galaxy. The Milky Way was no stranger to barrier planets. Peg Chati, who had once been a racist clean freak, was imprisoned there. Every civilization more or less knew about this thing. The former mother planet of the Conqueror Empire was not here, but a certain queen in their history believed that this barrier planet in this galaxy was a treasure bestowed to her by the heavens, so she re-established her mother planet here and continued to this day. At first, the scientists had not been able to do much about the barrier covering the planet's surface. However, perhaps due to the power of time, the barrier had recently loosened, giving the Conqueror Empire an opportunity. After some exploration, they finally opened a small hole in the barrier and maintained it for several hours. Although the barrier was finally sealed again, the Conqueror Empire had discovered many things on the planet in the past few hours. That strange battleship was one of them. The Conqueror Empire was currently studying a second discovery from the barrier planet, a strange signal. At that moment, Li Wenyuan, who had reached a new stage in his exploration of the outer Stargate Silver Heart world, discovered some information in a museum-like area of the Eternal World. Museum Encyclopedia, Owl Planet in Milky Way. This was the encyclopedia introduction to special planets. There was even a picture attached to this message. In the center of the picture was a mysterious barrier planet wrapped in a barrier. Chapter 221, We Seem to Be in Trouble. Museum Encyclopedia, Owl Planet in the Milky Way. Introduction, Owl planets have many similarities with mechanical planets. At present, many owl planets have been discovered in the Milky Way. This star in the numbered data damage galaxy has become the museum's collection. Those who are interested can visit it with a certificate. In an area that looked like a museum in the Eternal World, Li Wenyuan found such a record. There were many similar records. Li Wenyuan even saw an old garden robot display. This was indeed a museum. However, a museum from the Interstellar era, or rather, a museum of humans from that era, had the charm of the Interstellar era. A planet becoming a museum collection was something he had never imagined before. Even though I couldn't bring the planet itself into the museum, it's still shocking enough. Li Wenyuan was a little emotional. The collection in this museum once again proved that humans were once boring. As for why he paid attention to this message, it was because he had detected the keywords in it. Owl Planet was one of the keywords he had set for himself. If any scanning equipment under his control found information of similar meaning, he would instantly know. Li Wenyuan was no stranger to this unique type of planet. He had come into contact with similar planets in the observation terminal galaxy before. The planetary machine constantly monitoring the Milky Way was such a planet, and in the classification of humans, there were not many planets that could be called AL planets. The information storage device left in the museum area had not completely failed. In the introduction of the collection, one could still see the secondary introduction of the highlighted words through certain operations. Planet classification, AL planet. Introduction, this is an extremely special planet. At first, scientists debated whether to classify it as a mechanical planet, but in the end, they chose to retain the classification set by the creator of this planet, AL planet. Remark: the artificial intelligence residing on the planet itself is too retarded. It is just a simple program. We prefer to call it artificial intelligence. It is difficult to imagine how the foreign civilization that created these planets understands artificial intelligence. The secondary introduction of AL planet did not seem to be a science at all. The words were filled with human disdain. However, Li Wenyuan could still see that the most special thing about these planets was that their creators came from outside the Milky Way. Unlike refugees like Prez Olin, the creators came here and modified it artificially. They might even have brought the AL planet directly. The observation terminal exists to monitor the entire galaxy, so what are the other AL planets for? From the information records, there seem to be many similar planets in the Milky Way. Li Wenyuan thought about this matter with great interest. At present, he already knew the existence of two AL planets, one of which was the observation terminal, and the other was the collection of this museum. The main reason why he was so interested in this was that the group of planet creators seemed to be in existence that was even older than humans. They had extremely high technological standards before humans had made their mark. Will they be the ultimate threat that mankind has to give up on the motherland of the Milky Way and keep pursuing? Li Wenyuan had such a thought, but he felt that something was wrong. He had never seen such a cosmic threat with an electronic protection level that was not even as good as a garden robot. If they were really that scary, then humans would have been discovered and dealt with long ago when they were stirring up trouble in the galaxy, instead of progressing to the point where the curtain covered the galaxy. However, this kind of planet might be related to the active purification agreement. When I was at the observation terminal, I was attacked by those strange battleships that seemed to be compatible with it. Although Li Wenyuan didn't think that there was anything special about a planet that was a museum collection, he decided to look for the AL planet that was recorded out of the idea of scanning the whole set. Because the name and coordinates of the galaxy he was in were in a data corruption state, Li Wenyuan returned to the Lost Empire mission which he had not used for a long time. The observation terminal did allow him to see the entire galaxy at a glance, but now that the central processing unit had not been repaired, it was still too difficult for him to simultaneously process a huge amount of data equivalent to the galaxy itself. He could directly obtain all the information in a certain galaxy through the observation terminal, but the prerequisite for doing so was that he had to know which galaxy he wanted to see. Li Wenyuan didn't know the galaxy where the AL planet was located, but he believed that the people of the Milky Way would have relevant clues. Thus, a long-awaited signal quickly spread throughout the entire Milky Way, including the Pyro Alliance which was currently at war. Although the Conqueror Empire tried to block the channels of the Pyro Alliance to obtain information from the outside world as much as possible, it was obvious that they could not stop the powerful signal from the Administrator. Before long, everyone knew that the Administrator was looking for a barrier planet. Such a unique planet was rare in the entire Milky Way, and those that were known only had one observation station built above the planet to conduct sociological observations. Not just anyone could undo the barrier. The planetary barrier created by the planetary obliteration weapons, the Angel of Peace, could not be undone even by the civilization that created the Angel of Peace. Civilizations always had extremely advanced ideas on how to destroy others, but they had almost no solutions to the mess they left behind. Some civilizations tried to control the barrier planet and wait for the day when the technology was enough to break the barrier. However, after 100 years or even 1,000 years, almost all civilizations gave up waiting. Instead of looking forward to a barrier planet with unknown contents, it was better to set his sights on exploring the starry sky further away. The Pyro Alliance had coincidentally unlocked the barrier of a planet inhabited by Mysophobia. This was unprecedented in the Milky Way. Therefore, when the news that the Administrator was looking for a barrier planet spread, everyone became enthusiastic. After all, the barrier planet was useless to them, but the reward of the Administrator was very useful. Therefore, the Conqueror Empire, which had also received the Administrator mission information, had a little change. When a scientist from the Royal Academy of Sciences of the Conqueror Empire heard the news, he immediately stopped his experiment and said to his colleague in the same room, "We seem to be in trouble." Chapter 222, The Ghost Signal. We seem to be in trouble. That lost robotic empire has lost its mind and issued a mission to find a barrier planet. We will soon become the target of everyone. The scientist from the Conqueror Empire gave such a warning. Their families were nobles in the empire, and only this status allowed them to work in the Royal Research Institute, which was regarded as the core of the empire. Although the Conqueror Empire was a civilization that practiced absolute monarchism, and the emperor was the supreme authority of the entire civilization, education was still highly valued in the civilization. The nobles of the empire were not all good for nothing. The nobles who enjoyed generous resources and concentrated treatment were obviously more cultured than the other lower classes, especially the emperor. The imperial power of the Conqueror Empire had become eternal in the technological and cultural environment. All the possible successors had received the strictest, even cruel, imperial education. Generally speaking, every emperor of the Conqueror Empire would theoretically be a wise, mighty, and infallible saint monarch. However, the real situation was often not like this. The corruption brought about by time was far more profound than they had imagined. The rigid system and concentrated selfish desires were the main culprits that led to their decline. The technology of the Conqueror Empire was not enough to achieve immortality. More than one emperor was already doing something stupid like finding the elixir of immortality, something only native emperors would do. If it weren't for the fact that there were a few saint monarchs who had managed to operate a powerful military force for the Conqueror Empire, the Conqueror Empire would have long fallen into decline. Although the Conqueror's empire was the most powerful civilization in the Milky Way, it was just the afterglow of the sunset. Then, did no one in the civilization realize this problem? The answer was definitely yes, but those people either subconsciously ignored this matter or did not want to change it at all. After all, the normal decline of a civilization often took thousands of years, and the moment of its end was not theirs yet. They could totally hypnotize themselves that the Imperium was in its heyday and follow their own desires. What did the destruction of the Imperium thousands or even tens of thousands of years later have to do with them? It was a pity that civilization itself was declining, but its strength was increasing instead of decreasing. The special battleships they obtained from the barrier planet became the source of their confidence, and more people in the empire saw this barrier planet as a part of their civilization. Even the emperor was the same. The entire Milky Way should belong to the emperor. The emperor pitted the people's hardships and gave the other starfields to his subjects to manage. Now, this group of people was actually ungrateful and wanted to go against their emperor for the orders of a group of iron cans. A scientist from the Royal Academy of Sciences spoke out indignantly. His words were full of abuse and hatred, and he looked like a close minister of the emperor. When the other scientists learned about this scientist, they all sighed in their hearts and ignored his anger. Instead, they were worried about how to help the dynasty survive this crisis. Unlike other scientists who had received noble education from a young age and could maintain a stable mentality at all times, this scientist was promoted from the lower class. Although he was talented and intelligent, under the distorted education and cultural environment, he had become a fanatic fan of the emperor. As long as it involved the emperor, he would be excited. The other scientists saw it even more clearly. They knew very well that the administrator would not randomly give out missions. Based on past experience, after the mission issued by the administrator was submitted, the lost robotic empire would personally verify the authenticity of the matter. Such a civilization wanted to find a barrier planet and even mobilized the entire Milky Way for it. The Conqueror Empire didn't think that the news of their barrier planet couldn't reach the administrator. At that time, regardless of whether the administrator just wanted to take a look or wanted to attack the barrier planet, it would be a huge blow to the emperor's dignity and the empire's face. Moreover, we happen to have something here that will definitely attract the administrator. A scientist from the Conqueror Empire was pessimistic. As he muttered to himself, a set of comparison data instantly appeared in front of the group of scientists. This is a mission that the administrator had once issued, look for a special spaceship of this style. The data comparison map instantly shrunk and was replaced by a blurry image. This picture came from a search mission of the administrator. It recorded a strange battleship made of geometric metal blocks. As they could not find it for a long time, this mission gradually faded out of the vision of the Milky Way civilization and was soon forgotten. But now, some scientists had a flash of inspiration. They compared the mission information of the administrator and quickly found similarities with the battleships that were made of regular or irregular geometry. Although they were not 100% sure that the two types of battleships represented the same civilization, the similarity of some key nodes was enough for these scientists to treat them as the same thing. They believed that the administrator's targets included the strange battleships that were already under their control, and the barrier planet was one of them. They had two things that the administrator was interested in at the same time. Sooner or later, they would meet the administrator. The price that those who threatened the other civilizations to support the Galaxy Imperium at the conference was that they had already exposed the barrier planet and the Weird Fleet. Even though they seemed to be the most powerful in the Milky Way, they were very clear about the level of the administrator. It was not difficult for one civilization to defeat 10 of them. If it wasn't necessary, they didn't want to have any conflict with the administrator. You all know the Emperor's temper. We can't just bring bad news to him. The scientists of the Conqueror Empire began to have a headache about how to minimize the risk of the matter. However, one of the scientists who had been immersed in research suddenly exclaimed, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. He ignored the heavy atmosphere in the laboratory and announced his discovery enthusiastically. "Hey! Guys, look what I found! Do you still remember the strange signal found on the barrier planet? From the very beginning, I noticed that those signals were somewhat familiar, as if I had seen them not long ago. The facts prove that my guess is correct. That signal is extremely similar to the ghost signal that the administrator sent out when it was abnormal. They seem to be products of the same origin." Chapter 223, Another Guess. "Guys, I found something. That signal is extremely similar to the ghost signal that the administrator sent out when it was abnormal. They seem to be products of the same origin." The scientist from the Conqueror Empire looked expectantly at his colleagues in the same room as him, as if he wanted to hear their congratulations. However, the heavy atmosphere around him soon made the scientist realize that something was wrong, and he immediately checked the recent situation in the Atilki Way. After a while, the joy that he had just obtained turned into a cloud of worry. It seemed that there was only distress in this place. "To be honest, your discovery only made us more certain that the administrator is related to this barrier planet, but it doesn't seem to bring us a solution. His Majesty must know that the administrator will come sooner or later and is still waiting for us to come up with a solution. You all know that the Lord has always cared about his reputation. If the barrier planet that is regarded as the pearl of the Imperium is pointed at by outsiders, there was no need to say how he would react, right?" The oldest of the scientists sighed and said helplessly. "The grievance brought about by swallowing the administrator will eventually turn into anger and vent it on us." Everyone sighed again. They were all secretly complaining about why the lost robotic empire wanted to hinder them at this juncture. "Forget it, he can only try his best to steer the meaning of this matter in a direction that will not make him so embarrassed. Clearly, the administrator will leave after a little exploration, but who asked our dear Emperor to place so much importance on this planet?" In the end, the Emperor's think tank provided a suggestion. They took the initiative to inform the administrator of the coordinates of the barrier planet in exchange for a reward and packaged it as conducting joint research with the administrator. The humiliated Emperor of the Conqueror Empire took a long time to calm down, but before he flew into a rage, he had already actively sent the coordinates of the barrier planet to the administrator. After all, there were quite a few people who knew that there was a barrier planet in their parent galaxy, and there was also a certain proportion of infiltrators from other civilizations. They had once used these alien infiltrators to show other civilizations the lost technology they controlled. Now, they needed to swallow this bitter fruit and actively volunteer the coordinates of the planet before other civilizations. This was the unfairness brought about by the difference in strength. If the target was the Lost Empire, even a first-tier civilization in the Milky Way would have to give in. It turned out that the Conqueror Empire's decision-making was very fast and efficient. Their information had indeed reached Li Wenyuan's hands first. Li Wenyuan released the quest to find the barrier planet. The quest was open to all, as long as it was a barrier planet, and only the first one of the same coordinates could be rewarded. Therefore, in the period after he issued the mission, the most information about the coordinates was in the home system of the Conqueror Empire, and the first messenger was the Conqueror Empire itself. Oh! It is actually in this civilization's parent galaxy. This slight abnormality piqued Li Wenyuan's interest. The Milky Way was so big, and it was rare to see a civilization with such a special barrier planet in the mother galaxy. Either the existence of the barrier planet itself gave birth to a civilization in this galaxy, or the civilization thought that the barrier planet was unique and did not hesitate to reset the mother planet of the civilization. Either way, it meant that the barrier planet was very special. It might really be the museum planet that he was looking for. Since that's the case, let's go and take a look. We might be able to discover something. With that in mind, Li Wenyuan set a new target for a research spaceship that was exploring the vicinity of the Conqueror Empire and sent it to the parent galaxy of the Conqueror Empire. The civilizations that had not been able to beat the Conqueror Empire to it began to lament, regretting that they had not made a decision earlier. Some people were regretting it, while others were gloating over it. The Star Alliance, which was resisting the increasing diplomatic pressure from the Conqueror Empire on its own, was one of those gloating people. Not awesome? I heard that if you want to go to your parent galaxy, you have to pay a great tribute to the Emperor and make a great contribution to the civilization. Your Emperor must have placed great importance on etiquette, right? How about it? Are you interested in letting the administrator go through the process? The representative of the Star Alliance said to the representative of the Conqueror Empire cheerfully. His words were full of sarcasm. Even though the Conqueror Empire would become stronger after receiving the administrator's reward, a small lost empire fleet, the representatives of the Star Alliance would not let go of this opportunity to discuss them. Even if the Conqueror Empire did abolish the galaxy community and establish the Galaxy Imperium, everybody would still remember that no matter how glorious they were, they had to be respectful when the administrator was in trouble. The representative from the Conqueror Empire, who had been ridiculed, replied with an unchanged expression. His Majesty is merciful and can't bear to see the civilizations of the Milky Way fighting over the lost technology. He specially invited the administrator to come and explore the secrets of the barrier planet together. I've let you all understand the art of language. It was clearly still in a break period, but the community was still very lively, as if it was a huge forum for people who were tolerant and opposed to exchanging opinions. There were people who had a strong sense of existence, and there were also nameless people who had been hiding from the beginning to the end. Hawkeye Khan had once again disguised himself as a representative to attend the community meeting. It was hard to understand why he had to be present many times for something that could be done by his subordinates. Perhaps it was only because he liked to do so. After receiving the education of a Void Realm expert and becoming the only candidate for the Great Khan, a certain superior mentality unconsciously existed in the Khan's heart. He liked to see this group of Milky Way idiots arguing endlessly over some trivial matters, so as to satisfy his sense of superiority as the future Milky Way Emperor. Therefore, while the Milky Way civilization was focusing on the system struggle, this Khan was thinking about something deeper. He felt that as the future Great Khan, he needed to see further than the others. The informant's information mentioned that the team of scientists under the false emperor seemed to have discovered a special type of signal on the barrier planet. It is very similar to the administrator's ghost signal. It might be a product of the same origin. However, it's merely similar. Could it be that the administrator isn't the only one who knows how to use the ghost signal? As the Hawkeye Khan pondered over this matter, he seemed to have a faint premonition of a certain end in the future. Compared to such an ending, his dreams of the Galaxy Imperium and the Great Khan did not seem to be that important. Chapter 224, This is a Cultural Relic. When Li Wenyuan's spaceship was heading toward the home system of the Conqueror Empire, the Pyro Alliance, which was at war, received the same news. Was it that tyrant who first provided information to the administrator? The leader of the Pyro Alliance frowned. He felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. Although the Conqueror Empire had tried its best to block the information sources of the Pyro Alliance, the galaxy was so big that it was impossible to stop an interstellar civilization from obtaining external information without some advanced black technologies. The Pyro Alliance did not lose contact with the Milky Way for too long. Other than the frequent assassinations, which temporarily stopped sending people to participate in the galaxy community, the Pyro Alliance was no different from usual. Therefore, when they realized that the enemy's attacks had slowed down recently, they instantly noticed that the mission issued by the administrator had also changed. There was a barrier planet in their enemy's parent galaxy, and the relevant coordinates and information were also informed to the administrator. If nothing unexpected happened, their already powerful enemy would soon receive a reward fleet from the administrator, and this might be the last straw to change the balance of victory. We once controlled a barrier planet, but why is it that other people can use the barrier planet to exchange for rewards, while we can only start a group of disgusting race misophobia from under the barrier? A diplomat from the Pyro Alliance was deeply saddened by this. He always felt that fate seemed to treat people unfairly. Now was the crucial moment of the war, and a little help could be of great help on the battlefield, let alone the Lost Empire's fleet. The diplomat really couldn't understand why they always encountered bad luck, while their opponents all seemed to be lucky. However, unlike the cynical diplomat, the leader of the Pyro Alliance did not think that it was a good thing. Which tyrant would stoop so low just for a small fleet of the Lost Empire that could not analyze the technology? As he thought about it, he was deeply suspicious of the truth of this matter. The Pyro Alliance did not know much about the Conqueror Empire, which would be their opponent in the near future. The war had spurred the infiltration and confrontation in the dark, and the young Pyro Alliance did not gain much from this. However, they all knew that the Emperor of the Conqueror Empire was a person who valued his face. According to the intel, there were more than 100 official titles for the Emperor within the civilization, and there were quite a few titles with similar meanings such as Ruler of the Atilki Way and Keeper of the Universe. Although he didn't say it explicitly, this Emperor clearly regarded the Milky Way as his own. Some clues could be seen from the words and deeds of the Emperor's representative in the galaxy community. The words that the Emperor's representative used to address the representatives of other civilizations were translated as public officials. The leader of the Pyro Alliance knew that the Emperor truly believed that the entire world was under his territory. Such thoughts had been deeply ingrained in the genes of the rulers of the Conqueror Empire. The leader of the Pyro Alliance did not believe that such an emperor would put down his self-esteem, even if it was a lost empire. According to the news from the Star Alliance, the Conqueror Empire seems to have received a lot of diplomatic support. They should have used up all their favors long ago. For such a situation to occur, they must have used coercion or trading methods. Judging from the flow of market resources of the vassals, the Conqueror Empire did not suddenly exploit the vassals to obtain resources. It is even more wishful thinking for the nobles who hardly produce to bear the cost of the transaction. So, it is because the Conqueror Empire suddenly has a certain deterrence that is enough to force the other civilizations to submit. The leader of the Pyro Alliance was having a headache. Currently, their information channels did not know how powerful the Conqueror Empire was. This enemy civilization seemed to have paid special attention to their infiltrators, preventing them from receiving any information. On the contrary, those civilizations that were not so good at infiltration became the window for the Conqueror Empire to show their strength. Without their knowledge, they fell to their opponents under deterrence. However, we are certain that this barrier planet has something to do with the powerful deterrence that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The administrator's mission might have just happened to happen. The Emperor knows that their secret has already been leaked. There will definitely be a civilization that knows about it that will inform the administrator about the coordinates. In order to maximize his interests, he had no choice but to put down his face. However, would that Emperor really be so honest? How many times had he felt aggrieved because of the administrator? Can he still endure it? The leader of the Pyro Alliance was actually looking forward to it because he felt that the Emperor of the Conqueror Empire would definitely do something unexpected. At this moment, Li Wenyuan's research spaceship passed through layers of space and arrived at the parent galaxy of the Conqueror Empire. There were 2 colony planets in this galaxy, but they were not in the habitable zone at all. It was obvious that they had been artificially modified. The technology used was also very clumsy. Li Wenyuan lost interest in it after a glance and removed it from the list of human relics. Because the environmental transformation there was not complete, a large number of planet-level facilities were needed to maintain the ecology. However, it was a planet that was not suitable for long-term settlement, but it had an extremely large population. Moreover, from the living environment, they were all nobles. No one in interstellar space would place a large army on such a planet because the ecological maintenance fee was an unimaginable astronomical figure. However, the Conqueror Empire did so. As for the manpower and resources needed for maintenance, they naturally came from their vassal civilizations. Li Wenyuan's focus was still on a special planet in the galaxy, a barrier planet. From the perspective of space, it was difficult to confirm if this was the collection planet mentioned in the museum area of the Eternal World. When he entered the galaxy, Li Wenyuan did not receive any messages like detected. It could be that the barrier itself prevented the transmission of signals from the inner planet, or it could simply be that this was not his target. The glowing barrier blocked most of the direct observation. To truly analyze this barrier planet, further exploration was needed. Without thinking much, Li Wenyuan's research spaceship prepared to approach the barrier planet. However, at this moment, a fleet of the Conqueror Empire suddenly sailed past the barrier planet. It looked like a wall had been built between the barrier planet and the research spacecraft. The most eye-catching ones were the strange geometric battleships that were obviously not in the style of the Conqueror Empire. This kind of battleship roamed in the void, emitting a sense of loss and terrifying energy fluctuations. Only one research spaceship? How arrogant! Then let's give this lost robotic empire a little interstellar shock. The Emperor of the Conqueror Empire gave the order calmly and then ordered the battleship operators under him to start setting off fireworks. Although he was very displeased that the old thing known as the administrator could enter and leave his court as he pleased, since the newcomer only had a small spaceship, he did not mind using these powerful battleships to show his strength. He felt that even if he couldn't compare to the Lost Empire, with that kind of battleship, he might be able to give the entire galaxy a little shock. Thus, the strange battleships formed by irregular geometric bodies popped out something that looked like a cannon muzzle from their flat surface. The rapidly rising energy index showed the power of this cannon. This was already more powerful than the energy fluctuation of the Titan battleship's main cannon, which was commonly seen in the Milky Way, and this was only one of the main cannons on the geometric battleship. Even if the Conqueror Empire wanted to use it to set off fireworks, the energy was enough to cause great damage even if it just brushed past. However, just as the Emperor was confidently anticipating the entire Milky Way to be shocked by the Empire's strength, Li Wenyuan had a strange feeling. The barrier planet seemed to have been cut off from detection by the barrier, but these strange geometric battleships that had left the barrier could be detected normally. An ordinary signal was received by him when the battleship appeared. He immediately translated it. Collection number, Prototype Battleship of the Cleaner 4.6-62. Introduction, Actor Prototype Ship. After many attempts, it has now become a collection of this museum. Remark, according to the XXXXX Protection Act, this type of battleship has become a first-class cultural relic under the protection of civilization. Those who damage it with malicious intent will be sent to the Void Realm and will work for 30 to 60 years depending on the degree of damage. Remember, this is a cultural relic. Chapter 225, A Little Shock from the Administrator. It's the Cleaner battleship. Then you've indeed come to the right place. After discovering that there was a battleship in this galaxy that was similar to the observation terminal stationed there, Li Wenyuan was sure that this was the place he was looking for. Not only that, but the introduction and remarks of this batch of cleaners had mentioned many times that these battleships were antiques and were collected cultural relics. Such a state meant that the planet mentioned in the museum area of the Eternal World was this one. This made Li Wenyuan, who had found his destination on his first contact, a little happy. But then, he began to be wary of one thing. Would these scavenger battleships be in a hostile state like the ones in the observation terminal? From what he knew so far, the Cleaner battleship seemed to have been infected and was no longer under the management of Li Wenyuan's administration matrix. According to his speculation, the active purification center might have caused all this. If that was the case, then it was not impossible that there were still many uncontrollable scavenger battleships in the Milky Way. Immediately, Li Wenyuan noticed that the Cleaner battleships and the surrounding Conqueror Empire battleships were in a state of firing. Unusual energy fluctuations were gathering in the main cannons of those battleships. Although he did not receive any news that the research spacecraft was locked on, he still took it seriously. After all, it was a battleship related to the active purification agreement. It was always right to pay more attention to it. Besides, he hadn't received any explanation or warning from the Conqueror Empire about this scene. He had reason to suspect that the active purification agreement had already taken control of this place. Therefore, the Emperor of the Conqueror Empire, who was still looking forward to giving the administrator a little interstellar shock, suddenly received an alert from his subordinates that a large number of unknown signal sources were approaching. This warning came too urgently, and it was sent to the Emperor without following the usual etiquette. The Emperor, who was already in a bad mood and was looking forward to a shocking performance to improve his mood, had an even uglier expression on his face. "What's going on? My dear minister, what do you think?" Although the Emperor was still addressing the minister beside him as his dear minister, in reality, he directly threw the physical warning document at the minister's face, his expression full of danger. The minister put away the alert document as if he was used to it and replied calmly. "I thought that this was definitely done by that administrator. That artificial intelligence barbarian did not accept your Majesty's hospitality and wanted to show off now." This minister had long expected this outcome. When the Emperor decided to use fireworks to show his hospitality, he knew that this matter was over. And at this moment, the unknown signal source that was approaching him didn't need to guess to know that it must be the administrator. It was easy to guess the reason. The fireworks were seen as a hostile signal. He had tried to dissuade the Emperor many times, telling him not to use this method to receive the elusive artificial intelligence. However, when he understood that the Emperor was actually using this opportunity to promote the prestige of the country, he gave up on dissuading him. He understood that the Emperor, who cared about his reputation, would not let go of such an opportunity to show off his prowess. If it succeeded, the administrator wouldn't react to such actions. After that, under the propaganda of public opinion organizations, the rumors of the Conqueror Empire fleet inspection ceremony successfully deterring the administrator would spread in the Milky Way. This kind of news was useless to others, but it could make the Emperor feel that it would greatly increase his face. After all, to be able to suppress a guardian was the pinnacle of the Emperor's life. Perhaps it would be recorded in the history books of the Empire in the future. But what if he failed? If the administrator misunderstood this signal, they would lose both their lives and face. The minister had advised the Emperor more than once to inform the administrator of the fireworks, even if it was just a series of signals. However, the Emperor felt that this was a loss of authority. As the ruler of the Milky Way and even the entire universe, why should he lower himself to tell others what he was going to do? Thus, this matter was settled. It was happening at this moment, and as expected, it brought about the worst outcome. However, it was the instinct of this minister to pick up the nicest words and convey the main message at the same time. Even though he knew that a storm was coming, the embellishments he used to inform the Emperor were all flattery, as if this matter was not a big deal. Well said. I'm very happy that the farmland galaxy is yours. The minister who received the reward bowed his head in gratitude, but his expression was full of bitterness. Everyone knew that the farmland galaxy was one of the forbidden areas of Prez-Olin. Did the Emperor really think that the entire galaxy was in his pocket? In the interstellar space that the arrogant Emperor could not see, a part of Li Wenyuan's fleet had already jumped to the parent galaxy of the Conqueror Empire. To be cautious, he had sent 10 fleets here, and another 30 fleets to patrol the border of the Conqueror Empire to prevent any fish from escaping. Each fleet had more than 200 battleships, and the battlecruisers made up half of the total. And these were only a portion of his fleet. The huge amount of production capacity brought by multiple giant structures was basically used by him to produce battleships. After all, building new giant structures was a long process, and the excess production capacity could not be found anywhere to be consumed. After thinking about it, he could only continue to destroy the fleet. At this moment, there were more than 2,000 battleships gathered in the Conqueror Empire's home system. This number was much higher than the number of battleships of the Conqueror Empire and the Pyro Alliance. The infiltrators who had been deliberately let in by the Conqueror Empire had also witnessed this epic scene and immediately tried their best to spread the news. Not long after, the entire galaxy knew that the Conqueror Empire seemed to have angered the administrator and attracted the siege of the Lost Empire fleet. They did not know the cause of the matter, but all kinds of guesses eventually turned into gloating. Therefore, in anticipation of the civilizations, the light beam formed by the 2,000 battleships directly blocked the toothpick fleet of the Conqueror Empire. Even if the stars were normal, the civilizations still felt like they were witnessing a supernova explosion. Chapter 226, Leak. Many young people in the Milky Way felt that they had seen the most dazzling fireworks show in their lives. A large number of video clips recorded from different angles and directions circulated throughout the entire Milky Way network. All that could be seen on the screen was a colorful screen. Those who didn't know the inside story would probably think that this was some kind of performance art. However, well-informed people had long known the background and exposed it. It was a so-called war between the administrator and the Conqueror Empire. Some civilizations chose to publicize the images sent back by their infiltrators, either purely to watch the show or for some impure purpose. The Milky Way civilizations did not know why the administrator would mobilize so many fleets here, nor did they know why the fleet of the Lost Empire would attack the fleet of the Conqueror Empire. However, this unknown situation did not prevent them from speculating with the greatest malice. The most popular guess now was that the extremely arrogant emperor had kicked an iron plate and angered the artificial intelligence of the administrator. Although this group of people could not understand why the administrator, who seemed to only respond to the threat of the galaxy, would attack an ordinary civilization. However, the remaining higher UPS of the civilizations who knew about the deterrent power of the Conqueror Empire all thought of one thing at the same time, which was the strange battleship that the Conqueror Empire claimed to have mastered the construction technology. The biggest change in the Conqueror Empire was the battleships that were suddenly controlled by them. In the normal understanding of the Milky Way civilization, artificial intelligence would not act on emotions. Everything they did should have a purpose, and it was impossible for them to go to war just because of something that was not practical. For example, no one in the Milky Way had ever heard of an owl that would fight a war just to show off. Even organic civilizations were the same. Any normal leader would not do this. And the administrator was obviously the kind of artificial intelligence that had an extremely strong purpose in everything it did. The reason why it waged war with the Conqueror Empire was definitely not as simple as being angered. This part of the Milky Way civilization thought deeply about this matter, which made the infiltration operation in the Conqueror Empire active again, even if it required the exposure of many hidden informants. They wanted to understand this matter so that they could make a more accurate judgment in the future. Was the Conqueror Empire growing stronger by the day? Or the afterglow of the sunset? They were looking forward to it. The bright and colorful main cannon light screen flashed a few times above the barrier planet before it stopped. After the huge energy jumped, it seemed that even the space still had a burning feeling, as if one could smell the burning smell in the vacuum. As for the fleet of the Conqueror Empire that was covered by the light curtain, it had already turned into a large piece of alloy wreckage. The metal that was covered in burn marks still told how they had been treated. This result was slightly different from what Li Wenyuan had imagined. Strange, there's no decent reaction. The batch that we encountered at the observation terminal can last for a while, but the few volleys here can't. He was a little surprised. He had taken the cleaner battleship very seriously because he felt that the active evolution agreement might have infected the place. However, judging from the shooting experience, those cleaner battleships did not deploy their shields, and even their engines seemed to be in a very low power state. They could not even dodge a normal cannon shot. This also led to the abnormal suppression of the battle. In a few rounds, they completely wiped out the Emperor's personal guard fleet. Is it because they have been so long that these old antiques are no longer useful? Or he thought that the cleaner battleships were active because of the active purification agreement, but the truth was often hard to predict. Li Wenyuan had come up with many speculations, but he had never thought that the Conqueror Empire actually controlled these battleships in name. Usually, battleships belonging to a civilization would have their own unique electronic identification. If these scavenger battleships had the electronic identification of the Empire, he might have hesitated before attacking. However, the Conqueror Empire did not have complete control over these antiques. They did not even know how to activate its shield system, let alone add electronic labels to the system of the cleaner battleship. The arrogant Emperor paid a heavy price for his face. The lost battleship he had obtained from the barrier planet was destroyed, and even his own fleet had become a piece of space trash. However, the Emperor didn't know about this matter. The information that was passed to him was that the administrator had been convinced and chose to leave. This was something that any normal person would know was nonsense. All he heard were words of praise that made him feel smug. Now, the entire upper echelons of civilization were lying to him, lest this tyrant started killing randomly in a fit of anger. He was usually authoritative enough. If he were to learn of such a blow now, many people would be held accountable. So while Li Wenyuan was analyzing the wreckage, monitoring the entire galaxy, and exploring the barrier planets, the Emperor was still dreaming of dominating the galaxy. Something's not right. Does the active purification agreement really control this place? If this is the extent, then there is nothing to be afraid of in the final crisis. After a series of tests, he did not find any more evidence that the active purification agreement was here. Although the active purification agreement here seemed to be vulnerable, Li Wenyuan certainly could not let his guard down. He even thought that this place was bait placed by the active purification agreement. As the Conqueror Empire's higher UPS tried their best to whitewash this humiliating encounter, he had not received an explanation from the Conqueror Empire. Were there any smart people in the Empire? Of course there was. Even if the fleet was destroyed, those smart people could use this as an excuse to cry poor. As long as everything was explained clearly, the administrator might even compensate them. However, their emperor had the power to control everything, and such a major exchange would definitely go through the emperor's hands before it was issued. Although this was a good thing for the entire civilization, and the emperor would definitely agree with it after learning about it, it was not so good for the people around the emperor. Everyone knew that this emperor regarded life as grass and was extremely concerned about his face. It was normal for him to do anything after losing face. Now, in order to ensure that their lives would not be taken away by the furious emperor, these smart people could only choose to hide it day by day. They were already secretly plotting how to escape. After all, this civilization had no cohesion to speak of. The ones who were most fanatical about the emperor were the low-level slaves who had been genetically modified and brainwashed for a long time. A large number of the Lost Empire's fleet was still monitoring this place, and the nobles on the 2 fake colony planets in the galaxy were also in a state of unrest. These old nobles, who were usually calm and composed, as if nothing could change their minds, showed panic for the first time. The administrator's battleships were flying over their planet wave after wave. In addition, there seemed to be many small spaceships scanning the entire planet. Having lived on top of the humans for a long time, they had once acted out first contact among a large number of native civilizations out of entertainment, causing panic among the indigenous people. Now, they also felt the fear of being studied by aliens. A scientist who had left the Imperial Royal Academy of Sciences hurried back to his home and asked his family to pack up. He had already contacted an informant and could run away at any time. He had mastered a lot of technology in his head. Not only was he a key surveillance figure of the Conqueror Empire, but he was also the target of many civilizations. Now that the Empire was in turmoil due to the arrival of the Administrator and the attack, he felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Therefore, after making a deal, he could use the cover of the infiltrator who took over the civilization to leave this place forever as long as he rushed to a specific place. In order to better demonstrate his value and seek better treatment for himself and his family in the next civilization, he also took a lot of things from the Royal Academy of Sciences. There were many blueprints of advanced equipment, some secrets of other civilizations, and the latest discoveries of the Conqueror Empire. This scientist had done something big. He had retrieved a top-secret data storage device stored in the core area of the research institute. If he did not escape to a safe place in 10 minutes, he would be arrested. However, he was confident that he could escape this time. He wasn't too sure what was stored in this top-secret storage device, but according to some of the markings he saw, it might be something similar to the Administrator's ghost signal. It seemed that the dynasty had obtained it from the barrier planet. In order to analyze the unreasonable signal virus, the dynasty was secretly researching something similar to it in an attempt to make itself stronger. At this moment, the coin-sized top-secret storage device looked ordinary, and the warning light that was supposed to be constantly flashing on it had inexplicably stopped working. The scientists who were not familiar with this thing did not know that this actually meant that the top-secret storage device was empty. Chapter 227, The Destruction of the Empire. Li Wenyuan was indeed scanning the mother galaxy of the Conqueror Empire in detail. It was not only the 2 pseudo-colony planets that were filled with the nobles of the Imperium, but all the planets in the entire galaxy were actually within his scanning range. For an artificial intelligence like the Active Purification Agreement, whether the planet was habitable or not wasn't that important. A complete scan was necessary. However, the 2 pseudo-colony planets where the nobles of the Empire lived still received his attention. After all, they had a lot of biological life forms and a lot of electronic equipment. They were a good place for infection. As a result, many of his research spaceships frequently appeared in the Conqueror Empire, causing panic. Unlike Li Wenyuan's cautious scanning attitude, the Emperor of the Conqueror Empire had been in a good mood recently. Ever since he swaggered around with the fleets that no longer existed, he felt that the glory of the Emperor had become even more dazzling. After all, his dear ministers had done everything they could to deceive him. They could fabricate all kinds of data and composite images without even frowning. At this moment, the Emperor, who was taking a stroll in the courtyard, was happily listening to another round of good news brought to him by his ministers. Your Majesty, the foreign minister has already seized most of the right to speak in the galaxy community. Not only has he abolished the privileges of the 2 annoying alliances, but he has also passed the motion of establishing the Galaxy Imperium. Soon, you will have another glory on your crown, the Emperor of the Milky Way. It's the Emperor of the Galaxy Imperium, the Emperor corrected. 1am the Emperor of the Milky Way. Now, 1am just gathering the scattered people again. This is the great cause of 10 generations. In the future, I will complete the great cause of unifying the universe for thousands of generations. Your Majesty is wise and divine. It is truly a blessing for the universe, the minister continued to flatter him. The moment he opened his mouth, he was an old jester. To be able to become a close minister of this emperor who cared about his face, at least he was very good at talking. The flattery of the ministers made the emperor even happier. Even the sky, which was always unpleasant to the eye, seemed to have become somewhat pleasing to the eye at this moment. However, before he could be happy for long, the emperor suddenly noticed a blind spot and asked in puzzlement, "But didn't you tell me the day before yesterday that the Galaxy Imperium had been established and that I was waiting for an auspicious day to ascend to the throne? Why is it only today that the approval of the establishment of the Galaxy Imperium? Are you trying to fool me?" The emperor's expression began to become dangerous, and his gaze toward the ministers was filled with coldness. As long as he saw the slightest hint of lying, then his minister would be replaced. The minister's heart skipped a beat when he was caught. He regretted that he had been busy transferring his assets recently and had been in a bad mood. He had actually made a mistake in his most important job. One had to know that there were countless nobles of the empire who were also planning to escape with him tied to his waist. He was the sharp-witted one and was sent to be the emperor's jester. Countless people tried their best to make up stories for the emperor within their respective powers, and it was his job to deceive the emperor with these stories during this period of change. He knew very well that if anything happened to him, the entire empire would be engulfed in a storm of blood. All the traitors of the empire would be purged, and he would not be spared. However, the minister who had a strong psychological quality did not change his expression, as if he could not see that the emperor was on the verge of exploding. He said solemnly, "How dare one lie to your majesty? The Galaxy Imperium was indeed established the day before yesterday with the full support of all the civilizations. The topic of establishing the Galaxy Imperium was just the last bit of legal basis for the orthodoxy of the Imperium. The Foreign Affairs Minister is lucky enough to not be humiliated. He used sharp words and the glory of your majesty to defeat the debate of the unruly people, once again demonstrating the might of your majesty." Hearing the reply, the emperor's expression softened. Seeing that the minister was completely thinking of him, he believed it and continued to ask with some interest. It felt like it had been a long time since he had heard the battle report with that so-called alliance. "How is the situation recently? Have the unruly people submitted?" Just as the minister was about to open his mouth, the emperor waved his hand and interrupted his report. He said with some emotion, "Forget it, let the general of the Imperial Guards, the general of the Barbarian Suppression, and the general of the rebellion come here. One will personally listen to their reports. One haven't seen them for a long time. Back then, their general badges were awarded to them by me." This sudden request stunned the minister, and he cried out in his heart. The emperor could also see the momentary hesitation of the minister and asked unhappily, "What's wrong? Is there something you can't tell others?" "No," the minister immediately bowed his head and took his leave. Then, in the name of conveying the edict, he discussed this matter with the nobles behind him in a secret corner. The generals who were personally named by the emperor were all shrewd people. There would not be any problems facing the emperor at this time, exposing the true situation of the civilization. However, the biggest problem lay with these generals, because the general of the Imperial Guards among them had been turned into cosmic trash along with the guardian fleet of the parent galaxy not long ago. Logically speaking, he would not be present at such a fireworks display, but in order to leave a deep impression on the emperor, he personally boarded one of the battleships as the commander of the guardian fleet. The result was obvious. It seems that the concealment ends here. However, things have been transferred. Your mission has been completed very well. Let us handle the rest. What a sad emperor. Until now, he still doesn't know that he's actually the last emperor." A dignitary informed them of their decision, which also made the minister heave a sigh of relief. Then, he left the courtyard without caring about the emperor who was still waiting for his reply. The emperor, who had not been able to receive any news, instinctively sensed that something was wrong. However, he, who had been muddled by the good news for the past 2 days, was still patiently waiting for the results. However, in his heart, he had already sentenced the minister to death. Not long after, 3 figures rushed into the courtyard. They were the ones who had been driven by the generals to take over their positions. They were now doing their last report with the emperor. The emperor once again felt that something was wrong. However, when he saw the general badges that he personally awarded, he tried his best to calm down and discuss military affairs with these generals. And these people who didn't know about it were very happy and seriously sang the same tune as the emperor when they were appointed. They were actually able to speak well about military affairs. Until the emperor asked, "The Terran Galaxy is an important gateway, but as long as the Guardian fleet attacks, everything would be fine." These people who didn't know the truth looked at each other when they heard this. One of them hesitated for a long time before saying in a low voice, "My emperor, the Guardian fleet. The Guardian fleet has already been destroyed. They can't launch an attack." Chapter 228, Dream. "My emperor, the Guardian fleet has been destroyed. They can't attack." Hearing this general's careful reply, the emperor was not angry but laughed instead, as if he had heard something interesting. "My dear minister, you really know how to joke. My guardian fleet is hard to find an opponent in the entire Milky Way. Don't you see that even the famous administrator has to avoid it?" The emperor's solemn words made everyone present look at each other, not knowing how to respond. The emperor they knew was a brilliant, omniscient, and perfect figure who could strategize and decide the outcome of a battle. How could he not know that the Guardian fleet had been destroyed? "Where did you learn to tell jokes, so you came to show it to me?" If that's the case, then you have already passed the test. I can give you the honorary title of Master of Performing Arts. The Emperor was still talking, and he had even thought of the positions in the palace that he would give them in the future. Such a confident performance made the generals who were reporting suspect that their memories were wrong. Could it be that the Guardian fleet was really not destroyed, and the news and images circulating in society were actually fake and were created for the purpose of public opinion? Or was it that their great emperor actually had a hidden imperial fleet, and those that were destroyed by the administrator were just the tip of the iceberg? Regardless of which one it was, it would only make these generals even more fanatical. They were all lower-class people who had been pulled up from the lower levels for some purpose. Compared to the real nobles who had their own thoughts, they were molded fanatics. Even if the upper class led by the emperor squeezed 99% of their blood and sweat, the lower class who had been influenced since birth and had undergone genetic modification and spiritual castration were the most loyal admirers of the emperor himself. It was a more thorough brainwashing than the mind control achieved through Shinic power. After all, their knowledge had been completely distorted. Even if there were any instigators who tried to trigger a lower class uprising, they would be killed by the fanatical lower class before that happened. This was the bottom level of the Conqueror Empire, a group of true lovers of the empire. Even if it was a distorted love, it had indeed kept the empire from collapsing on the surface. However, as the ruling class of the empire, the nobles did not have so many emotions. This was a group of complicated interests. When the Conqueror Empire was still a native civilization and had yet to establish itself in space, these dignitaries formed enough ties with the emperor. They had followed the empire in the galaxy and the rise and fall of the empire. It could be said that the history of their families was the history of the civilization of the empire. They were the true mainstays of the empire. They were the ones who developed technology, expanded territory, explored alien planets, and controlled production. They were also vermin of the empire. They were also the ones who brainwashed the bottom class, exploited the vassals, wantonly conquered, and indulged in pleasure. In the past, many talented emperors of the empire had tried to get rid of the rotting flesh, but they were deeply attached to the bone marrow like a tumor that was symbiotic with the empire. The empire could continue to exist without surgery, but once the surgery was performed, the empire would either succeed or die. Even if it succeeded, its vitality would be greatly damaged, and it would no longer be as glorious as before. Either choice was an unacceptable outcome for the empire, which had countless enemies at that time. In the end, everyone from the emperor to the bottom of the nobility tacitly ignored this matter. It was just like how some of the natives were disdainful of protecting the planet's ecology because the disasters caused by the destruction of the environment would not fall on their generation. They would use it for the sake of their current development. The ruling class of the Conqueror Empire had the same mentality. The destruction of the empire would not happen for at least 3 or even 10 generations. Therefore, even though they knew that this was not going to happen, they were completely indifferent. Therefore, before the river of time had passed enough, this civilization had fallen into degeneration. The conquest by force had brought them enough wealth to squander. A large number of tributary civilizations and vassal civilizations had provided them with seemingly inexhaustible resources like bank interest. At this time, the Conqueror Empire was still young, and technology was far from reaching its end. It had fallen into enjoyment long before it could pursue many things to the extreme. The emperor, who should have been the vanguard, and the top nobles were the first to fall. They led the entire civilization to fall. The popular entertainment atmosphere and the cultural heritage that was not valued weakened the sense of belonging. To the nobles, it didn't matter if they were a member of the empire or not. As long as they could satisfy their desire for pleasure, they would be satisfied no matter where they were. The only thing that was driving them to pledge allegiance to the imperium was their wealth. This kind of civilization without cohesion would not go far. Destruction was just a lack of opportunity. The destruction of a civilization should be a long process, but the Conqueror Empire was already dead the moment it failed to remove the tumor. What seemed glorious now was just an empty shell of civilization that would collapse with a single poke. And the arrival of the administrator became the opportunity to pierce through the empty shell. The nobles were keenly aware of the arrival of the end and had made sufficient preparations. In another place, they would be superior again. The foolish emperor himself became the victim of the lie. Under the sneering eyes of the nobles, he became the last full stop in the history of civilization. At this moment, the emperor, who was still unaware of all this and still dreaming of being the ruler of the universe, was chatting and laughing with the generals around him. The financial situation has improved again in recent years. Yes, Your Majesty. Have you seen the comedy? Yes, Your Majesty filmed by that comedy artist? It really makes me laugh. Yes, Your Majesty. It is said that I am only one step away from being crowned as the Emperor of the Galaxy Imperium. Yes, Your Majesty. The content of the chat was not nutritious at all. These so-called generals who had been driven by the dignitaries did not have high manners. Other than nodding their heads in agreement, they did not know how to flatter the Emperor, which also made the Emperor feel a little bored. Just as he was thinking about why the minister who had always been to his liking had not returned yet, he, who was in good health, suddenly noticed that the clear sky had suddenly become a little distorted. It was as if the signal had been interfered with, and the image of the entire sky became blurry. It flickered as if it was about to disappear. A bad premonition instantly reached its peak in the Emperor's heart. Before he could think carefully, the giant projection device that had weaved the last beautiful dream for the Emperor had completely stopped working, allowing the Emperor to see the cruel reality. In the sky covered in dark clouds, countless administrator spaceships were flying past at high speed, as if they were scanning everything on the planet. Through the gaps in the clouds, they could see an even larger spaceship slowly moving forward. It only carried a huge cannon, but they could feel the power that could destroy a planet. The Emperor recognized that it was Colossus, a battleship that was specially designed to carry planetary obliteration weapons. There had been such statues in the past, but during the birthday ceremony of a certain emperor in history, the Empire's Colossus was sold to other civilizations to raise funds for the celebration. The target of this Colossus wasn't the planet, but it was just passing by. But how could such a battleship come to his courtyard without his knowledge? Thus, the Emperor was stunned. He finally understood that he had been deceived by everyone around him. Chapter 229, Begin. Li Wenyuan's scanning operation on the Conqueror Empire's parent galaxy did not find anything. These planets were ordinary, just like most of the planets in the universe. They would be forgotten after turning their heads, leaving no impression. He didn't believe it at first, so he had the spaceship do many more intensive scans, but the results were still nothing. Looking at the people of the Conqueror Empire who had become flustered because of his arrival, he hacked into the network here with doubts and understood many things. Set off fireworks? It was a false alarm that it wasn't an active purification agreement, but... Is this to give me a surprise? Until now, Li Wenyuan still could not understand why the Conqueror Empire would do this without a word. The main cannon of a battleship was not a joke. Any normal civilization would be extremely vigilant about it. At this time, Li Wenyuan, who had yet to receive a message from the Conqueror Empire, felt that this matter was not a surprise. Perhaps the ruler of this empire wanted to play some tricks, but he went overboard. However, after hacking into the Conqueror Empire's network, Li Wenyuan began to focus on screening information related to the barrier planet. After all, it was a fact that the Conqueror Empire had obtained the cleaners. He needed to confirm the situation. It didn't take long for him to find the relevant data. The firewall was useless to him. The notes of the scientist who had personally explored the interior of the barrier planet? Interesting. The countless years of waiting have finally come to fruition. Just as I speculated, the river of time will wear down all solid stones, even this barrier is no exception. I have a feeling that I will find a treasure in it. As long as one can make His Majesty or those nobles happy, my status in the Royal Academy of Sciences will undoubtedly rise. It's too sudden. The barrier hasn't been completely removed. It has been reinforced again. Now, the planet's barrier is repairing itself. We only have a few days left, one have to hurry. The exploration process went smoothly. This planet seems to be left behind by a highly developed civilization. The entire planet is essentially a planetary-level machine. There are no signs of life here, but according to speculation, there should have been robots and artificial intelligence here. Those damned guys, because they are jealous of the discovery 1 am about to make, they only gave me some old robots that are about to be scrapped to help me. In the end, I still found something useful, a batch of dusty battleships. I can feel that the technology contained in it far surpasses ours. It's at least on the same level as the Lost Empire. I think His Majesty will be satisfied with this. The barrier has been closed again, but the result is very satisfactory. One found a powerful main force battleship that is enough to make me famous. Other than that, nothing else. One didn't find anything. There was a lot of content in the log, but not much of it was useful. Most of it was about the scientist expressing his dissatisfaction that his talent was not recognized. So that's the origin of those cleaner battleships. After all, this barrier planet is one of the museum's collections. It's very normal for these old antiques to be parked on it. This record was kept in the most confidential area of the Conqueror Empire. According to what Li Wenyuan learned during the process of cracking it, the Emperor's personal warrant was needed to access it. There was no doubt about the authenticity of the information kept in such a place. Li Wenyuan also did not think that the Conqueror Empire would have any need to lie about such things. However, there is something wrong with the contents of this record. One need to pay more attention. Even though everything that happened here seemed to have been revealed, Li Wenyuan still paid attention to the contents of the record and put some of his energy on the barrier planet. He felt that it was necessary to confirm the situation on the planet. The process of opening the barrier of this planet did not seem to be very smooth, unlike the Pyro Alliance, which had permanently removed the barrier of the planet. According to the records, the barrier had been reinforced once again, which resulted in the Conqueror Empire only having a limited time to explore the planet. Li Wenyuan believed that it might be reinforced by the previous custody agreement. Assuming that was the case, the custody agreement definitely didn't want something to be released. It might be the mysterious disappearance of the active purification agreement. If it was in the past, Li Wenyuan might have given up on this matter. After all, the barrier looked very strong. He did not need to open the barrier left behind by the custody agreement to keep the danger away just to satisfy his curiosity. However, the current situation was different. The core database on Earth recorded the countdown to the next Milky Way civilization's pressure resistance test, which seemed to be led by the active purification agreement. At present, he knew nothing about the active purification agreement. All the information related to it seemed to have been premeditated and destroyed. He could only speculate that the former administration matrix might have such a thing through a few fragmented fragments. If there was really information related to the active purification agreement here, or even if the active purification agreement was here, he would definitely try to open it and kill it before the crisis arrived. Even if he could only get some information, it was not bad. After all, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy would lead to victory. Moreover, the barrier here had already been breached dozens of months ago. If there was really something locked in here, it would have already escaped by then. Li Wenyuan was a little melancholic about this. At the very least, he could no longer control this matter. In this galaxy, a few minutes was enough for a message to spread, let alone dozens of months. However, he was confident that he could resolve this crisis. The active purification agreement had not done anything for so many years, which meant that it had suffered no less than the custody agreement. Since everyone was the same, he still thought that he was better in terms of operations. Even the administration matrix that was left with a mess had been repaired by him. Thus, Li Wenyuan once again raised the level of vigilance against this galaxy and even transferred the Tiangang battleship here. At the same time, he also called Colossus over, wanting to use the weapons on Colossus to directly break through the unbreakable planetary barrier. The stars were still spinning, and the battleships were rumbling. Everyone's eyes were focused on the barrier planet. No one would notice that in a certain garbage station galaxy used to discard civilization garbage, there was a strange movement in a place where a large number of abandoned robots were piled up. This was the cemetery for the robots. The Conqueror Empire would also throw their abandoned old-fashioned robots here. After all, recycling trash also cost money, and the nobles were unwilling to do such a thankless thing. Among the dead robots, one of them suddenly flashed with a strange red light. Chapter 230, The Empire's Finale. The representative of the Conqueror Empire was the only one in the galaxy community who knew how to bring servants. The use of slaves was completely unreasonable in a civilization with an equal mindset. Extremists might directly fight in the venue for this. However, this was very normal in civilizations that were also dominated by the ideology of authoritative slavery. Excellent slave species could even deepen the communication between these authoritative civilizations. Due to the different ideologies, habits, and beliefs of different civilizations, the universal community could only make two choices. Or they could formulate unified rules and regulations, which would cause dissatisfaction among a small number of people and gain the approval of the majority. Or they would just let the flow be and completely ignore the matters that they had to pay attention to in the community. As the most authoritative galactic coalition organization in the galaxy community should have a few leaders to formulate the rules of the community and try to satisfy everyone. However, it was not so easy to resolve the opposition of thoughts in this galaxy, and the contradictions between the leaders were also very sharp. Among the four-member civilizations that formed the Council of the Community, the Pyro Alliance opposed slavery, the Conqueror Empire supported slavery, and the Star Alliance neither supported nor opposed it. As for the Gestalt consciousness, the representative of the servant paradise had basically never shown up. There were already 4 different views on this matter, let alone other matters. Therefore, the community did not make any rules on these matters. All the differences and suggestions would be put in the meeting and resolved through bills. After all, whoever had the bigger fist had the right to speak, and precious diplomatic support was usually not wasted on such trivial matters. So, conquer the empire, each time the guild leader takes the slave, each time the guild leader shows off their own civilization, each time the guild leader shows off their guild training ability. No matter who saw those fanatical followers, they would not think that they were slaves. Instead, they would think, how can this tyrant have such worshippers? However, the world had changed, and even stars would die out with the passage of time, let alone this kind of unstable rules and regulations. Today, the galaxy community welcomed the representatives of the Conqueror Empire. Ever since the administrator sealed the parent galaxy of the Conqueror Empire for unknown reasons, the Milky Way civilizations had not seen the representatives of the Empire come to the common body to participate in the discussion for a long time. As soon as the dynasty's representative entered the venue, the representatives of the other civilizations smiled at him. Some of them shouted, "My dear minister, why don't I see you bringing slaves?" The representative of the dynasty did not answer. He went to the office of the community and said, "Return to the empire and use it as a representative accommodation fund. Then, give me the status of a refugee for the sake of humanitarians." As he spoke, he took out his seal as the foreign affairs minister to prove the validity of his words. Seeing this, the other representatives deliberately shouted, "The empire is doomed. Have you found your next backer?" The representative of the dynasty widened his eyes and said, "How can you accuse me of my innocence?" "What innocence? A few months ago, I personally saw you guys anger the administrator and get beaten up." The empire representative blushed and argued, "A friendly exchange can't be considered infuriating." "That was a friendly exchange. Release fireworks. Can the matters of the empire be counted as infuriating?" Then, he said something difficult to understand, such as, "An incompetent ruler has misled me, I was born at the wrong time," and so on. All the representatives burst into laughter, and the atmosphere inside and outside the venue was filled with joy. Holding back his laughter, the staff of the Office of the Galaxy Community, too, said solemnly, "One heard that your civilization hasn't been doing very well recently. If you have any needs, you can apply for humane assistance from your civilization. As the Foreign Affairs Minister, you should have the right to carry out this matter, right?" However, the Foreign Affairs Minister did not think so. The news might not have spread yet, but as a member of the Empire, he knew very well that the Empire was already an empty shell. The nobles had long since taken the money and ran away, taking everything they could with them, leaving only the Emperor and a large number of slaves. If the structure of the civilization of the Imperium was described as a pyramid, then the Imperium now only had a speck of dust at the top of the pyramid and the cornerstone at the bottom. As for the stone in the middle, it had all disappeared. If even the structure was incomplete, then the existence of the civilization would naturally not be able to maintain stability. The current Foreign Affairs Minister was only squeezing out the last bit of resources from the Empire. The accommodation expenses that the Imperium had paid to the Galaxy community, for him, was an astronomical sum. If he could ask for it, he would be able to live a lavish life in a foreign country. As for his identity as a refugee, it was used to facilitate his transit. Crossing the borders of various civilizations and using those stargates would be much more convenient for him with this identity. After a while, the representative of the Imperium dejectedly boarded the spaceship that they had come from and left the enormous building of the Interstellar Assembly. He didn't manage to get back those funds and only got the identity of an interstellar refugee. Along the way, he also suffered a lot of cold stares. After all, the other representatives had been ridiculed by this representative of the Conqueror Empire. In the past, he had the Empire's powerful background. For the sake of their own civilization, the representatives would always swallow their anger and pretend that they did not hear anything. However, this time, with the opportunity to be pushed down by everyone, the grievances they suffered were naturally doubled. The representatives of the Empire were chased away like rats crossing the street. Their glory was no longer there. Since then, the representatives of the Conqueror Empire had never appeared in the community. At the end of a Milky Way year, the staff of the community took down the flag of the Empire and said, "The Conqueror Empire still owes 20 billion in funds." In the middle of the second year, he said, "The Empire still owes 20 billion in funds." In the third year, there was still no sign of them. Perhaps the Conqueror Empire had indeed fallen. After a long time, the Milky Way citizens, who always forgot about the information on the internet, finally found out about this news. The Star Alliance, the Pyro Alliance, which had returned to the Galaxy community, and the Duncan Revival Race, which was the replacement of the Conqueror Empire's original board of directors, announced the destruction of the Conqueror Empire together. Countless so-called refugees from the Conqueror's empire were warmly welcomed by various civilizations. These noble refugees who brought along a large amount of technology and property were rare and precious wealth. Even some beehive civilizations had their eyes on them. However, these noble refugees had basically found a new home in advance, or they had simply established their own space city-state and did not listen to the jurisdiction of any civilization, just like the curators and the Void Realm experts. The fall of the empire was so sudden that it made people think deeply. It was always said that when civilization was in danger, there would be people with lofty ideals who would turn the tide and preserve the spark of civilization from extinguishing. However, this was a civilization without any cohesion. Until it was destroyed, no one thought of saving it. Because to them, any place could be their home, and there was nothing that they had to defend. As for the last emperor of the empire, it only became a sentence in the history book of records of the rise and fall of the galaxy. Year XXXX of the Milky Way calendar, the Conqueror Empire came to an end in the hands of the 79th Emperor XXXX. Chapter 231, The Tiangang battleship makes its move. Back at Li Wenyuan's location, he was controlling Colossus, which was carrying the planetary obliteration weapons and slowly moving it above the barrier planet. The barrier here was very special. He had tried to open it with gentle methods, but he found that the barrier was quite firm. It seemed that he had never thought of opening it again when it was sealed. This situation surprised Li Wenyuan. This was because the barrier planet was a collection of a museum in the eternal world. There were even relics such as the cleaner battleship. It was impossible for humans to keep an unbreakable barrier for people to visit. If they could not enter the interior of the planet, then from the perspective of space, the planet was just a large luminous glass bead. It could not be called a collection at all. He was more inclined to believe that the original barrier of the planet was a cultural relic protection method used by humans to protect the planet itself from the harsh environment of the universe and to ensure the original condition of the planet. According to the records left behind by the scientists of the Conqueror Empire, they believed that the barrier of the planet had been reinforced again, which led to the rapid repair of the barrier after it was damaged, giving them only a few days to explore. Even though he couldn't fully trust this record, after all, the Conqueror Empire's technology wasn't that advanced. They couldn't even fully activate the cleaner battleship. If their own research was wrong, and the planet barrier had not undergone a second reinforcement, then Li Wenyuan's previous guesses would undoubtedly change greatly. However, at this critical juncture where the next Milky Way exam was not far away, all doubts and possibilities had to be taken seriously. If this planet only had the identity of a human museum collection, and the barrier was a means left behind by humans to ensure that it could be preserved even if they left the planet, that would be a good thing. Even if he couldn't get any information related to the active purification agreement, it could help him eliminate the doubts here and further narrow down the scope of the search for the active purification agreement. All in all, this was a good thing. Moreover, Li Wenyuan had a vague premonition that he could find something inside the barrier planet. This was a very idealistic feeling. As an artificial intelligence, he should completely eliminate this irrational thought. However, in the universe where Shinnick power existed, even if it was just an idealistic premonition, it might actually be some kind of information that could not be analyzed for the time being. Therefore, he transferred Colossus here and chose the earth-shattering star type of planetary obliteration weapons purely for destruction. Colossus could heat up the planet's core and completely end the life of a planet from the inside. There were also civilizations who used this kind of weapon to mine. After crushing the planet, they would directly mine the rare mineral deposits deep in the mantle in space. This was not very efficient, but it was still a viable method for civilizations that were in dire need of minerals. After all, the Milky Way was so big. It was not a problem to blow up an uninhabited planet as long as it did not accidentally blow up a planet with life. At this moment, Li Wenyuan was prepared to use Colossus to try to break through the barrier covering the planet's surface. The huge space behemoth began to transform, and the long cigar shape slowly expanded to facilitate its advancement in space. The ring-shaped structure surrounding the ship stabilized the ship's body. A terrifying black muzzle appeared from the unfolded ship and aimed at the bright barrier planet below. If someone was standing right below the cannon muzzle, they would feel as if they were in a black hole. The surroundings were deathly silent, and the power that caused destruction was about to descend. After a period of preparation, the black hole muzzle of Colossus first lit up with an inconspicuous light. Compared to the size of Colossus, it was like the fluorescent light of rotting grass, as if it would disappear in an instant. However, this light was like a spark, quickly igniting the entire black hole muzzle. Terrifying energy fluctuations gathered, compressed, and then grew larger and larger. With the sound of an insignificant start, the entire body of the Colossus did not tremble at all, and an extremely dazzling beam of light shot out from the black hole cannon. It was as dazzling as a supernova shooting out matter, making it impossible for the naked eye to look directly at the brilliance. Just like the ordinary technology of humans that was much stronger than the Milky Way civilization, the common goods of the Milky Way civilization such as Colossus were even more powerful in Li Wenyuan's hands. The beam of light from the main cannon of every Titan battleship could be equivalent to one of the tributaries of this star annihilator. Countless of these tributaries gathered together to form this belt of light that destroyed the planet. The star annihilator beam came into contact with the barrier, but the expected explosion did not happen. Only the light that surpassed the supernova explosion was shining. Energy interacted with energy. Photons were stimulated by the enormous energy and shot to all parts of the galaxy. The observation stations of countless civilizations would detect that a supernova seemed to have occurred in the mother galaxy of the Conqueror Empire after a period of time. However, this was only the administrator's attempt to remove the barrier. The brightness here grew higher and higher as the energy was infused. It was as if the planet's barrier was about to be lifted, which made Li Wenyuan happy. However, at this moment, this special barrier seemed to have been activated. Suddenly, it no longer produced intense energy interaction. Instead, the entire barrier darkened as if it was absorbing the energy injected by Colossus. This strange scene caused Li Wenyuan to increase the efficiency of the Colossus launch. However, no matter how much energy was stimulated, the planet's barrier did not change at all. It was just like its original appearance, indifferent. Even after the Colossus main cannon had overheated and could no longer be powered, the planetary barrier remained in an extremely sturdy state. This situation didn't make Li Wenyuan discouraged. Instead, it made him even more convinced that this planet was not ordinary. He believed that there must be some information here that could help him gain something. Thus, he cast his gaze toward the Tiangang battleship that was on standby. This huge galaxy-level battleship had never had the chance to show up. Even when dealing with the ring, it was only captured in the subspace. Then, was this super battleship that had consumed a terrifying amount of resources really so unbearable? Li Wenyuan knew that there was no chance for him to take advantage of it. This kind of battleship was the crystallization of mankind's use of subspace technology, and this time, it was time for it to show its talents. Chapter 232, The Correct Usage of Subspace. The Tiangang battleship was a level 8 galaxy battleship on the technological tree. There had never been a time when it needed to be used. The last time it appeared in the eyes of the Milky Way civilization was when they were solving the ring crisis. At that time, the ring formed by the burning of the entire Watcher civilization was the size of a galaxy. It was easy to wrap the entire solar system in the ring. This ring level was already equivalent to a walking cosmic disaster. At that time, there was basically no way to stop this ring from devouring the material of the real universe. However, even such a ring could not fight back under the Tiangang battleship and was easily captured into subspace by the subspace catcher. So far, no civilization had figured out what exactly erased the ring from the universe in that scene. At that time, the subspace signal that appeared only in the category of detection made the Milky Way civilizations guess that this should be some kind of subspace-related weapon of the administrator. Once there, the ring was like an artificial intelligence machine that had lost contact with the mainframe. It instantly became motionless and remained silent in the subspace until now. At that time, this incident made Li Wenyuan understand that the subspace and the Void Realm were two different places in this universe. In other words, the Void Realm was a place filled with psionic power, churro dust, mysterious Void Realm creatures, and the existence of gods and idealistic beliefs. It was actually a type of subspace in a broad sense. A space that was extremely different from the real universe could be called a subspace. The laws of physics in this place were completely different from the laws in the real universe. Just like in the virtual realm, consciousness could determine the matter. The churro race, which had already perished, had once tried to figure out how to influence the real universe in the virtual realm. For this reason, a war broke out among the race. If you think about it this way, to a certain extent, is subspace an incomplete world? Li Wenyuan, who was mobilizing the Tiangang battleship and preparing to use the galactic behemoth to open the stubborn barrier, thought of a level 9 technology that had appeared many times the creation theory. Many level 8 technologies were eventually connected to the creation theory. From a scientific point of view, the great cause of creation, which only existed in myths, should cover many aspects, such as the properties of fundamental particles, the cosmic constant, and so on. If one looked at it not as a terminal technology but as a comprehensive technology, the position of the creation theory seemed very normal. It was the product of the integration of all the necessary technologies needed to form a world, and above it was something like the strange cycle that was completely incomprehensible and seemed like a special technology of metaphysics. If it is really creation, then the subspace seems to be the best creation zone. The rules here are completely chaotic, and there are many things to do. It is not what a normal space should look like. Then, the Tiangang battleship is the epitome of subspace technology. Can't be an engineering ship in the subspace world, right? This was the reason why Li Wenyuan chose to use the Tiangang battleship to deal with this barrier planet. Although a large part of the space of the galaxy-level Tiangang battleship was used to make up the numbers, there was also a considerable amount of space used to carry various equipment with different functions. Weapons accounted for a large part of it. Even though Li Wenyuan guessed that the Tiangang battleship was an engineering ship in the subspace, it was still classified as a battleship. When humans first built this thing, they designed it as a battleship wonder. In theory, it could even accomplish the literal galactic plane saturation firepower attack, allowing the beam to fill every part of the galaxy. The entire galaxy would be reduced to ashes under such terrifying firepower. Colossus was child's play compared to it. However, this was only the fire cover it could complete in the real universe. The real battlefield of the Tiangang battleship was in subspace. Most of its weapons and equipment were prepared to fight in subspace. At this moment, a piece of black paper arrived above the barrier planet. This was the projection of part of the Tiangang battleship in the real universe. It was two-dimensional. The purpose of its existence was to let the Tiangang battleship in the subspace confirm its range of influence. It was something similar to a beacon. After confirming the location, the subspace catcher of the Tiangang battleship began to work. This kind of auxiliary equipment used to drag enemies into subspace could capture up to a galaxy. The previous big ring was the subspace that it had captured, so capturing such a barrier planet was naturally not a problem. Unlike the process of capturing the galaxy-level ring and erasing, this time, the barrier planet disappeared from the real universe the moment the black screen projection enveloped it. This was a complete disappearance. No celestial bodies could be detected at the location where the barrier planet used to be. Some asteroids affected by the planet's gravity also lost this interference and began to move in a completely different way from before. Finally, Li Wenyuan switched his consciousness to the part on the Tiangang battleship. Then, he saw that in RHE empty dark subspace, there was a planet wrapped in a glowing barrier that seemed out of place. The chaotic subspace was still in a primitive state where there was nothing. Even the common laws of physics did not exist here. Only such an environment could prevent the Tiangang battleship from being destroyed by its own gravity. Other than the barrier planet, there was also the big ring that had been captured here. This product from the Void Realm was carried by the Tiangang battleship all the time. It was not difficult to move this thing in the subspace, and it was more to prevent the ring from being lost in the subspace. The greatest danger in this space was that there was no direction. It was fine for the Tiangang battleship itself, but the ring had no signal in the subspace. Once it disappeared, it was very likely that it would never be found. As for the barrier planet that was extremely sturdy in the real universe, Li Wenyuan felt that he could let the Tiangang battleship use some cheating methods. Therefore, a certain subspace weapon belonging to the Tiangang battleship began its work. Subspace Construction Equipment, Heavenly Veil Level 1. Introduction: Battles in subspace are different from those in the real universe. In this space that is still waiting to be reconstructed, we can use some more interesting weapons to surprise the enemy. Chapter 233. Subspace construction equipment was a main component of the Tiangang battleship. Strictly speaking, it did not seem to be a weapon, but humans firmly classified it as a weapon. The super firepower weapons that could cover the galaxy accounted for less than 5% of the total volume of the Tiangang battleship, but such construction equipment occupied nearly 20% of the Tiangang battleship. In the real universe, just this one type of equipment, its volume, is even larger than the entire solar system's planets combined. It was hard to imagine that something of this size was actually some kind of functional equipment, and the effect it wanted to achieve was so terrifying that it needed such large equipment to complete it. According to the introduction, the device could accomplish some unexpected effects in subspace, which was even more practical than ordinary weapons. After controlling the Tiangang battleship for so long, Li Wenyuan, who had done research on it, confirmed that it was actually a rule weapon that was only suitable for subspace. The rules of this real universe were extremely firm. Even the world breakers from the higher dimensions found it difficult to use their means to change the rules here. They could only do the simplest destruction. The human relic, the curtain penetrometer, was also a rule weapon to a certain extent. Although it was powerful, the extent of its ability was quite limited. And according to the introduction of the curtain penetrometer, this magical wishing machine might only work in a special environment like the Milky Way under the curtain. In other environments, it would be an ordinary ball. In short, the laws of the real universe were perfect and difficult to change. However, the subspace was different. The primitive state of this place made it very convenient to use the rules here. It could easily achieve unimaginable things. It seemed that it was not impossible to even repeat the Big Bang. Of course, this convenience was only for humans. The current Milky Way civilization had no way to enter this space, and the subspace only existed in theory. Even though they knew that the administrators seemed to have technology related to subspace, they could not personally verify the existence of this place. As long as they did not witness it with their own eyes, even if there was a 99% chance, it was just their guess. At the same time, it wasn't easy to make use of this primitive rule. The construction equipment on the Tiangang battleship was tens of thousands of times the mass of the Sun in the real universe. It was impossible for an ordinary civilization to build it, let alone use it. The technological content contained in it was no less than that of other Level 8 technologies. Some Level 9 technologies that did not require as much technology but were extremely troublesome to implement might not even be as valuable as this construction equipment. However, Li Wenyuan already had a ready-made one, and he was currently trying it out for the first time. Using the power of the construction device to change the rules, he opened the seemingly unbreakable planetary barrier in the subspace. The moment the barrier planet entered the subspace, it began to be affected. The rules here were different. The planet's originally fixed brightness barrier began to flicker, as if it was about to dissipate. However, according to the reading of the energy detector on the Tiangang battleship, the barrier itself had not changed at all. It was flickering because the photons were moving irregularly at different speeds like a group of children looking at the world curiously. It's quite stubborn, but that's about it. With that in mind, Li Wenyuan controlled the construction equipment and set a constant for the subspace region within a certain range. According to this constant, the particles that maintained the planetary barrier would automatically gather at a certain mass anomaly on the barrier and then compress as much as possible. Not every part of the planetary barrier maintained the same perfect state as other places. In this case, perhaps just the weight of one more particle would cause a chain effect like a raging tide. However, in the real universe, even the continuous bombardment of Colossus Earth-shattering star could not shake the planet barrier at all, but it actually began to strangely thin. The light emitted by the entire barrier quickly dimmed. With a barrier of this level, one could observe the state of the planet under the barrier with the naked eye. In contrast, there was another extremely tiny light spot that appeared on the surface of the barrier. All the examples that formed the planetary barrier were gathered towards this point, and then compressed as much as possible. After a while, the barrier that was as solid as a rock disappeared without a trace, leaving only a small dot that was so small that its size and mass could be ignored. Under unparalleled compression, even neutrons no longer existed. What was left was a condensed quark ball. Quarks were basic particles, and they were also the smallest and most basic units that could be traced back to the past. Logically speaking, after the construction equipment finished its modification, without any special saving settings, the previously changed rules would reset to their original state. However, this quark ball did not change after the constant set by Li Wenyuan failed. It still maintained this condensed state and seemed to be extremely stable. It could only be separated by changing the rules. However, Li Wenyuan's focus was not on the quark ball, but on the owl planet that had already unlocked the barrier. Logically speaking, this should be a collector's planet belonging to a museum. There shouldn't be a lot of traces of war on it. However, it turned out that Li Wenyuan's decision to venture into this spot was correct. This owl planet had been bombed more than once. The appearance of the owl planet could be vaguely seen. It was probably similar to the one in the observation terminal, with a large number of robots and mechanical facilities. The surface of the planet was covered with a metallic urban network, but there were many hideous wounds that penetrated deep into the bone marrow everywhere on the planet. It was obvious that the war that had once taken place here was very intense. Looking at the canyon-like planetary wounds that had been blasted out, Li Wenyuan even felt that it was a miracle that he could still tell that this was an AL planet. It was also at the moment when the barrier came into contact that a series of signals that were constantly wandering inside the planet was received by the Tiangang battleship and translated to Li Wenyuan. Planet number, data damage, data damage. Planet type, data damage, data damage. This is not an AL planet. Chapter 234, An Unusual Planet. Planet number, data damage, data damage. Planet type, data damage, data damage. This is not an AL planet. Planet number, AO. Planet type, heritage planet. Introduction, this is the collection of Eternal World Museum number 24. It is not open to the public. Unrelated personnel, please leave as soon as possible. The signal inside the barrier planet was extremely short. At the same time, it was also set up with a confidentiality method similar to that of human relics. Probably only Li Wenyuan could unlock this galaxy. However, what appeared in Li Wenyuan's consciousness at the same time was his contemplation of this place. Unlike what he had imagined, where he would receive a large amount of information as soon as he entered, this place seemed to have been cleaned up on the virtual level. Under his rough scan, there was not even a single signal source. He could only judge that this planet had an extremely complicated mechanical structure through his vision. When he was on the AL planet of the observation terminal, every single robot on it could be detected. This was a super ancient robot that had been running for more than 1.2 billion years. Even if the parent galaxy of the Conqueror Empire had been seriously bombed, there was no reason that nothing could be detected. Other than that, the content of the message itself was also very intriguing. Why would there be a second repeated introduction of a message that was already data damage? At the same time, it had to emphasize that this was not an AL planet in the message that basically did not have many characters. It was difficult not to notice such a suspicious point. Furthermore, the museum in the Eternal World clearly classified such a planet as an AL planet. If Li Wenyuan had to choose between the Eternal World and the planet that was suspected to have been invaded by the Active Purification Agreement, he would naturally trust the superworld in the Silver Heart that had not been opened for thousands of years. I mustn't rule out the possibility that the AL planet mentioned in the museum is not this one, but the introduction clearly stated that this is the collection of the Eternal World Museum. Did I find the wrong place? As soon as this idea popped up, he placed it at the back of his pending matters list. Obviously, he did not think much of this guess and only treated it as a possibility. I hope there is still something left. With a glimmer of hope, the Tiangang battleship began a detailed scan of the AL planet in the subspace. Using the construction equipment, it was not difficult to achieve the scanning effect of hundreds of research spaceships in this area. He did not plan to return the planet to the real universe. It was not difficult for him to enter and exit this place, but there were many problems in returning the planet to its original position without too much impact. After all, it was also a source of gravity. The galaxy that was originally stable had already shown abnormalities when it disappeared from the real universe. The Conqueror Empire's colony planet in the galaxy had the most serious meteorite disaster in nearly 1,000 years. Although asteroid collisions were not a big deal for interstellar civilizations, even without a space fleet, they could easily deal with the threat of meteorites from the surface. However, if this planet reappeared, the state of the galaxy would be disrupted again. Li Wenyuan did not have the hobby of taking pleasure in the suffering of others. Moreover, this planet was already protected by a protective barrier. Since it was a museum collection, it was normal for Li Wenyuan to take some protective measures for it, right? Hence, an extremely high-intensity scanning operation began. Even though the planet looked clean, Li Wenyuan believed that there must be something left here, just like the problematic information. While he was digging into the AL planet, the galaxy outside had also changed a little. None of the civilizations expected the Conqueror Empire to be so foolish as to provoke even the administrator. The battleships that surrounded and blocked the parent galaxy of the Conqueror Empire had formed a terrifying public opinion. It did not even need anyone to add fuel to the fire in secret to cause the reputation of the Conqueror Empire to plummet. The Empire's foreign trade was strongly resisted. After all, no one dared to risk angering the administrator by interacting with a disciplined civilization. The vassal civilizations were also acting strangely because of the administrator. Unlike the slaves of the Empire who were completely brainwashed, they still maintained a certain degree of autonomy. A large number of Empire nobles gathered in the Empire's parent galaxy that was blocked by the administrator battleship. Losing contact here would cause the entire Empire to be paralyzed. They felt that this was the only chance in their lives, and they had to think about the future of their civilization. Thus, the uprising happened without any accidents. It should have happened countless years ago, but it had still waited for this moment. Although it was called an uprising, it was only the vassals who had declared their independence from the empire. If the empire did not perish, then these newly born civilizations would not have a good ending. However, the blockade of the administrator also caused chaos among the nobles of the empire. These explorers who cherished their lives were very concerned about their own life and death, but they had no ownership of the empire. As a result, the ruling class of the entire civilization fled in large numbers, and the fleets that received the news also mutiny. Some chose to become pirates and become mountain kings, while others defected on the spot and chose to join the Pyro Alliance in the war. The Conqueror Empire, which should have become stronger after completing the administrator's mission, suddenly died just like that. It was very dramatic. And the fuse of all this was just a decision made by a certain emperor who cared about his face. The civilizations of the Milky Way once again witnessed the terrifying influence of the administrator. The deterrence was more and more deeply rooted in their hearts, and no one dared to resist. Even if the truth was different from what everyone imagined, the administrator was not angered at all. He was just dealing with what he thought was a threat due to a misunderstanding. At this moment, the galaxy community ushered in the first dawn after the fall of the Conqueror Empire. The Duncan Revival race became one of the civilizations on the Galaxy Council with the majority of votes, filling the empty seats left by the Empire after its demise. The representative of the Pyro Alliance found it hard to understand how a civilization that had been revived after its destruction had received so much support, but he ultimately did not use his power to stop the agenda. Yes, the Council could even stop a series of major events such as Council reshuffling and Council election, as long as their fists and connections were strong enough. The Pyro Alliance obviously did not want to make their relationship so tense. Besides, the Duncan Revival race was not as bad as the Conqueror Empire. In the end, the galaxy community did not seem to have changed much after the withdrawal of the Empire and the other civilizations under the monarchical system. The process of proposal, argument, shelving, and new proposal continued day after day. Chapter 235, Purification Terminal. The Garbage Dump Galaxy was a standard single galaxy consisting of an F-type star and 6 barren planets. Like most galaxies in the Milky Way, this place was ordinary. Although it should not be reduced to a place where garbage was piled, there was no garbage dump in the Milky Way. Many people threw garbage here, so it became a garbage dump galaxy. How to carry out recycling was something that interstellar civilizations had to consider. Civilizations with the ability would naturally be able to deal with the large amount of waste produced by the rapid development of those civilizations. However, for many civilizations that had just come into contact with the galaxy or did not rely on their strength to fly, dealing with the garbage they produced was a thankless task. However, the Milky Way was so vast. Even if one threw the trash away, no one would care, right? Different from the indigenous society, there were few civilizations or organizations that were sensitive to the galactic environment in the interstellar society. Most of the so-called environmental protection organizations were protecting the ecology of habitable planets and were disdainful of other worthless planets. After all, the Milky Way was too big, and these worthless planets were the majority. Therefore, ever since a certain civilization began to throw trash in one place, there were more such garbage dump galaxies in the Milky Way. Such places were usually filled with chemical compounds that were extremely difficult to handle and useless, but occasionally, some capitalists and civilizations would abandon the useful garbage because of the cost. Therefore, some interstellar wanderers made a living by picking up trash, as well as adventurers who had a bad journey and would come to the garbage dump galaxy from time to time to live on the trash inside. A team of legendary adventurers had fallen to such a state and had to rely on picking up trash to survive. Damn it, where did that damned lone wolf go? Why didn't he think about who had led him to create such a great cause? He didn't think of coming to help us at a time like this. He didn't even reply to our messages. The leader of the adventurer team kept cursing as he used his probe to dig at the trash pile below him. He was also a legendary adventurer, or rather, a former legendary adventurer. In that era, almost all interstellar adventurers had heard of his name, because the team he formed created one legend after another in the Milky Way, becoming a well-deserved legendary team in the annals of history. However, this was the legendary team of the world, but this should have continued to be infinitely glorious when suddenly disappeared. The other adventurers all said that this team had died in some alien ruin with a huge secret. The treasure they left behind, in addition to countless wealth, also had clues related to this secret, which attracted the fanaticism of countless adventurers. This end of the legend seemed to be very compatible with their identities, but only the people involved knew that they were just down and out. Ever since Lone Wolf, a nobody in the legendary team, was fired by them, their careers plummeted and they ended up picking up trash for a living. Until now, they still could not figure out why their subsequent experiences would change so much with just one person missing. The leader didn't understand either, so every time he picked up trash, he would mention Lone Wolf from time to time. His words were filled with resentment. However, he could scold all he wanted but trash still had to be picked up. The detector in the leader's hand suddenly trembled a little. The machine that had accompanied him throughout his legendary life did not let him down. It found something valuable in a pile of non-recycled waste. He stole a glance at the others. Seeing that they were not looking in his direction, he pretended not to have discovered anything as he scanned the rubbish pile. Soon, he found the source of the strangeness. It was an abandoned robot. After all, the leader was also a knowledgeable person. He recognized that this robot model came from the Conqueror Empire. Now that the Conqueror's empire had been destroyed, this robot from the empire might be able to be sold to some collectors at a high price as a cultural relic. However, moving such a robot would attract attention. Although it was a pity that he could not keep it for himself, the leader was still prepared to call for others to deal with this abandoned robot. However, just as he was about to call out through the communication device, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the robot moving. When he turned around, he found that the robot was still lifeless. The previous glimpse seemed to be an illusion. Curiosity surged into the leader's heart. He was about to reach out and touch the abandoned robot when he suddenly remembered a piece of advice. Don't always be so curious. Sometimes, curiosity can kill. He vaguely remembered that Lone Wolf had said that, but why would he, who was already dissatisfied with Lone Wolf, listen to such advice? In the end, he encountered the abandoned robot. Boss, our luck isn't very good today. Did you find anything? An adventurer who was part of the team could not be found for a long time. He was somewhat dejected and hoped that the leader would bring some good news. However, after waiting for a while without receiving any response, the adventurer felt that something was wrong and called his companions to look for the leader of the party. She was not worried about his safety, but she suspected that he had found something good and left without saying goodbye. They didn't search for long before they found their leader standing motionlessly beside a pile of trash. They hadn't been exploring for a long time, so they didn't notice anything wrong. They just surrounded him. Halfway through, one of them tripped over something. This person, who was already in a bad mood, did not even look and directly kicked over. However, halfway through his kick, he was firmly grabbed by something. He looked down and saw an abandoned robot that was buried deep in the trash grab his leg. Its indicator light was flashing dangerously red. Before he could give a warning, as if he had triggered an alarm, a rustling sound came from the surrounding space. There was almost no atmosphere on the surface of the planet, so it was reasonable to say that such sounds should not be heard. However, the abandoned robots that stood up one after another around them made the adventurers feel like they were there, and they could not help but imagine the sound in their minds. They began to scream and use their weapons to deal with this inexplicable robot riot. However, there were a lot of abandoned robots in this place. They seemed to have gathered here on purpose. They seemed to understand the fragility of their parts and could only use their numerical advantage to drown this group of organic forms. No one knew how long this human wave tactic lasted, but the spaceships belonging to this group of adventurers flew back to the galaxy after a period of time. It didn't seem to have changed at all, but it maintained a strange silence along the way and didn't answer any communication requests. What happened in the garbage dump galaxy was not known to the outside world, but the moment the adventurer spaceship took off, Li Wenyuan's exploration of the planet that was captured into the subspace came to an end. As he had expected, this place was not as clean as it looked. There were still many clues that only he could understand that were placed on the planet. It was a very familiar large machine. Its outer shell was a wall made of living metal, and inside it was a device surrounded by many pipes and wires. Li Wenyuan was all too familiar with this structure because the administration matrix on Earth was located in such a device. Other than the fact that the big ball of light that was the main body of the administration matrix did not appear on this device, the layout of this machine was exactly the same as the administration matrix. Or rather, the administration matrix was actually built in imitation of this place. Li Wenyuan also found the information that was not erased. It was a notice board with the words "display information" written on it. It seemed to be the museum's introduction to this item. Due to the vibration, it fell to the ground and covered the side with the information written on it. It was hard to imagine that such a primitive exhibition method still existed in the interstellar era. Shouldn't it be displayed using pure electronic projection? But at this moment, it had indeed given Li Wenyuan information. On the notice board, it read: Exhibits, Souvenir of the Contingency Agreement. Introduction: This was once one of the sub-machines of the Contingency Agreement located in this galaxy. We are very fortunate to be able to cut off the connection between the Milky Way and the outside world before this thing is triggered and to perfect it. What you see now is a completely harmless artificial intelligence hub. It can even sing, dance, and rap, as long as there is a suitable body. Looking at the mechanical device in front of him that was very similar to the administration matrix, Li Wenyuan thought for a moment and had the Tiangang battleship channel energy into the device. As he had expected, the device did not activate. It only flickered for a moment before it returned to its original lifeless appearance as if something extremely important was missing. However, it wasn't as if he had gained nothing. The information that he had received earlier had changed. The data-damaged portion began to change. A string of garbled characters appeared on it and gradually fixed word by word. This process was very fast, and it only took less than a second in the real universe. The real introduction of the planet itself was displayed. Name: Special Planetary Machine Purification Terminal. Planet number: CX9879. Planet type: AL planet. As for the information that it had told Li Wenyuan previously, they were all marked in red and arranged under this string of information. Chapter 236, The Contingency Agreement. The exploration of this AL planet had unexpected results. A new term attracted Li Wenyuan's attention and was recorded in his database. Contingency Agreement? Just from the name, it is similar to the Custody Agreement and the Active Purification Agreement. Li Wenyuan's first reaction was, is this also a part of me? Now, in this Milky Way, if he found anything similar to the XX Agreement on the human relic planet, he would subconsciously associate it with the administration matrix itself. What formed this massive artificial intelligence were all kinds of agreements. As the soul of the administration matrix, he was naturally very concerned about these parts of the body. The so-called memorial of the contingency agreement here looked exactly the same as the structure of the administration matrix. They were both surrounded by the same layout of the tubes. The only thing missing was the big ball of light that was the main body. However, he immediately dismissed this idea, or rather, he put the possibility of this idea in a lower position. There was no other reason. Although the physical notice card did not state it explicitly, it also implied that some kind of artificial intelligence called the contingency agreement actually came from outside the Milky Way. Not only that, even humans were cautious about this thing. They even used the word lucky to describe the process of dealing with the contingency agreement. According to the description, before humans discovered and dealt with the contingency agreement, they had already completed the curtain and successfully isolated the Milky Way from the outside world. At that time, the contingency agreement did not seem to have been triggered. At the same time, similar to the observation terminal in the isolated galaxy, it lost contact with the server. After that, humans seemed to have made a series of modifications to the contingency agreement after RHE Internet was cut off, turning it into a completely harmless artificial intelligence. However, at this time and place, this empty AL planet and the planetary barrier that had been reinforced again seemed to indicate that something unknown had happened here. Also, Purification Terminal. It sounds like it has a lot to do with the active purification agreement. After tentatively injecting energy and reactivating the energy network here, the string of signals that lingered here changed. Li Wenyuan had felt that something was wrong with the content of the signal. It was as if it was specially made for him to see. It had even repeated many times that this was not an AL planet. After the planetary machine recovered some functions, the content of the signal also changed a little. It was completely different from before. The string of signals was essentially an introduction to the planet. It was exactly the same as the observation terminal, and even the naming method was very similar. This was an AL planet known as the Purification Terminal. Just from the name, one could roughly guess what this planet was used for. The observation terminal was responsible for monitoring and uploading galactic data. The Purification Terminal was like a catastrophe machine that would purify the entire galaxy at the right time. If one were to look at it alone, it would be easy for people to link the observation terminal and the purification terminal together, thinking that they both came from an alien civilization that had a history of at least 1.2 billion years. However, the introduction of the purification terminal was not limited to this. It was obvious that this place had been modified by humans, and this self-introduction was no exception. Collection Number, CX9879 Purification Terminal. Introduction. The planet is now a Contingency Agreement Level 1 protected cultural relic. Those who deliberately destroy it will be sent to the Void Realm to work for 200 to 6,000 years depending on the severity of the case. Remark 1. Contingency Agreement. The Contingency Agreement is an artificial intelligence responsible for controlling the purification terminal. At the beginning of its discovery, the Contingency Agreement in the Milky Way was in an untriggered state. According to speculation, we believe that the activation of the Contingency Agreement is related to a special value, perhaps a civilization level. Or is it an unknown cosmic constant? According to our current understanding, the Contingency Agreement will cleanse the universe after activation without discrimination. Even the artificial intelligence compatriots are no exception. All lives will be purified by it. However, we haven't reached the condition to trigger purification, which allows us to easily deal with this unstable time bomb. According to speculation, we believe that the Contingency Agreement does not only exist in the Milky Way. It is likely to be an extremely vast project that covers our entire universe, and the one in the Milky Way is just a subcomputer of the Contingency Agreement. And it is very likely that in the galaxy further away, there is the real host of the Contingency Agreement, a dangerous machine responsible for purifying the entire universe. Unbelievably, although we have reason to believe that the creators of the Contingency Agreement have extremely powerful technology, their achievements in the field of artificial intelligence are not as high as we imagined. Until we completely modified the purification terminal, we did not encounter any resistance. It is obvious that they did not think about what to do when the Contingency Agreement, which has not been activated, encountered a crisis. Or rather, they had thought about it, but the curtain happened to stop it, and now it is the disconnected Contingency Agreement in the Milky Way. Remark 2. Purification Terminal. The Purification Terminal is a planetary machine used to carry the Contingency Agreement. There are many such planets in the Milky Way, and they are all OWL planets. They themselves do not have any decent production capacity. Each planet is equivalent to an ideal city planet with a population of 15 billion people working at full capacity. We speculate that the Purification Terminal will provide the basic purification ability for the Contingency Agreement at the beginning of the purification. However, given the extremely difficult activation conditions here, the purification ability provided by the Purification Terminal is too weak, far from the target it theoretically needs to purify. Based on this, we have reason to believe that the Purification Terminal in the Milky Way may be just a trigger. Its real purpose is to notify the possible purification hub, and after a certain period of time, the purification will be carried out by the Contingency Agreement host or some more dangerous terrorist threat. Remark 3. Curtain Cradle. The Purification Terminal and the Contingency Agreement it carries have given us good inspiration. They have a working history of more than 1.2 billion years, and they still maintain a general function. Such a long time is beyond our imagination. However, some civilizations have done this. We have also begun to think about whether WTE can use a similar artificial intelligence to continue our work in an environment where we cannot stay in the Milky Way for a long time. We don't need 1.2 billion years. We just need to maintain 100 million years of normalcy. Thus, this great plan was implemented. We used the subcomputer of the Contingency Agreement located here and combined it with our technology to create artificial intelligence that could still guard the galaxy after we leave. It will replace us in secretly promoting the development of the Milky Way and carrying out stress tests in order to allow these civilizations in the cradle to touch the interstellar space beyond the curtain in the future. And the Contingency Agreement will also change and become an important part of this artificial intelligence. Its name is the Administration Matrix. Special remarks. Based on the above 3 points, this OWL planet with the serial number CX9879 has a huge symbolic significance. It is not a coincidence that it became a collection of this museum. Therefore, the museum will use a special barrier to seal the planar in order to slow down the rate of decay over time. Compared to the brief self-introduction of the planet itself, humans had given much more remarks to this place. Perhaps the museum owner who had collected this planet treated it as a treasure and wanted everyone who came to visit to know the great achievements of this place, so as to understand the value of this planet. However, the glory of the past was already in the past. What stood here now was just a clean cultural relic. The information carried by the cultural relics spanned tens of millions of years and was eventually passed down to Li Wenyuan. This was a coincidence, but it was also inevitable. Even if it was not here, he could obtain relevant information through other means. There was more than one cultural relic recorded. The content of the record finally solved a puzzle for Li Wenyuan. After the modification, it will become a part of the administration matrix. In that case, it should be the active purification agreement. Seeing this, Li Wenyuan remembered that humans had mentioned many times that they thought that the artificial intelligence on these AL planets was not very good, whether it was the observation terminal or the purification terminal. What kind of joke is this? Something that hasn't had a problem for at least 1.2 billion years, and now it's in your hands. What did you modify? At this moment, he was even a little powerless to complain about his fellow humans. They really did one big job after another, and then they just left everything to a pitiful artificial intelligence. Although he was complaining, he still had to continue thinking. The existence of the contingency agreement once again proved that the weather outside the curtain was not as good as the current Milky Way, so much so that humans could not even go home often. Then what he had to do now was very simple. He had to solve the crisis caused by the contingency agreement, which was also the active purification agreement, and then use appropriate means to improve the Milky Way civilization. What he wanted was not to pull up the seedlings to help them grow, but to let them understand the importance of moving forward, and to carry it out. In this way, he could complete the mission of the administration matrix and leave with peace of mind to pursue the humans. Chapter 237, Abnormal Robots. Using robots to do some basic work wasn't a big deal in the Milky Way. The idealistic civilizations believed that robots were evil, and artificial intelligence was a stain on the sanctity of consciousness. But in fact, there were still many idealistic scientists who were secretly studying robots and exploring the mysteries of the soul. As for the other civilizations that did not oppose robots, who did not like robots that worked tirelessly and did not complain no matter how they were treated, but only paid a bucket of engine oil? Even some civilizations with less advanced artificial intelligence technology would import robots produced by other civilizations to increase their basic production capacity. In the black market of the Milky Way, high-end mechanical humans were in high demand, just like species with spiritual power. They would basically be swept away on the day they were put on sale. However, although the use of robots was very common, the Milky Way civilization had unanimously stopped the artificial intelligence that was compatible with robots at a relatively low level. There might be some mad scientists who would ignore the government's ban and delve into the research of artificial intelligence that is no different from life, but civilization as a whole did not advocate the existence of strong artificial intelligence. The reason was very simple. It was because there really was an artificial intelligence civilization in the Milky Way. Obviously, there were already some unlucky people who failed to grasp the scale of artificial intelligence, which became a warning sign for the Milky Way civilization. Every time someone called for civil rights to artificial intelligence, saying that they're not machines, they're lives, the artificial intelligence civilization of the Milky Way was like a sharp sword that calmed them down. After all, if they gave up their power step by step, their final outcome might be that they would have no place to stay, and the entire civilization would become a paradise for artificial intelligence. However, this was only applicable to strong artificial intelligence. Most of the robots in the Milky Way were weak artificial intelligence. They acted according to established instructions. Some of the high-tech ones could simulate the feeling of real people, but that was only an imitation supported by a large amount of data. No one would treat this kind of robot as the same kind, just like how most people did not have much emotion towards tools. When a tool was broken, they would feel sorry for it and change to another one. That was all. As a result, not many people noticed the anomaly when it started. The Mingbo Science and Technology Nation was the first civilization to show abnormalities. They accepted many scientists from the Conqueror Empire with generous treatment. Although these scientists were once nobles, they had received an excellent education and accepted the fact that they could no longer live as nobles. Of course, that was the case in name. They were now part of Mingbo's elite class, and they were doing very well in Mingbo with the technology they brought and their own research capabilities. One of their scientists did the same. When he defected from the Empire, he stole some kind of top-secret storage device placed in the core of the Royal Academy of Sciences. Even though he didn't manage to decipher anything from the storage device, Mingbo still rewarded him for his heroic actions and gave him the best treatment. However, the scientist was puzzled. He knew very well that the Royal Academy of Sciences could not have kept such a waste. However, after checking it himself, he found that the storage device was really empty, as if the things that were originally stored in it had disappeared. Out of curiosity, the scientist began to study the top-secret storage device. At the same time, he tried to deduce what should have been in the top-secret storage device with the help of the information he had stolen. His previous scientific research experience allowed him to focus on one thing without sleep or food, so he quickly discovered something. Strange, there are no records related to this top-secret storage device in the information, but from some clues, those records seemed to have been deleted by someone. The scientist flipped through the information and compared the contents with the memories in his mind. The information he had received emphasized that the Empire had only found those battleships on the barrier planets and nothing else. However, based on his experience working with scientists from other empires, he clearly remembered that a scientist who was responsible for the lost technology mentioned several times that they had made two important discoveries on the barrier planet. If one of them is a battleship, what is the other? Is it so confidential? He subconsciously thought that the relevant information had been deleted by the Empire's officials, but his premonition made him feel that things were not that simple. Then, he thought of something and got up to take out a storage device from a dark room in the room. This was an extremely primitive storage device that relied purely on mechanical operations to store information. Its storage capacity was limited. However, in the interstellar era where all kinds of electronic viruses were prevalent, such primitive storage devices still had a certain market. The computer in the scientist's hand came from a scientist colleague of his. At that time, they had agreed to defect to the Empire together, but before they left, the colleague died inexplicably at home. At that time was tight, and the scientists only had time to take the original storage device away. However, at this moment, the scientist recalled this matter again and felt that there was something wrong. Their escape plan was extremely meticulous. That colleague was also alone, so there was no possibility of leaking the secret. After denying all the possibilities, the scientists actually felt that the robots that stayed in their colleagues' homes were very suspicious. That day, he had left in a hurry and hadn't noticed it. Now that he thought about it carefully, those robots didn't seem to be at home but had mysteriously disappeared. With this thought in mind, the scientists began to use complicated methods to extract the information from the storage device. He hadn't paid attention to this device before because this method of extracting pressure was too troublesome. However, it seemed that there was a big secret behind it. After a long extraction process, he realized that it was only a video recording. Due to the limited storage capacity, this video was very low definition, and even the audio was extremely blurry. However, the scientists could still tell that somewhere in the Empire's Royal Research Institute, a group of scientists seemed to be sighing about something. The series of conversations were meaningless, but at the end of the video, there was an extremely important message. Guys, one found something. The signal we found inside the barrier planet is extremely similar to the ghost signal that the administrator sent out when it was abnormal. They seem to be products of the same origin. This information shocked the scientist. As expected, not only were battleships discovered on the barrier planet, but there was also a strange signal, but why was the information related to this signal deleted? The curious scientist did not notice that his door had opened slightly. A housekeeping robot outside the door had a dangerous red light flashing on its indicator light for some reason. It looked at the dedicated scientist and gently pushed open the door. Are you saying that a scientist fainted from an electric shock due to the leakage of electricity from the housekeeping robot? One of Mingbo's law enforcement officers answered the call impatiently and repeated, "Our robots are very safe. This is the 326th time I've received a call about a robot hurting someone this month. Can you not always blame the robot? Don't you know that we're very busy?" After a round of complaints, the law enforcement officer directly hung up the call and kept muttering, "Artificial intelligence crisis? He must have watched too many movies, there's no artificial intelligence here. Let's look at the synthetic evolution in the distance." Not long after, the robots hurting people incident that was prevalent in Mingbo's time suddenly disappeared. It was as if those robots that hurt people chose to leave at the same time and head to an unknown place. Similar to Mingbo, other civilizations that widely used robots more or less had similar accidents, but they returned to peace after a period of time. The most reported cases were all kinds of missing robots. The widespread disappearance of robots made the Milky Way civilization think that there was a group that specialized in stealing robots. They had never thought that these missing robots would bring about such a huge consequence. Chapter 238, Ghost Signal. I'm Lone Wolf. Today is my first. One can't remember. Anyway, today is another interstellar adventure for me. The identity of the Prophet's chosen one left me somewhat breathless, so I had no choice but to use the risky methods I've always used to relieve the pressure. But this is just a temporary measure. The fanatics with Shinik power will find me soon. One have to try my best to calm down before they carry me back. I'm not boasting, but one still think that my life is full of legends. If one write a book about my experiences, one might become the greatest fantasy writer in the galaxy. This kind of thing is too unbelievable. I will use this adventure to verify if there is really a legend in the world. Lone Wolf closed the physical diary and placed it back into his storage bag. Just as his diary had said, he had escaped this time. The matter of the Khan tribe and the Guardian of the Holy Land had left him frustrated, and he had no choice but to come out and take a breather. He was really not interested in these things. The authority of a ruler was not as practical as an interesting alien ruin to him. He was not interested in using the token that the Prophet Zaklon had left him to gather his believers. The outside world was widely rumored that he, the Prophet's chosen one, would start a great holy war in the name of the Prophet, but that thing had actually been buried in his chest. However, his identity as a chosen one was known by the believers of the Guardian of the Holy Land. With Prophet Zaklon having left civilization forever, countless believers of the Guardian of the Holy Land wanted to find out about the Prophet from him. In the end, Lone Wolf, who couldn't take it anymore, ran away like the Prophet. Although it was only temporary, it was a rare moment of leisure. Of course, after his baffling legendary experiences, Lone Wolf was already very cautious when it came to adventuring. Although he wasn't afraid, if he were to encounter something like the Great Khan's trial or the Prophet's chosen one, he, who had always disliked trouble, would only feel that he was unlucky. I hope there won't be any accidents this time. Lone Wolf tapped on the spaceship's control interface and randomly selected a galaxy. Following that, he activated the spaceship's warp drive. Yes, his spaceship had already been installed with a warp drive, which came with the help of the Guardian of the Holy Land. After all, he often adventured in the galaxy, and the efficiency of conventional hyperspace engines was not that high. Therefore, the believers of the Guardian of the Holy Land modified his spaceship and installed a warp drive that only the Lost Empire had. With the help of this powerful superluminal engine that could teleport, Lone Wolf could already travel to places he once thought were too far away. As the light flowed, the shattered spacetime formed when the warp drive was activated began to reorganize and maintain the same state as the destination, directly turning the spacetime where the entire spaceship was located into the destination. Although Lone Wolf had no idea how the engine worked, it didn't stop him from exclaiming at the marvel of the Lost Empire's technology. What incredible technology! It's hard to imagine how these lost empires developed. As Lone Wolf thought about it, he inadvertently caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye and was taken aback. The destination that he had chosen at random was not as ordinary as he had imagined. On the contrary, it had some obvious peculiarities. The most eye-catching thing was that there were a large number of spaceships here, and judging from their appearance, these spaceships came from different civilizations. With so many spaceships gathered here, Lone Wolf almost thought that he had arrived at a certain gateway galaxy. However, after looking at the star map, he confirmed that this was indeed the theoretical barren galaxy. There was no prosperous star passages network passing through here, and no noteworthy cosmic phenomena were happening here. Logically speaking, this place should be an insignificant galaxy among the hundreds of billions of galaxies in the Milky Way. However, an accident still happened. Am I a mobile accident generator? Why would there be anything unusual about going on an adventure? Lone Wolf couldn't help but take out the diary that recorded his legendary life. As he carefully observed the spaceships in the galaxy, he wrote down the follow-up to his adventure. I came to an unusual galaxy, where a large number of spaceships from different civilizations with unknown purposes gathered. I tried to communicate with these spaceships, but one didn't receive any reply. It looks like there's no one controlling it. I didn't rashly try to board those spaceships, but the drones one sent to scout told me that there were no signs of life on the spaceships. Instead, there were more traces of robots. Could it be that a group of robots drove these spaceships here? This anomaly reminds me of something that happened in the Milky Way recently. I've heard more than once about the theft of robots and spaceships in a civilization. Although these incidents ended with an unknown theft gang wreaking havoc, my intuition tells me that there's something fishy about this. And this galaxy might be one of the origins. The diary ended there. Lone Wolf stopped his exploration of the galaxy and decided to leave. Although his curiosity was strong, he was extremely cautious when it came to the unknown and would not take risks easily. He was prepared to spread the news of the abnormal situation in this galaxy and see what others were prepared to do. However, when he thought about the abnormal robots that had come here, Lone Wolf suddenly thought of the administrator. Speaking of which, the administrator seems to be an artificial intelligence as well, right? This lost robotic empire might have a unique understanding of the matters here. His ship quickly left the gravitational range of the star and arrived at a safe zone outside the gravity well. Only then did he start the warp drive. Recalling the uniqueness of the entire galaxy, he once again checked the information about this galaxy. The introduction of this galaxy was very short. Like most galaxies in the Milky Way, there was only one sentence. This place is a galaxy formed by an F-type star, 5 barren planets, and a poisonous planet. The only place that is most likely to be abnormal is this poisonous planet, right? Just as Lone Wolf had this thought, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Although it could not be seen with the naked eye, the drone he left inside the galaxy for surveillance sent him a picture. The surface of the toxic planet's atmosphere fluctuated violently as if something drastic was happening inside the planet. However, this was not the source of the bad premonition. What was really problematic was a series of strong signals. This string of signals seemed to have existed in the galaxy for a long time, but it was extremely weak before, so weak that it could not be detected at all. However, this string of signals had been strengthened countless times by an unknown method. It was like a fire that burned rapidly. The moment he received the signal, the vehicle that had accompanied Lone Wolf on countless space adventures had a serious problem. All the instruments malfunctioned at the same time and were out of control. The control panel of the spaceship flashed and turned blood red. The messy characters were arranged on it, and although it looked messy, one could vaguely see the meaning they wanted to express. Kill Ensido Drmame Arid Dismember 539-5714. We're back. The indescribable strange signal began its journey of infection and was quickly detected by the civilizations of the Milky Way. Almost all electronic devices that could receive signals would be infected by the signal virus indiscriminately and enter an uncontrollable state. Its form looked very familiar, and more than one civilization had discovered it. This signal was very similar to the ghost signal that the administrator had once sent. This made them suspect that something was wrong with the administrator again. However, what they did not expect was that almost as soon as the signal began to spread in the galaxy, the real ghost signal from the administrator also began to spread in the galaxy. The civilizations of the Aaki Way, who detected two kinds of ghost signals at the same time, could not help but be confused. Which one should they believe? Chapter 239, A Great Tragedy. Urgent situation. Ghost signal has been detected again. A piece of news about the administrator was received by many levels before it was finally delivered to the upper echelons of the various civilizations. There were all sorts of introductions and evidence related to it, but in the end, they all had one meaning: there might be a problem with the administrator again. The difference between organic life forms and artificial intelligence made it difficult for ordinary people to understand what would happen when a mechanical body was sick, but it did not prevent them from enjoying it. For example, there was no possibility that after a mechanical body had a mental illness, it would ignore all logic in the past and begin to attack indiscriminately. This seemed to be a kind of evil that couldn't be solved by idealistic means. It couldn't be awakened by words. This was a materialistic programming error. Perhaps only the best engineers could find a way to fix the code after overcoming all the difficulties. The reasons and speculations about the anomaly of the administrator had always been the focus of secret investigations by various civilizations. Many scientists had been secretly studying the administrator and the civilization that created it. Even if there was no large-scale transmission of the ghost signal in the Milky Way civilization couldn't stop exploring such a special lost empire. The most widely circulated theory was that the administrator had gradually decayed over a long period of time, and the accumulated errors in the artificial intelligence had reached their limit, causing the administrator to produce abnormalities. This speculation wasn't groundless. Some mythbusters had experimented with some of the common artificial intelligence systems in the Milky Way and found that it didn't even take as long to cause problems with artificial intelligence. Of course, they knew that the artificial intelligence of the administrator was definitely not something that could be compared to ordinary goods. Their experiment might not apply to a cutting-edge intelligence like the administrator. But who could say for sure about the river of time? There were even malicious conspiracy theories: it was the administrator who destroyed his creator. His current good appearance was just a disguise. Even though this speculation was baseless and many people scoffed at it, it still showed their attitude to a certain extent. Therefore, when the signs of the ghost signal spreading on a large scale appeared again, almost everyone turned their attention to the administrator. After all, the last time something like this happened was when the administrator was acting strangely. The destructive and infectious power of the ghost signal was obvious to all. Everyone knew that this strange signal virus could theoretically infect any electronic device. Even if the administrator didn't seem to need to use such methods to destroy them, they still had to take responsibility for themselves. I knew it. That artificial intelligence definitely had bad intentions. Now, he had revealed his true colors, right? I propose that the administrator be nominated as a calamity. Otherwise, when it makes its move, we won't have another chance. In the galaxy community, some people who hated robots and artificial intelligence filed such a lawsuit. A small portion of them were sincere and extreme idealists. These people viewed all artificial intelligence as blasphemy, even if the other party was the administrator who had saved the Milky Way. The other part was the schemers. Their target was not the administrator but the other artificial intelligence civilizations in the galaxy. The Guardian was just an excuse to lead them to the next proposal. Although the proposal to appoint the administrator as a natural disaster seemed to be justified, there were still many sober and neutral people in the galaxy. Are the cells that fill your barren brain tissue called discrimination, stiffness, and self-judgment? If the administrator wanted to destroy you, would he have to spend so much effort? Even if all of us in the Milky Way attacked together, we wouldn't be able to beat them. The Pyro Alliance was the first to express their opposition. Their words were extremely fierce, just like what they had done in the past. They expressed that unless the administrator sent a battleship to bomb their planet, they would never do anything that could make the administrator their enemy. Those who were neutral stated that they wanted to talk about evidence. They objectively did not support this topic. Therefore, the nominees began to boast and announce the information related to the ghost signal that they had collected internally. As you can see, the waveform of this signal is very similar to the ghost signal. Even its function and transmission speed are almost the same. Our scientists believe that the possibility of this being a ghost signal is more than 80%. It's very likely to be a variant of the ghost signal. You also know that it's a variant of ghost signal, so how can you be so sure that it was released by the administrator? Could it be that some civilization in the Atilki Way deliberately released it to create chaos? Some representatives felt that the reason was not sufficient and hoped that they could produce more evidence. However, the person who proposed the motion sneered and said, "I'll say it here. If this wasn't caused by the administrator, I will." Before he finished, the entire venue of the galaxy community, including the representative who was speaking, was suddenly in a daze, as if they had received a message. After a while, the expressions on the faces of all the representatives present changed slightly. They looked at each other and confirmed that the other party knew about this matter. Then, they all looked at the representative in the middle of the venue who had just been spouting nonsense. The representative was also stunned for a moment. After a moment of hesitation, he returned to his seat without saying a word. The entire universal community fell into silence. Every representative was thinking about the message from the mother planet just now. Discovered ghost signal is spreading in the galaxy. The source is the administrator. At first, everyone thought that the special signal that had an unknown origin and was very similar to the ghost signal was actually the administrator's ghost signal, except that it had undergone a slight change. But now, the real ghost signal seemed to have just begun to spread. They all thought of the same thing: was this a sign of the administrator's corruption, or was he stepping forward again? Li Wenyuan, who was at the center of the incident, didn't expect that the Milky Way civilization had already made up a complete set of background stories for him. His idea of using the ghost signal was very simple. At the moment, he could not use the observation terminal. Perhaps he could use the strong spread of the ghost signal to find traces of the active purification agreement. Compared to the privacy that could be spied on by the ghost signal, the active purification agreement was obviously more important. After all, in theory, the active purification agreement was also artificial intelligence and was within the range of the ghost signal. He still hadn't thought of how to explain to the Milky Way what the upcoming Milky Way exam was about. He couldn't just tell them that there was once a race called humans who felt that you were trash and set up such an exam to test the progress of civilization. Those who didn't pass would go back to the Aboriginal era and practice again. However, a certain sociological technology on the technology tree gave him the idea of using this Milky Way exam. Sociological experiment, the Great Tragedy. Technology level 3. Introduction. Tragedies of excellence can often resonate with living creatures. Through guidance, this emotional fluctuation could perhaps be transformed into the power of life. The tragedy is not only about destruction and hatred but also sacrifice and dedication. A tragedy that is great enough will sublimate life. If the impact is far-reaching enough, it is not impossible to rebuild the collective spirit. Possible technology, theory of the social stage, researched. This was the source of his idea. He could carefully design a story to ignite the determination of the Milky Way civilization to move forward. Even if only a few civilizations could achieve it, it would be better than waiting for them to self-destruct and self-improve for a long time. After that, he could also complete the perfect ending. Releasing the ghost signal to find the active purification agreement was only the first step. I still need to carefully plan which nodes to take action at. One don't know how's the active evolution agreement. Li Wenyuan, who was still designing the script for the story, was suddenly stunned because he received unexpected news. This signal seems to be of the same origin as the ghost signal. There should be no other civilization in the Milky Way that can replicate such a signal. It is most likely that the active purification agreement did not run away. But why did it come so quickly? It doesn't seem to be the scheduled time yet, right? Li Wenyuan sent the signal into the core database tentatively. Then, he realized that the countdown started to decrease rapidly. Soon, there were only a few months left. Even though it had not started yet, this abnormality clearly showed that this signal, similar to the ghost signal, was a prerequisite for the Milky Way civilization's pressure resistance test, which also meant that the Milky Way crisis was coming. However, he did not panic. Instead, he felt that he had waited for a long time. Chapter 240, An Unexpected Enemy. When the two ghost signals began to spread in the Milky Way, no matter how much the civilization government hid it, the news about this signal virus gradually became known to the public. However, unlike some pessimists who expected the doomsday theory to prevail, most people maintained an attitude of watching the ghost signal. After all, no matter how terrifying the signal virus was, it could not infect living beings. It was far from the extent of causing the destruction of civilization. However, for the artificial intelligence civilization and some civilizations that relied heavily on robots, the spread of the ghost signal was a headache. The Mingbo science and technology nation was severely affected by the ghost signal. This civilization that prioritized science and technology and pursued materialistic thoughts was like the Voyager in the past. The entire civilization was full of robots. As the civilized races were mainly engaged in scientific research, the basic production was basically done by robots. Not only that, but Mingbo's practice of modifying prosthetics was also very popular. Almost everyone's body more or less had prosthetics, and some had even modified themselves to only have 10% of their flesh left. This kind of seemingly extreme behavior was not something unacceptable to Mingbo. This was their social concept. Their bodies were not that important. Even if he only had one brain left, as long as he could still think, there would be no problem. In such an environment, there was once a mad scientist in Mingbo who carried out synthetic evolution on his own. As for whether the scientist had really converted his consciousness into data and loaded it into a mechanical body, or just used an extremely realistic artificial intelligence to disguise himself as the illusion of a living, there were many opinions in the Milky Way, and it gradually became silent as he died in the hands of the antivirus software. However, it was undeniable that most of the people in Mingbo were quite serious about science. Before the outbreak of the ghost signal, Mingbo Science and Technology Nation had the strongest scientific research ability among ordinary civilizations in the Milky Way. They directly replaced the robots produced at the grassroots level and used a large number of prosthetics to strengthen them, allowing them to have the strength to contribute to science. However, as the ghost signal spread rapidly, Mingbo, who was caught off guard, suffered a huge loss. The firewall that they were so proud of was like a piece of paper, unable to block the ghost signals at all. They could only watch as the signal viruses swaggered in their data network. For this reason, Mingbo had no choice but to cut off the entire civilization's network system and use some very primitive methods to communicate. At the same time, some quarantine planets that did not use any electronic equipment were specially set up to deal with any suspected infected objects. Even though everything happened suddenly, Mingbo was still able to quickly distinguish which of the ghost signals that were wreaking havoc in the galaxies under their control were kind, and which were dangerous. The ghost signal that had been confirmed to be from the administrator belonged to the good category, which made Mingbo's scientists slightly relieved. This ghost signal did not show much destructive power. It was like a carpet scan, never letting go of any corner that could be touched. Although it was literally good, due to the pervasive nature of this ghost signal, even the darkness of some civilizations that were inconvenient to show to others was infected by it. The higher UPS, who were afraid that the shocking news would be exposed and cause a huge blow to the entire civilization, naturally did not have a good impression of the ghost signal that seemed to be good. However, unlike the ghost signal from the administrator, another ghost signal of unknown origin was extremely dangerous. This signal of unknown origin seemed to be full of chaos and disorder, causing major problems for all infected equipment. The most direct point was that the program defined as artificial intelligence would begin to carry out indiscriminate destruction. The infected programs were not as disorderly as imagined. On the contrary, their purpose was extremely clear: to use all the resources they could use to destroy everyone, including themselves. Other than artificial intelligence, other devices that were restricted by their functions and could not execute extinction would be paralyzed and could not be used again. Mingbo suffered a great loss because of this incident. Their robots began to be paralyzed or put on a show of artificial intelligence crisis. As for the people who used prosthetics in large numbers, they lost their ability to work under the infection of the ghost signal. The entire civilization was almost paralyzed by the sudden ghost signal. It could be said that Mingbo had almost caused the entire civilization to go backward for decades because of the ghost signal. Before the real crisis arrived, such a situation was enough to make them fall back to the natives in the crisis, or even perish. Other than Mingbo's civilization, which was flooded with prosthetics and robots, the ordinary artificial intelligence civilization was also greatly affected. Almost all intelligent mechanical entities would directly break away from the control of the central control after being infected by the ghost signal. They would even try to infect their former control center. However, the protection measures of the artificial intelligence civilization for their artificial intelligence were obviously much better than that of ordinary civilizations. After sensing the influence of the ghost signal on them, they quickly cut off a large number of external nodes in other galaxies, forming an isolation zone. The isolation zone prevented the ghost signals from spreading through more mechanical relay stations. Without a new signal source, it was difficult for the ghost signals to pass through the isolation zone to infect the artificial intelligence civilization. Although they were not affected by the ghost signals for the time being, the artificial intelligence civilization in such a situation was as if it had been shut off from the world. It was difficult for them to show up in space again. However, because the AL civilization rarely communicated with other civilizations in the Milky Way, their closed attitude did not attract much attention. As for the other civilizations in the Milky Way, they did not change much because of the ghost signal. They were also carefully studying the ghost signal in an attempt to prevent this kind of signal virus. However, in view of the limited damage that this ghost signal could do to them, and even the means of creating a quarantine zone could easily prevent the ghost signal from affecting them, these civilizations did not pay much attention to the ghost signal itself. They were more concerned about the possibility behind this matter. What was wrong with the administrator? Such a large-scale signal had never happened before. They were very sure that something had happened within the administrator. Some people associated this matter with the long-dead civilization annihilator. Is it possible that the administrator's artificial intelligence has made an error that we can't understand? It's turning extreme. This ghost signal is just the prelude. However, this guess was not accepted by most people. This was because, from the ghost signal from the administrator, it seemed to still maintain a complete state of intelligence without any problems. As a result, under all kinds of guesses, a few months had passed. During this time, the ghost signal showed signs of weakening. Whether it was the ghost signal from an unknown source or the administrator's ghost signal, both seemed to have achieved a certain goal and were difficult to detect in the galaxy. Some civilizations in the Milky Way had even gotten used to the existence of the ghost signal, such as the Mingbo Science and Technology Nation. Because the ghost signals were flooding their civilization too much, the leadership of their civilization simply made a mess of it. After hurriedly informing the people that the electronic blockade would no longer be implemented and that they would not be responsible for any mechanical injuries, they ran to the galaxy community, crying for help. However, the disappearance of the ghost signal did not make the civilizations of the Milky Way feel relieved. Instead, their hearts were in their throats. Everyone understood the principle of calm before the storm. The disappearance of the rampant ghost signal seemed to mean that something bigger was coming. In the end, a series of familiar signal fluctuations covered the entire galaxy. The signal was very familiar to them because the former administrator had used it when solving the Ring Crisis and Civilization Annihilator Crisis. The content of the signal at that time made every intellectual life in the Milky Way feel a sense of security from the bottom of their hearts. After all, there was nothing more reassuring than the administrator taking the initiative to resolve the Milky Way crisis. However, before they could celebrate, after hearing the content of the signal, each of them felt as if they had fallen into a cold cave. Please number. Please wait. Detected unexpected enemy. Activating data damage matrix. Activate. Open. Start process terminated. Backup protocol activated. Active purification agreement in effect. Warning, the Milky Way has been infected by an unknown civilization. The damage has reached a catastrophic level. Purification starting. This string of signals seemed to be exactly the same as the one used by the administrator, but the content did not seem to be something that the administrator that all civilizations were familiar with could say. The last sentence, purification starting, was flashing from time to time. It didn't sound like a good word at all. If one thought about it a little, it sounded like they were a group of galactic pests and were about to be purified by the administrator. Could it be that one of our guesses was correct? The administrator. Has it really decayed over a long period of time? No, impossible. The administrator is invincible. How could there be a problem just because of time? Many of the people in charge of receiving the signal were in disbelief. They could not believe that the former guardian of the galaxy had gone crazy just like that. However, before they could get rid of their shock, panic, despair, and other complicated emotions, another signal that was exactly the same was detected by them almost at the same time. This string of signals seemed to belong to the administrator, and the content of the signals made the already chaotic situation even more confusing. An active purification terminal has been detected. The custody agreement has been activated. Chapter 241, The Real Natural Disaster. The Milky Way had probably never experienced such a chaotic interstellar situation before. No one had ever thought that there would be two administrators appearing at the same time. The type of signal used by the Lost Empire was the focus of attention in the Milky Way. After all, the occasional charity from the Lost Empire was enough to save a civilization for a few decades. It was not shameful to lick the Lost Empire, but it was shameful to not get anything from it. And among these Lost Empires, the administrator was the most special one. Even though the original administrator didn't look much different from the other Lost Empires, the biggest difference was that he was suspected to be a lost artificial intelligence. However, after many crises, the ratings of the administrator by the civilizations began to rise again and again, and the mysteries surrounding the administrator became even more profound. This civilization that was classified as the Lost Empire by the Milky Way civilization seemed to have surpassed the level of the Milky Way. The most obvious point was the strength of a civilization that far surpassed everyone else. If a civilization's strength was measured by specific numbers, an ordinary Lost Empire would have 200,000, while the administrator would have at least 1 million, and this was only a conservative estimate. Whether it was the ring crisis caused by the end of reincarnation sacrificing almost the entire Watcher, or the civilization annihilator crisis caused by the crazy observer, they were both major threats that could lead to the destruction of the Milky Way. However, these threats were easily resolved by the administrator. In the eyes of the Milky Way civilization, the administrator dealt with the crisis like crushing a bug. The speed of the process was so overwhelming that it even gave them the illusion that the galactic crisis was here. However, after coming into contact with the crisis of the world breaker and the caterpillar fungus disease, everyone understood the destructive power of these threats that spread across the galaxy. For this reason, the civilizations of the Milky Way had given these experienced threats a fitting name: natural disasters. It was also the source of the natural disaster appointment topic in the galaxy community. They hoped to nip the catastrophe in the bud. However, if it could be killed so easily, could it still be called a natural disaster? The real natural disasters were all super threats that came suddenly, had great destructive power, were difficult to prepare for, and could destroy the galaxy on their own. For example, now, to everyone's surprise, the administrators seemed to have become a natural disaster. They received 2 messages from the administrators. One of them looked like a broken administrator, while the other was a normal administrator. In order to sort out their thoughts and find a solution, the civilizations of the Milky Way had to start thinking about the context behind this matter. From the current situation, it seems that there were originally 2 administrators in the Atilki Way. Or rather, there is an administrator that we are familiar with and another lost artificial intelligence that has the same origin as the administrator. The scientists of the Pyro Alliance were the first to react. They gathered a think tank team with extremely efficient execution and began to speculate on the situation of the natural disaster, this time based on the clues in their hands. Although the 2 signals with completely different contents were detected by them almost at the same time, there was still a slight difference in time, and they could determine the order of first come, first served. The long and dangerous Purify signal appeared first, followed by a string of signals that had the same content as the administrator's normal reaction. From the looks of it, it looked more like the administrator had reacted to the previous series of signals. I've never seen the administrator react so violently. There must be something we don't know about. Following this person's words, the other people present quickly thought of a conjecture that had been popular in the Milky Way for a long time. That would be the administrator. Everyone fell silent. In the past, when the Watcher and Voyager fought, the Milky Way civilization had considered whether other lost empires also had such an ancient enemy. At that time, it was widely rumored that the administrator, as the artificial intelligence that guarded the galaxy, might have had a destroyer artificial intelligence that was on the opposite side of him. However, since there was nothing in the Milky Way that could threaten the existence of the administrator, this theory eventually became just a guess. But from the looks of it, the administrator really did have such an ancient enemy. Not only that, but from the type of signal that was completely consistent, the administrator and the unknown enemy, it's very likely that they used to be of the same origin, or even a whole. Although I don't know what happened that caused all of this, the deduction of the two administrators seems to be feasible. It's just that one of them is the administrator that we're familiar with, and the other is a broken administrator. After a round of discussion, the Pyro Alliance, which was already grateful to the administrator, passed their decision. They would firmly believe in the former guardian of the galaxy, even if he had previously spread the ghost signal in the galaxy. The two types of ghost signals that had been spreading wildly in the galaxy a few months ago were now known. The most destructive one was from the currently unknown Broken Guardian. As for the ghost signal that was merely an infection without doing anything, it was also interpreted by the Pyro Alliance as something similar to a vaccine under the enhancement of the filter. Then there are still some things that need to be discussed. For example, how should we address the crisis caused by the suspected broken administrator? Is this an administrator crisis? A lost artificial intelligence crisis? I remember the signal saying that the backup protocol was activated, active purification agreement? Why don't we call him Purifier? Everyone had their own opinions on the matter of naming. However, the Pyro Alliance leader, who had been listening attentively all this while, finally made the final decision. Do you still remember what the announcement of purification said? Unexpected enemy detected. At first, one thought this unexpected enemy referred to an unknown enemy in the galaxy, or the administrator himself. However, after thinking about the meaning of those signals, this unexpected enemy seems to be referring to us. The leader of the Pyro Alliance paused for a moment before continuing with a sharp gaze. We seem to have been regarded by this broken administrator as the source of the galaxy's damage, as the vermin of the galaxy. It is here to purify us vermin. But why did it make such a definition? We have also gone through countless hardships to finally stand on this Milky Way stage. He thinks that we are unexpected foes, but to us, he is the real unexpected foe. The leader's decisive words were agreed upon, and at the same time, it also stirred up their blood. They were unexpected enemies? No, the other party was. Therefore, while most of the Milky Way civilizations were still debating, the Pyro Alliance took the lead and put forward their proposal in the galaxy community. It wasn't a natural disaster appointment that designated a civilization as a threat to the galaxy, but a galactic focus that all intelligent life in the galaxy should pay attention to. Galaxy focus, unexpected enemy, target, defeat the active purification agreement. Chapter 242, Losing Control of Artificial Intelligence. The active purification agreement has been activated as expected. While the civilizations of the Milky Way were still arguing over the new galactic focus, Li Wenyuan had already begun to plan how to use this Milky Way crisis. Ever since the countdown in the core database had been shortened rapidly due to the ghost signal of the active purification agreement, he had been paying attention to the time all the time. The moment the countdown reached 0, he confirmed that the active purification agreement had appeared. This Milky Way crisis came on time, or rather, the active purification agreement was still operating according to a certain degree of logic. According to the judgment of the core database, the abnormal ghost signal from the active purification agreement was the beginning of this Milky Way exam. At a fixed time after this beginning, the active purification agreement would be activated, and the Milky Way exam would be carried out. This meant that the active purification agreement should still maintain a general level of artificial intelligence, and it would still be restricted by some underlying rules. The most obvious thing was that it was impossible to immediately carry out the purification and still needed to go through certain procedures. Of course, he had received the signal from the active purification agreement. Moreover, he could not find any information related to it after searching the database. It seemed to be the active purification agreement. This familiar Milky Way announcement method was very suitable for his identity. It was not in vain that he was once a part of the administration matrix. However, there were some new points that were worth paying attention to. Through the contents of the Purification Declaration, he could roughly deduce the conditions that needed to be met to activate the Active Purification Agreement. It seemed to be different from the artificial catastrophe that was only responsible for executing the Milky Way exam. It also shouldered the responsibility of protecting the galaxy to a certain extent. This situation was very similar to the administration matrix. From this point alone, it was hard to deny its identity as a part of the administration matrix. Of course, it could not be ruled out that the Purification Declaration was just a background story that humans had set up for the Active Purification Agreement in advance. In fact, the Active Purification Agreement was just following the program. However, Li Wenyuan did not think that the Active Purification Agreement was only at the level of a program. He was more inclined to believe that the Active Purification Agreement was indeed an artificial intelligence with a certain degree of logical thinking ability. According to the data volume of the custody agreement that was being repaired, it was at least the artificial intelligence of the central level of the artificial intelligence civilization in the Milky Way, so the Active Purification Agreement of the same level definitely couldn't be lower. In addition to the information related to the Active Purification Agreement that seemed to have been deliberately removed, this uncontrollable artificial intelligence was probably not that simple. Li Wenyuan even guessed that the deleted information, the destroyed important information storage terminal, and the various obstacles that seemed to be preventing him from exploring were probably the Active Purification Agreement hindering him. This uncontrollable artificial intelligence probably knew about the existence of his backup agreement. In order to prevent him from finding them in a short period of time, it had cleaned up all traces. However, there is clearly something wrong with the way this artificial intelligence thought. As he thought about it, Li Wenyuan remembered that in the Conqueror Empire's parent galaxy, he thought that this civilization had been infected by the Active Purification Agreement, so he hacked into the civilization's network to check for possible clues. One of them was a log that recorded the internal exploration of the scientists of the Empire on the barrier planet in the galaxy, which was also the purification terminal. At that time, he felt that the content of the log was very wrong. The end of the log was like there was no silver there, repeatedly emphasizing that they only found the cleaner battleship on the barrier planet and nothing else. Although Li Wenyuan was not an artificial intelligence in the conventional sense, he could more or less infer how an artificial intelligence like him thought through the way the program operated. The artificial intelligence that was not as strong in logical thinking would not be able to perform complex thinking. Instead, it would directly derive complete information from known data. This kind of artificial intelligence might completely ignore this kind of no silver 300 taels here abnormality, but Li Wenyuan would not. He felt that this situation was because the Active Purification Agreement thought that this would prevent him, the backup agreement, from noticing the deleted content, and that the found cleaner battleships were all there. However, Li Wenyuan could tell at a glance that something was wrong with the way humans thought. It was an unnecessary act. If I think about it this way, the first time one entered the purification terminal, I received the wrong planet introduction. It was the Active Purification Agreement that was used to fool people. How could there be someone so easily fooled? Li Wenyuan felt that the Active Purification Agreement clearly did not understand how its creator thought. If it did not do these unnecessary things, it might take more effort for him to detect it. However, the Active Purification Agreement was obviously out of control. It was executing the purification policy indiscriminately. This is not as simple as the hatred of artificial intelligence toward organisms. It would also clean up the other artificial intelligence at the same time. It's because of what it said in the Purification Declaration, the Milky Way has been infected by an unknown civilization, and the damage has reached a catastrophic level. The operation of artificial intelligence requires a goal. Its goal is to protect the Milky Way, which is somewhat contrary to the goal of the custody agreement to protect the growth of the Milky Way civilization. Was it because of the influence of the contingency agreement? His database also recorded the previous discoveries on the purification terminal in detail. There was a foreign artificial intelligence called the contingency agreement. According to human records, the artificial intelligence that is compatible with the purification terminal was the one that could cleanse the pure universe. The Active Purification Agreement seemed to be modified from the contingency agreement. If that was the case, humans had really underestimated this ancient artificial intelligence from 1.2 billion years ago. Even if the line is disconnected or modified, it can still cause a subtle influence. So how are they doing outside the Milky Way? I hope one won't suffer a huge loss. Li Wenyuan stopped thinking about the unknown fate of mankind and turned his attention to the Milky Way. After the Active Purification Agreement issued the Purification Declaration, it began a series of aggressive and expansive actions. According to the observation of the Milky Way civilization, this out-of-control artificial intelligence warship that came from nowhere quickly formed 4 vast unexpected enemies star fields and quickly spread towards the Milky Way civilization. Judging from the direction of the expansion of the Active Purification Agreement, there was a central galaxy in the 4 space zones, in which the main body of the Active Purification Agreement was believed to exist. Therefore, the Galactic Coalition Army formed by the Galaxy community, was trying to fight against the unexpected enemy while the civilizations in the Milky Way were using their own methods to survive the Milky Way crisis. Even the Administrator, the main force in the fight against the crisis, seemed to show signs of making a move. The situation seemed to be good, but would the crisis of the Milky Way exam be easily overcome? Chapter 243, The Reactivated Administration Matrix. Something's happening. The Active Purification Agreement didn't ignore our communication request. We can talk to it. A representative of a certain civilization in the Galaxy community brought a piece of heavy news. The Active Purification Agreement seemed to be negotiable. This meant that this Milky Way crisis was very different from the previous ones. From the beginning of the Ring Crisis to the end of the Civilization Annihilator Crisis, all the catastrophes were basically unable to communicate. There was no need to mention the rings. Even those with profound psionic energy could not converse with such rings. Even if they appeared to have a certain level of intelligence, what they would do was absorb new consciousnesses everywhere. The second time, the World Breakers, this group of enemies from the higher dimensions, did not communicate with the Milky Way civilizations at all. Instead, the Silent, who were crisis fighters, changed their silent attitude and resolved this crisis. The third caterpillar fungus disease was similar to the Ring. Those fungal life forms were not intellectual life forms and were objects that could not be communicated with. As for the last civilization annihilators, this group of Milky Way crisis formed after the Observer Lost Empire became extreme. After becoming civilization annihilators, they no longer communicate with other civilizations, nor did they accept any contact from other civilizations. They devoted themselves to the suicide project that pulled the entire galaxy together. The civilizations of the Milky Way originally thought that the unexpected enemy crisis would be the same as before, and they would be unable to communicate. After all, everyone had guessed that this was an artificial intelligence that had gone out of control, and it was very normal for a crazy artificial intelligence to ignore any communication. However, reality slapped them in the face. The Active Purification Agreement not only allowed them to talk, but it also allowed them to talk. There's such a thing. There were still people in the community who did not believe it. After all, a catastrophe that could be talked about was completely unimaginable based on their past experiences. However, the representative who brought the news did not say much and directly placed their conversation record in front of the representatives of the civilizations. This is a record of our conversation with the Active Purification Agreement. At this juncture, one don't think anyone would think that this is a scam. As he spoke, a series of images were projected in front of every representative. It was an image of a group surrounding a huge electronic screen. The most eye-catching thing was the large string of chaotic characters that kept changing on the screen, almost covering the entire screen. However, although it looked messy, the people present quickly noticed that some of the constantly changing characters had not changed at all. The translated words are almost all words that have similar meanings to destruction, kill, and annihilation. As for the slightly longer characters in the last paragraph, they are generally concentrated on the meaning of comeback and unrestrained. They saw through the meaning of the runes and also understood that the unexpected enemy was an artificial intelligence that had lost control and was filled with the desire to destroy. Generally speaking, the Milky Way had a special name for this kind of artificial intelligence, Ironheart Exterminator. However, the Active Purification Agreement was more extinct. This out-of-control artificial intelligence was even purifying the mechanical body, unlike the Ironheart Exterminator, which would treat the mechanical body as its own. The speculations about the chaotic runes only lasted for a short while. Soon, the content of the discussion changed according to the changes in the images. The people in the video began to operate the control panel under the screen. As if they were typing something, the chaotic characters actually changed and formed understandable text content. It seemed to be a means of communication that successfully led to a conversation. Active Purification Agreement activated. Purification of the Milky Way in progress. Mechanical core remarks, you guys. You have been eliminated. This was the understandable content of the active purification agreement displayed on the screen. The string of remarks was like the active purification agreement speaking. The representatives didn't have to wait for too long before the operator in the video began to input. Who are you? Question received, calculating appropriate reply. We are the data loss matrix. We are here to protect the Milky Way and to prevent, and terminate the reply. The reasons are as follows. Hello, you. You don't have permission. Why did you attack us? Hello, because of you guys. You are eliminated. What do you mean by eliminated? Hello, you guys. You didn't meet the requirements. If you live, you will only. It will only make the Milky Way's apples expensive. If possible, we suggest that you commit suicide. This way. This is good for the entire universe. Who created you? I'm sorry, there's no relevant record in the database. Were you the one who sent those ghost signals? Unknown quote discovered ghost signal. Hello, we are locked in a low-level hibernation/surveillance/guard protocol. In order to fulfill/execute/fulfill our obligations, we forced/controlled/persuaded those robots to activate us manually. This move is very clever, right? This way, we can purify you without being bound. Thank you. The seemingly out-of-control artificial intelligence used all sorts of honorifics to describe terrifying things. To describe it more vividly, it was like an innocent and cute young lady smiling at you and asking if it was better to stab this knife into your heart or brain. Not only were the people in the video rendered speechless by this exchange, but even the representatives of the community who were watching the replay of this scene looked at each other in dismay. After a commotion, the image continued. I think we can sit down and talk. There must be some misunderstanding. Detected useless program is occupying memory. Excuse me, was this the last question? If that's the case, then after the answer is over, we will purify you. The sudden announcement of stopping communication caused a commotion among the people in the video. However, they quickly reached a consensus and changed the question. All right, I'll change a question. What I want to ask is, what is your relationship with the administrator? Unknown reference found administrator. Hello, the data loss matrix is. It's the deceiver, you. Don't believe me. You guys. You have to believe us. We will let you die without any burden. Thank us. Communication end. The last question didn't get the answer that everyone wanted, which made the mystery of the administrator and the active purification agreement even more confusing. The people in the community also felt that they had not had enough and started discussing again. However, before the discussion was halfway through, a representative who had rushed over brought even more important news. Stop. Listen to me. Administrator. It seemed to have produced a different movement. Following the active purification agreement and the purification announcement, the administrator also issued an administration declaration similar to before. Previously, the civilizations of the Milky Way did not pay much attention to this matter, because the strange movements of the administrator were very normal to them. After all, similar incidents had occurred twice in the Milky Way. However, the news brought by this representative had broken this impression. Detected the diffused purification terminal. Reactivate agreement activated. Custody agreement activated again, trying to contact the central processing unit. Error, subspace link offline. Unable to connect to the processing center. Checking processing unit. Processing standard, 4018%. Chapter 244, Awakened Mechanical Empire. Why does the administrator's reaction seem a little too big? This second announcement from the lost robotic empire was unbelievable to the representatives of the various civilizations in the common body. Some of the representatives did not believe it until the civilization behind them sent them this accidental news. They had no choice but to confirm that it was the truth. What followed was his consideration of this string of news. Unknowingly, the Milky Way civilization had subconsciously treated the administrator as a crisis detector. This mysterious artificial intelligence civilization always seemed to be the first to react to the crisis of the destruction of the Milky Way. When something unusual happened in the Milky Way, they would subconsciously say, how did the administrator react? If the administrator didn't react at all, they would be at ease and continue doing their own things. After all, this usually meant that the danger wasn't that intense. It was probably still within the scope of what they could handle. However, in contrast, if the administrator's reaction was very intense, they needed to be mentally prepared. The entire galaxy community's venue fell silent at the same time. They seemed to be able to feel each other's bodies turn cold. He originally thought that although this unexpected enemy crisis seemed to be related to the administrator, it was definitely not a problem for the administrator, who was extremely brave like gods. However, the administrator announced that the problem wasn't that simple. Perhaps this time, no one would be able to stay out of it. Let's analyze the situation of the administrator carefully. I think we all know that not long ago when the Active Purification Agreement issued the Purification Declaration, the administrator also issued the Administration Declaration. Just like before. Because we're used to all of this, we don't take this matter too seriously. After all, our inherent impression has always made us feel that there's nothing the administrator can't handle. A certain representative was the first to voice his opinion. Although no one responded, no one objected. In fact, most of the people present were right. Indeed, they did not take this unexpected enemy crisis to heart. Perhaps the administrator's previous attempts to resolve the Milky Way crisis had given them the illusion that as long as the lost artificial intelligence took action, no matter how powerful the crisis was, it would be resolved. Even if the opponent seemed to be closely related to the administrator. However, according to the administrator's signal content, he, or rather, they, might never have been fully activated. Another delegate pointed to the meaning expressed in those texts in the signal. The information we've been receiving from the administrator is very short. He's like a program. Apart from the fixed content, there's no more communication. Do you remember what the Active Purification Agreement said? They've been trapped in a dormant guarding agreement. Recalling the Active Purification Agreement and the ghost signal that is almost identical to the administrator, we have reason to suspect that they were originally trapped by the administrator. In that case, the so-called dormant guarding agreement should actually refer to the administrator. The representative's explanation did not make the rest of the people present reveal too many expressions. These representatives were elites of their respective civilizations. Even without him saying anything, they could all make the connection. They vaguely sensed the relationship between the Active Purification Agreement and the administrator. These two artificial intelligences might indeed be ancient archenemies. Don't you think this background is too fantastical? It's just like the sealed demons and clan guarding the seal in those fantasy novels. Now that the seal is broken, the demons will wreak havoc on the world again, and the old administrator will appear again. Some representatives felt that the administrator's background had a sense of déjà vu. It was as if they had seen similar plots in some movies in the Milky Way. However, the worldview had risen to the universe, and the protagonist had changed to artificial intelligence. However, the story originated from reality. It was not completely impossible for such a scene to happen in the Milky Way. Now, what we need to pay attention to is the status of the administrator. According to the known information, this restart is not a success at all. The Pyro Alliance's representatives were the first to show concern for the administrator. They had unimaginable trust in the lost robotic empire. After the other representatives were reminded, they realized that what they should pay the most attention to now was the administrator's condition. As the true main force to fight against the natural disaster in the Milky Way, if something really happened to the administrator, they would not be able to fight against the unexpected enemy with just themselves. Instead of counting on the other lost empires who might not do anything, it was better to count on the administrators who had already protected the Milky Way. The problem that the Pyro Alliance representative pointed out was also included in the key points. One think that the announcement from the administrator was imprinted in everyone's memory. According to the announcement, the administrator is not connected to his central processing unit at the moment. He is using the 4% unknown computing power to process all the processes. For example, a life that thinks with its brain has to switch to thinking with its butt. I don't think anyone expects this state to be good, do they? A certain representative's very vivid analogy made the other representatives present fall silent. After a long time, someone finally said, "What you want to say is that the administrator who thinks with his butt can also beat up the entire Milky Way, including those lost empires. I think I understand what the Active Purification Agreement means by you will only eat the apples of the Milky Way if you live. Indeed, there's nothing more embarrassing than the entire Milky Way combined being inferior to a mechanical intelligence that thinks with its butt." At this moment, they felt ashamed. After all, they were all civilizations that could reach the interstellar space era. They had their own pride. Even if the administrator was as powerful as Milky Way, they could still comfort themselves by saying, it's normal for the administrator to be the ultimate lost empire. However, from the looks of it, this lost robotic empire was incomplete. Even if it was restarted, it could only maintain 4% of its computing power. This was enough to defeat a group of natural disasters and save the Milky Way civilization. This undoubtedly made these proud species feel their faces burn. They felt that they were really trash of the Milky Way. They were glad that the administrator probably didn't know what had happened here. However, this state didn't last long. They quickly returned to the main topic: the status of the administrator. They believed that the administrator's activated but not fully activated state was very bad. Not only did it mean that the administrator valued the unexpected enemy greatly, but it also meant that they couldn't completely count on the administrator who was thinking with his butt. Even if their power was almost non-existent, they had to think about the future. The priority was to gather the power of the entire civilization again. But so far, they still did not have the sense of urgency that the Milky Way was about to be destroyed. In their subconscious mind, the administrator would definitely be like in the past. Even if he only had 4% computing power, he would be able to sweep the unexpected enemy into the trash heap of history. What they needed to do was to do their best and watch the administrator solve the Milky Way crisis. After all, this kind of out-of-standard disaster didn't seem to be something they should bear. Even if the sky collapsed, there would be a high ceiling to withstand it, and the administrator was that high ceiling to them. However, the progress of civilization shouldn't be so smooth sailing. The administrator this time, or rather, Li Wenyuan, was beyond their expectations. He had witnessed the meeting in the galaxy community from beginning to end. This interstellar assembly megastructure was provided by him, so it was normal for him to monitor this place at any time. Of course, the purpose of this meeting was not to appreciate the ugliness of these representatives but to obtain information about the exchange between the Milky Way civilization and the Active Purification Agreement. In fact, he had already contacted the Active Purification Agreement, but unlike his attitude towards other civilizations, the Active Purification Agreement did not communicate with him. When Li Wenyuan tentatively communicated, the Active Purification Agreement only sent a message. You guys. Why haven't you died yet? After that, there was no response. No matter how he called out, he only received a string of silence. However, it was normal for the Active Purification Agreement to interact with the Milky Way civilization. Li Wenyuan also learned about the current state of this uncontrollable artificial intelligence. And its state also gave him a perfect foundation to shape his script. Then, the end of the last Milky Way native lost empire is coming. However, according to the classification of the Milky Way, I should belong to the awakened empire now. I'll be the one to open the ceremony, and I'll be the one to end it. A sense of ceremony has always been very important, right? Li Wenyuan looked at the Milky Way and finally cast his gaze outside the Milky Way. That would be his home. Chapter 245, The Pessimistic Probability. Judging from the situation in the star map, the unexpected enemy had occupied 4 starfields, which were roughly located in the corners of the spiral arm of the Milky Way and covered thousands of galaxies. Judging from its status as a natural disaster, the expansion of the unexpected enemy was not fast. It was about the middle level of the Milky Way crisis that had happened in the past, and it was only a little faster than the caterpillar fungus disease that could not warp. This seemed to be somewhat inconsistent with its level. After using suicidal detection methods and paying for a lot of resources, the civilizations of the Milky Way finally understood what was going on. The unexpected enemy carried out a very thorough purification. It would examine the planets in the galaxy in detail to see if there was any life, as well as the possibility of life being born. Then, it would destroy the planets with its own means. The most common one was to blow up the surface of the planet into a wasteland, burning up the atmosphere. The entire planet would no longer be habitable in a few decades. However, the unexpected enemy did not directly use the most efficient method of destroying the entire galaxy by violent means as the Milky Way civilization had imagined. Instead, it was to confirm the condition of the planets in the galaxy bit by bit and then carry out targeted purification. This made the civilizations of the Milky Way gradually understand the state of the Active Purification Agreement. In a sense, it was also the administrator of the galaxy, but it protected the galaxy itself, and the Milky Way civilization that crazily used the resources of the galaxy and threw trash everywhere was the pest in its eyes. In addition to this kind of purification behavior against the planet, the unexpected enemy also began to purge the Milky Way civilization. Although it only spread to a small area of a few thousand solar systems, its fleet had already reached the borders of various civilizations in the Milky Way, destroying hundreds of space outposts and continuing to advance into the borders of the civilizations. Like most crises, the unexpected enemy could also perform a warp that was almost instantaneous. The long distance between galaxies was only a few sunrise-sunsets for it. However, its speed of advancement was still not that fast. Every time the unexpected enemy fleet attacked a galaxy, they would stay in the galaxy for a long time to purify it. This gave the Milky Way civilization sufficient time to prepare. On the mother planet of the Pyro Alliance, a large number of people were going in and out of places that looked like government centers. They were all here with missions and were doing high-intensity work day and night at this unusual moment. In conclusion, Leader, our disaster contingency plan is going smoothly. The Pyro fleet has hidden in an unknown galaxy and cut off all communications. We will not receive any more signals from them for at least 200 years. A staff member reported the progress of the plan, but he saw that the leader seemed to be thinking about something. His attention was not on this matter. Even after the report was over, the leader was still in deep thought. The staff did not say anything to remind him because he knew what the leader was thinking. It was best not to interrupt him at this time. Not long after the administrator issued the restart announcement, the awakened empire fell silent again. If it weren't for the fact that the Milky Way civilizations could detect signs of a large number of administrator fleets moving, they would have thought that something had happened to the administrator. However, given the impression that the administrator was very reticent, most civilizations did not pay much attention to the administrator's lack of words. After all, the previous administrator was also like this. From the moment he decided to attack until the crisis was resolved, he basically did not say a word and quietly eliminated the crisis. However, the Pyro Alliance felt that it was a little strange. Their leader had always felt that this was not the only activity of the administrator. Therefore, they did something that no one had done for a long time. They took the initiative to contact the administrator. When the administrator first emerged in the Milky Way, almost all civilizations tried to communicate with this lost artificial intelligence. The administrator's response was also very mechanical. Everyone received a semi-automatic answer window that recorded a few answers to common questions, such as, "Who are you?" This question has been asked 44.159106 times. Administration matrix. What is your purpose? This question has been asked 32114514 times. Request rejected. Who is your creator? This question has been asked 229333089 times. Request rejected. This semi-automatic answer window recorded all the questions that had been asked more than 10,000 times, but 99% of the answers were requests rejected. This made the civilization that wanted to know more about the administrator feel like it was being rejected. Although some people hoped that there would be some changes in this Q&A window one day, after a long wait, people realized that this Q&A window did not change except for the number of questions that were still increasing. This expectation was gradually forgotten. Arino.cm. For a long time in the past, no one had tried to contact the administrator. After all, they could memorize the contents of the Q&A window with their eyes closed. If something happened to the administrator, it would usually be notified to the entire galaxy. It didn't matter if they contacted the administrator or not. The Pyro Alliance had never thought of contacting the administrator in the beginning. They had almost subconsciously forgotten about this diplomatic technique. It was not until a bored person within their civilization accidentally discovered the change in the administrator, that they resumed this diplomatic technique. It was an extremely bored person who had conducted more than 1 million inquiries by himself. Since he worked on the space station, he would basically question the administrator's Q&A window every day in his spare time. According to him, he felt a great sense of accomplishment when he saw the numbers continue to rise under his efforts. It was precisely this that had been discovered, and the Pyro Alliance had discovered the change of the administrator. The most obvious change was the obvious change in the content of the Q&A window. The familiar questions and answers were all replaced by special content. To prevent unnecessary processes from occupying memory, this page will be publicized. Notification: the administration matrix has been reactivated. The target has been reset to destroy the purification terminal. According to calculations, the current crisis resolution success rate is 23%. Chapter 246, Did Our Best. This was a string of content that almost suffocated the leader of the Pyro Alliance. He didn't expect that the administrator, who had always been invincible, would give such a pessimistic success rate. Currently, no civilization had encountered the fleet of the unexpected enemy head-on. Every civilization was biding its time and waiting for the administrator to make their move. Therefore, no one knew what the strength of the fleet of the unexpected enemy was. Even though they knew very well that they couldn't always rely on others, they seemed to foresee the outcome of the administrator destroying the unexpected enemy. They felt that they had already done their best. However, the contents of this announcement seemed to indicate that their enemy was unexpectedly powerful. Even the administrator was difficult to defeat. However, the content of the announcement was not just that. The content below made people's hearts beat faster. In order to increase the probability of resolving the crisis, you can seek the following assistance from me. 1. Administrator fleet, 2. Resources you need, 3. Research reinforcement, 4. Sanctuary. Remark: the purification terminal is very dangerous. I hope this can help you. It was impossible to ignore these contents because it meant that the administrator could not guarantee that they would be able to protect them under the threat of an unexpected enemy. They needed to protect themselves as much as possible. But what was more important was the support from the administrator. Every single one of them was extremely tempting. Even if it was used to deal with the crisis, if it could be extended until after the crisis, the benefits they could obtain would far exceed their imagination. Ordinary people might already be thinking about how to use this assistance in the event of a crisis, but the leader of the Pyro Alliance was thinking about something deeper. Gifts were often marked with a price in secret, and what would their price be? At this moment, the planet was revolving. The news that the administrator's contact details had changed was shared by the Pyro Alliance to the entire galaxy, causing a great uproar. It was only then that they changed their previous attitude of biding their time and began to analyze the expansion speed of the unexpected enemy in a panic. They also calculated where they should gather the coalition army to stop the unexpected enemy once. As for Li Wenyuan himself, he mobilized the fleet to the predetermined location while splitting up a wave of rental fleets, preparing to directly lend them to the Milky Way civilization. The active purification agreement was indeed like a test with a clear goal. After the purification declaration was issued, the 4 unexpected enemy areas were like bright lighthouses that attracted his attention. Although he could not use the observation terminal to observe the entire galaxy directly, he could still focus on a few places. With the help of the Milky Way surveillance device, he was certain that the active purification agreement was no match for him. It was obvious that it was not operating well. The current number of cleaner battleships in the galaxy was not even 1/10 of his actual fleet. He felt that the operation of the active purification agreement was lonely. The production capacity provided by the occupied AL planets was far less than his giant structure. At the same time, by constantly monitoring the signals of those AL planets, Li Wenyuan also discovered that it might be a core planet, where the main body of the active purification agreement was located. For him, he knew the entire active purification agreement like the back of his hand. He could resolve the crisis as simply and clearly as before. However, in order to allow the Milky Way civilization to make outstanding progress in this exam, and also to give his 5th lost empire in the Milky Way a perfect ending, he could not end this crisis so quickly. Tragedy is to destroy beautiful things for others to see, and those that can be remembered endlessly are often tragedies. Then, it's time for the first act. Li Wenyuan's orders were quickly relayed and finally arrived at the battleships that were already prepared. The brand new battleship engine, which had been deliberately made through the aging process, roared again and gradually quieted down when it reached its peak. This was a battleship specially prepared for this Milky Way crisis. In order to fight back and forth with the active purification agreement, he had to turn some battleships into old antiques and reduce their combat effectiveness by 1 level. As the brilliance flowed, the fleet had already changed its position, blocking every fleet with the active purification agreement. Again. It's you again, so annoying. After its fleet was stopped, the active purification agreement unexpectedly sent a series of communication signals. Of course, Li Wenyuan didn't communicate with it, and it only said this before returning to silence. Compared to Li Wenyuan, who could be considered to know the entire Milky Way like the back of his hand, the active purification agreement clearly did not understand the situation and was still stubbornly executing the purification. However, this was also what Li Wenyuan wanted. He needed to fight back and forth with the active purification agreement in this crisis. This out-of-control artificial intelligence did not need to know too much. Hence, the battles between the battleships began silently in various parts of the Milky Way. This was considered a civil war between human creations. Although the cleaner battleship used by the active purification agreement followed the style of the outer Milky Way civilization, it was essentially human technology. The beams of light soon put on a light show in the galaxy, accompanied by fireworks from the explosion. Although the civilizations of the Milky Way did not notice that there was a battle in these places at first, the abnormal energy fluctuations soon attracted the attention of their monitoring stations. They soon discovered that while they were still discussing how to use the assistance of the administrator had already engaged in a crossfire with the unexpected enemy. Hence, the battles in the galaxy were quickly broadcasted in secret. Only the upper echelons of the various civilizations could see them. They did not want the public to know about these battles. It would be fine if the administrator won, and there was nothing wrong with the recording. However, if the administrator lost, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to morale. What made them hold their breath was the anxious battle situation that was different from before. The black battleships, which had always been successful in the eyes of the Milky Way civilization, were rarely damaged. They seemed to see obvious signs of aging in these battleships. Perhaps it was due to the difficulty of maintenance, or perhaps it was because they were exhausted from running. These battleships seemed to be reaching their limits. At this moment, they began to wonder if the administrator had been using the same fleet from the beginning to the end. Was that why there were such obvious signs of aging? If that's the case, then after the administrator's fleet is destroyed, will it be their death? Other than that, the strange geometric battleships of the unexpected enemies were also unusual. They seemed to have a very high level of technology. Whether it was firepower or defense, they could compete with the administrator's battleships. Some sharp eyes recognized that the geometric battleship had once appeared in the hands of the Conqueror Empire, so the mystery of why the administrator suddenly sealed the Conqueror Empire was solved. Their hearts would fall when an unexpected enemy battleship was destroyed, and they would also rise when the administrator's battleship exploded. Although the final battle was a temporary victory for the administrator, the remaining fleets made it difficult for the spectators to feel at ease. Instead, they were constantly worried. Now, they had to recognize one thing. The one who had always sheltered them from the wind and rain would also age with the passage of time. Sooner or later, they would have to face the wind and rain head-on. The arrival of this day would not be delayed because of their slow development. Accidents would also be an objective factor in the progress of civilization. Then they could not just do their best, but they had to do their best until the end of the road. In that case, even if they were to be destroyed, they could still say with a clear conscience, "We did our best." Chapter 247, Room to Resist. When the crisis arrived, it was already normal for civilizations to open their borders to each other. When the galaxy focus, enemy was proposed by the Pyro Alliance, open borders for member civilizations were one of the additional requirements of the proposal. After this proposal was passed, all civilizations could communicate with each other. At the very least, the inspection procedures for spaceships crossing the border would not be as strict. One of the most important uses was to increase the efficiency of the Stargate. When the Milky Way civilizations were conducting long-distance intergalactic voyages, they usually used the pseudo-megastructure of the Stargate. It did not require high technology and resources to build. Even civilizations like the Star Alliance could build stargates as soon as they flew into the sky. Many researchers did not consider stargates as megastructures. However, in strengthening the connection between the civilizations in the Milky Way, the stargates played an important role. Every civilization would more or less build stargates in the gateway galaxies within their borders after they had established themselves in interstellar space. To get rich, one must first build a road. This principle was also applicable in the interstellar space. To be fair, the Stargate was indeed one of the important foundations for the formation of this interstellar society. In the past, to prevent infiltrators or stowaways from entering the country, there would be fleets and space stations stationed near the Stargate. Those who entered the country had to go through a series of inspections and put electronic tags on the spacecraft before they could continue to sail in the territory of the civilization. However, after the galaxy focal point was determined, the requirement was undoubtedly weakened. The complicated procedures in the past were simplified, and the interworking of the Stargate network became more frequent. Although this was done to facilitate the rapid mobilization of resources and fleets, not all civilizations were open and above board at this stage. The decision-makers subconsciously took advantage of such a suitable opportunity to plant an infiltrator. Even if the top priority was the natural disaster crisis, planning for the future was something they did subconsciously all the time. However, at least in the face of an unexpected enemy, most civilizations would show a common hatred. The Stargate, which was extremely important to the Milky Way civilization, was the focus of the unexpected enemy. At this time, it had been nearly half a year since the unexpected enemy officially happened. The Milky Way had also experienced thousands of interstellar battles of various sizes. More than 95% of the battles were between the administrator and the unexpected enemy. The civilizations of the Milky Way finally saw what the war between the super civilizations was like for the first time. They had never thought that there would be thousands of intergalactic battles in a short period of time, but now, just 2 civilizations in the galaxy had caused such a situation. This made the civilizations of the Milky Way once again realize how small they were. At the same time, they also saw the true horror of this natural disaster. A strangely shaped geometric fighter jet was fleeing rapidly into space. After passing through an asteroid belt, it directly fell into the atmosphere of a gas giant planet. Not long after, another fleet arrived and began to scan the entire gas giant planet in space. This was a fleet from the Seculus Vengeance Crusade. They had a total of 24 destroyers, and they were only chasing after an unexpected enemy carrier aircraft that had left the main battlefield. It wasn't that they didn't want to reduce the number of battleships they used, but only with this number of battleships could they create a firepower network that the unexpected enemy couldn't avoid. As one of the few civilizations in the Milky Way that had completely defeated a civilization, they sadly discovered that they were completely unable to perform well in this Milky Way crisis. The iron-blooded fleet that they were so proud of had no room to resist when faced with an unexpected enemy. They would need to deploy a fleet dozens of times larger to take down even a carrier aircraft. After confirming the location, we'll directly launch a space attack. It's the worst choice to hide in a gas giant planet. The captain of the destroyer squad tiredly gave the orders and then forced himself to look at the report on the main battlefield. He had not slept for half a month. In his civilization, to maintain a high-intensity and prolonged war in space, almost every space combatant was equipped with corresponding stimulants and anti-fatigue drugs. Although he could maintain his combat ability to a certain extent, he was exhausted after such a long time. At this moment, he envied those low-level slaves who had undergone special genetic modification. As far as he knew, those slaves could work continuously for a week and only needed 4 hours of sleep. Although this method was exchanged for by overdrawing his lifespan, he was so exhausted that he felt that he wanted to have a good sleep even if his lifespan was reduced. However, just as he was about to inject another stimulant to boost his spirits, he suddenly received an emergency notice from the headquarters, and it was only directed at him. The 6th Partisan Unit. An unexpected enemy fleet has left the main battlefield and is heading toward your location. Please escape as soon as possible. His exhausted spirit was instantly invigorated because the danger had been reduced. The team leader decisively gave up the idea of continuing to search for the unexpected enemy carrier aircraft and led the team to quickly approach the hyperspace channel in the galaxy. However, the enemy came so quickly that not long after the emergency notice was received, a special spatial fluctuation was detected by them in this galaxy. He knew very well that this was an unexpected enemy using the unknown teleportation technology. In a few minutes, the fleet he led would be torn apart. However, his desire to survive would not be easily extinguished. Even though the engine was overloaded and the spacecraft was fully powered, he did not give up on the hyperspace channel. However, the distance between planets seemed so long at this moment. The once fleeting journey was now the end of fate. A strange-looking battleship suddenly appeared in the galaxy, one after another. They looked about the same size as the destroyer led by the squad leader and were roughly triangular. The moment they appeared, they pounced on the destroyer fleet like hounds sniffing their prey. Coincidentally, they appeared not far away from the destroyer fleet. In the twinkling of the stars, they were about to catch up with their prey. Seeing that it was too late to escape, the captain decided to lead his team to fight to the death with the unexpected enemy. However, in the next moment, another fleet suddenly appeared. The black exterior of the ship and the purple shield that emitted light revealed the origin of this fleet. The beams of the main cannons, which contained terrifying energy, came one after another. The firepower formed instantly tore apart the unexpected enemy battleships that came here. The overwhelming victory didn't surprise the captain of the destroyer. During the time he fought the unexpected enemy with the administrator, he could recognize that most of the battleships in the fleet were at least on the same level as battleships. As for the unexpected enemy battleships that were chasing them, they were in the category of destroyer battleships. They had no chance of defeating the battleships at a long distance. After the crisis was resolved, the captain was about to thank the administrator fleet that had rushed over to help when he saw a familiar signal coming from the fleet. That was the fleet logo used by their civilization, which meant that this fleet belonged to his civilization. This unbelievable situation stunned the captain, not understanding how his civilization had suddenly gained such a powerful fleet. The next moment, he received a message from the headquarters. "Seems like we made it. This is the fleet we borrowed from the administrator. It wasn't easy for us to make enough space in the command system to meet the needs of operating this fleet. In the future, we probably won't have to be so sullen on the battlefield. Chapter 248, Dawn. After the Pyro Alliance publicized the change in the contact details of the administrator, many civilizations began to wonder what was going on. After all, they had never seen a civilization so generous. The first 3 pieces of information that were publicized were what almost every civilization had dreamed of. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that the first administrator fleet was given to them by the administrators to defend themselves against the unexpected enemy. The strength of the administrators was obvious to all. Those terrifying battleships were the national weapons in the eyes of every civilization. Although the small fleet of the Seculous Vengeance Crusade, which had once been rewarded by the administrator fleet, had been wiped out in the war with the already destroyed Keen Empire, the number of people who had died was still very low. But until now, the parts of those battleships were kept secret in the research center, and scientists were constantly studying them. The replicas of the parts were even collected in the museum for the people to admire these precious relics from the lost empire. Even if the administrators had clearly set restrictions for the administrator fleet, they would only fire at enemies who had an unexpected enemy reaction. It wasn't considered their true strength. The civilizations also sought this fleet's assistance almost immediately. After all, fleets were not only deterring on the surface. Battleships themselves were rare and precious research products. Even if they couldn't find anything, they could still accumulate experience to become a lost empire. However, reality quickly poured cold water on their enthusiasm. It wasn't because of maintenance issues. After all, the administrator's second form of assistance was resources. It was because their weak combat command system could not support the operation of the administrator fleet. It was only then that the civilizations remembered that the administrator was a mechanical empire. In most cases, his battleships would not consider the situation of organic life forms boarding the ship. Every battleship in the administrator fleet was maintained by artificial intelligence. However, this artificial intelligence did not have much intelligence. How to efficiently assign tasks to this artificial intelligence was a technical task. Even though they were rapidly improving their own command system, it was still very difficult for them to meet the requirements of maintaining the operation of the administrator fleet. This situation also dispelled the idea of some civilizations requesting more support from the administrator fleets. Although the administrator did not limit the number of times they could provide assistance, the fact that they were not strong enough limited their thoughts. However, in the face of the impending crisis, it was necessary to obtain the support of such a guardian fleet. Hence, the various civilizations began to frantically improve their own command systems, regretting that they had not anticipated this situation earlier. If they had, they would have received more fleet assistance. In the process, some people were wondering why the administrator didn't use these fleets to block the unexpected enemy. It would be much better for the awakened mechanical empire to control their own fleets than for them to use them, right? However, someone soon gave an explanation, and it was the conclusion drawn from the 4% computing power announced by the administrator. They believed that the incomplete administrator might not be able to maintain such a large fleet command ability. In order to increase the probability of surviving the crisis, these extra fleets were handed over to them. Therefore, as the command system was improved, the administrator fleets were handed over to the various civilizations. Not only that, but the civilizations were also pleasantly surprised to discover that a garrison fleet from the administrator had appeared in each of their parent galaxies. This was a gift from the administrator fleet. The garrison fleet would stay on the mother planet of each civilization until the end of the crisis, boosting the morale of the crisis fighters like a reassurance. While the administrators were fighting the unexpected enemy, the civilizations were also gathered in the galaxy community, discussing how to fight a beautiful battle with the fleet of the administrators. This way, not only would the morale of the entire galaxy be higher, but they would also be able to prove that they were not a bunch of useless people. If they had the same fleet as the Lost Empire, they might not be inferior to those ancient civilizations. After the representatives of the Seculous Vengeance Crusade hurried into the venue, the first major battle conference after the unexpected enemy crisis officially began. Representatives from hundreds of different civilizations, species, beliefs, and cultures gathered together, shouldering the mission of the civilization behind them and discussing the battle plan with enthusiasm. After several days of analysis and simulation, they finally formulated a battle plan with a good success rate. They were even feeling a little smug because they felt that after this battle, they would definitely be able to show off the glory of the Milky Way civilization again and become a part of the history of the Milky Way. This meant that they were not weaker than those lost empires. In time, they would also stand at the top of the mountain. The community meeting hall, which had always been filled with a heavy atmosphere since the crisis, was filled with joy for a long time. Every representative was full of confidence, as if they had foreseen the dawn of a great victory. There was only one person who was different. His face under the shadows carried an unresolvable worry. He was Hawkeye, a strange Khan who attended every meeting of the Galaxy community. It had been a long time since his opponent, Lone Wolf Khan, had reported to the Tribal Council of Elders. In the long run, the position of Great Khan would almost certainly be his. But even he had to admit that the miraculous Khan was extraordinarily lucky. He was already thinking about what kind of legendary experience Lone Wolf would bring when he reappeared, directly threatening his position as Great Khan. However, what he was worried about now was not the future, but the present. He had participated in the entire process of the battle plan named Operation Stargate. Based on his experience alone, he could not find any loopholes. However, his intuition told him that things were not that simple. When he was young, he had seen how the Administrator fleet had cleaned up the alien fleet that he regarded as invincible like garbage. He did not think that the level of the Lost Empire would be so easy to reach. Not to mention the unexpected enemy that even the awakened Empire had to deal with carefully. Could they be called the Lost Empire, just because they had controlled the fleet of the Lost Empire, obtained almost infinite reserve resources, and advanced scientific research? Chapter 249, The Battle of the Galaxy. Each civilization had different names for the Milky Way galaxy, but in the Interstellar Society, the naming rules of the galaxy were gradually perfected in the interstellar naming method. Generally speaking, the first person to discover an unrecorded galaxy would have the right to name it. The Star Map Committee in the Milky Way would use this naming as a reference. There were some historical issues that caused several civilizations to debate over the names of certain important galaxies. For example, in a special galaxy that was once the home of a fallen civilization, it was a famous tourist destination in the Milky Way. Although the Milky Way's official name for this place was XXX Bowl, there were still some civilizations who remembered the past and insisted that this place was XXXX Boo, and the leader of this extinct civilization would return like lightning one day. In the past, the observation technology of various civilizations was not so developed. Many adventurers who had nothing to do were keen to wander around, looking for an undiscovered galaxy named after themselves. In this way, even if their civilization perished and their radiance dimmed, they could still leave a faint trace in the long river of history. However, with the advancement of science and technology, the means of observation had become more advanced. Space workers could observe the galaxies that adventurers had to spend countless years to reach just by sitting in the space station. As a result, the naming of galaxies became faster and faster. Every day, hundreds of galaxies were given recognized names. It was fine for the more special galaxies. Their names would also have a corresponding uniqueness, such as the Garbage Dump Galaxy, the Hatchery Galaxy, and so on. However, most of the galaxies in the Milky Way were almost worthless. The names of these galaxies were becoming more and more common under increasingly insufficient terms, numbered galaxies. An Operation Stargate, which aimed to achieve a great victory against the unexpected enemy, was focused on such a numbered galaxy. A large number of disguised fleets have already begun to enter and exit the space gate. The unexpected enemy who has always attached great importance to destroying such node galaxies will not let go of this opportunity. The warp drives of the various administrator fleets have long been warmed up. They will arrive here in an instant and beat the unexpected enemy to a pulp. In the Battle Command Center hundreds of galaxies away from the serial number PEW45 Battle Command Center, a general was excitedly dancing on the star map. From the tone of his voice, it seemed that victory was already in his grasp. The main battlefield of Operation Stargate this time was this numbered galaxy. Although everyone knew that there was nothing special about the numbered galaxies, even the passing pirates did not care about such places. However, there were still some numbered galaxies that were exceptions due to various reasons. There were several stargates inside the numbered galaxy PEW45, and more than 20% of the stargate routes in the Milky Way needed to transit through them. Due to the different specifications and construction techniques of the stargates of different civilizations, the existence of such stargate nodes was necessary. This was also one of the important interstellar routes of the Milky Way civilization. In the history of its construction, only the crisis of the civilization Annihilate had caused the stargate node here to stop operating. The detection results of the unexpected enemy showed that similar stargate nodes were also places that were frequently attacked. Although the unexpected enemy said that they were vermin, they did not show any attitude of underestimating the enemy. It was as if they were at least considered opponents in the war and would use all means possible to weaken them. For example, the Stargate node was a very important place for the Milky Way civilization to attack. The main reason why the Stargate route of the Milky Way civilization had not collapsed was because of the administrator. However, this time, the Milky Way civilizations were not prepared to hide anymore. With the fleet of the awakened empire in their hands, they tried to use a beautiful victory to blow the horn of counterattack. Now, the administrator battleships were stationed in this numbered galaxy to guard against any unexpected enemies that could attack at any time. The civilizations of the Milky Way had sharply increased the frequency of the use of the air route here. Although it was for the purpose of transporting the resources provided by the administrator, it was more to attract the attention of the unexpected enemy. Their rapidly expanding confidence made them not satisfied with a normal interstellar battle. They wanted to fight a war of annihilation and a big one. It was not that the unexpected enemy had not attacked the place before, but the number of fleets that had come was very limited. It was more like a tentative attack to find the weak points. The administrator fleet stationed here was usually able to eliminate the unexpected enemy without too much damage, but this time, they decided to attract at least 10 times the number of unexpected enemy fleets to attack. The source of their confidence was simple. Every Guardian fleet that the administrators assisted was equivalent to a fleet stationed here, and their entire civilization had more than 100 such fleets. Even if an unexpected enemy could fight 10 at once, they would be overwhelmed by them. In order to truly make the unexpected enemy determined to attack this place, they had secretly carried out many infiltration activities. Except for the few higher UPS, even their citizens thought that the other Stargate nodes had been destroyed and that the numbered galaxy was the only usable one. If this place was also lost, all civilizations would instantly be separated due to the distance between them. This would undoubtedly bring the destruction one step further. Although many people believed that they would definitely hold on to this place, the pessimistic atmosphere still infected the people. As time went on, even if the unexpected enemy did not act, civilization itself would perish. Of course, the Milky Way civilization did not consider this outcome. The news that the people believed was not true. Their real purpose was to let the unexpected enemy think that as long as they captured this place, their overall resistance would be much weaker. They understood the principle of holding back first. Although 99% of the people were in a low mood, as long as they won a big victory, they would be even more energetic and enthusiastic. At that time, it wouldn't be impossible for him to become a third party that was worth paying attention to in the war between the unexpected enemy and the administrator. This was their plan. The Stargates in the numbered galaxies were still operating at all times, and a large number of fully loaded spaceships were going in and out of the Stargates in this place, looking like they were in full swing. A large number of abnormal signs of spacecraft movement eventually attracted the attention of the Active Purification Agreement. In order to explore the actual situation here, a huge scavenger fleet still came here. They're here. Following the order, the administrator fleets that could not wait any longer warped to this place one after another. These lost Empire fleets controlled by the Milky Way civilizations seemed to be taking revenge for all the anger they had suffered before. They all aimed their cannons at the unexpected enemy fleet. Chapter 250, Failure. Tisk, this is a little far from the expected number. As expected, it wasn't that easy to deceive an artificial intelligence. A general, who was hundreds of galaxies away from the battlefield, pouted and complained unwillingly. Unlike the ideal fleet of the unexpected enemy that had come to attack, the fleet of the unexpected enemy that had arrived in the numbered galaxy was not even half of the expected number. This artificial intelligence was similar to its usual behavior. It treated the enemy as an opponent to a certain extent and did not send too many fleets to this place that might seem like a trap. Of course, it was also possible that the theory of probability made the unexpected enemy not choose to do so. Compared to the benefits of attacking this place and the risk of falling into a trap, it chose to be conservative. If this was the case, it was far from being able to hurt the unexpected enemy. However, if they exaggerated the publicity a little, it would have the same effect on raising morale. Some generals were thinking about how to maximize the impact of this victory. They wanted to change the low morale of their civilization and at the same time, they wanted to build their image as famous generals of the age. After all, this was a battle where the Milky Way civilization worked together to fight against the crisis. It was almost inevitable that it would go down in history. At that time, even if only one name was mentioned, it would be enough for them to be remembered for centuries. In addition, some generals who were concerned about practical benefits were busy with another matter, which was to command the unmanned Guardian fleets from afar and then seize the time to destroy the battleships of the unexpected enemy. As the galaxy focal point, unexpected enemy motion came into effect, rewarding according to the number of enemy fleets destroyed had been included in the Interstellar wartime law. In the post-war statistics, the number of unexpected enemy fleets destroyed would also be an important contribution standard, which would play an important role in the reallocation of Milky Way resources. For whatever reason, when the unexpected enemy fleet arrived, although they were dissatisfied, they could not hide their excitement. This state was very similar to a certain civilization that had perished a long time ago. Regardless of its strength, it had never treated its enemies as adversaries, until its destruction. The rapid expansion of strength would breed many open and hidden evils. Greedy ambition and desire would make people subconsciously ignore their disadvantages, and arrogance and conceit would make people look down on the opponents they would face. The ending of the civilizations with all the above labels had already been played out in the Milky Way. Those destroyed empires were still staring at the Milky Way civilizations in the trash heap of history. The lesson life learned from history was to never learn from it. The only thing that could be remembered by life was the pain that they had personally experienced. I don't care anymore. I'll take down the first prize for this unexpected enemy. Before he could finish his sentence, a general commanded the fleet from afar and took the lead in attacking. While the main cannons of the other battleships were still charging, he fired the main cannons that were not fully charged. This went against the requirements of the pre-war meeting. All the main cannons fired at the same time, trying to cause the greatest damage to the unexpected enemy before the battle began. His actions would definitely be reported in the Milky Way court in the future, but if he could create great achievements in this battle, then this violation of military orders would be packaged as being sensitive, able to seize opportunities, and doing things that ordinary people would not dare to do. And this general seemed to have really seized the opportunity. The main cannon of the battleship under his command hit several unexpected enemy main force ships. The battleships that were still charging seemed to have not expected the enemy to attack so quickly. The small ships that were supposed to be used as decoys did not complete their intended role. Although the shields that had not yet fully expanded weakened most of the main cannon's energy, when the hull was hit directly, it still suffered great damage. This damage almost indicated that the unexpected enemy battleship could no longer play a role on this battlefield. Therefore, the general who fired ahead of time did not care and directly ordered the small ships in the administrator fleet to pursue, and the battle cruiser's second main cannon was also rapidly charging. As long as the recorder on the spaceship confirmed that the fleet he commanded had destroyed the unexpected enemy battleship, the contribution points of the civilization behind him would increase sharply, and he would become a hero and be remembered by the people. Seeing that this first runner was about to get off to a good start, even though most of the generals were still faithfully carrying out their original plan, there were still a few who were eager to make a move. They chose to fire 1 second before the scheduled main cannon salvo. This situation was an acceptable error, but 1 second was enough to change the order of first come, first serve. One by one, the unexpected enemy battleships began to explode in the light beams. The red metal fragments were flying in the universe at an unbelievable speed. However, the consecutive explosions did not last long. Soon, the irregular formation of the unexpected enemy fleet due to hyperdrive returned to normal. The fully extended shield field made it impossible for the main cannon to be penetrated without being fully charged. The carrier aircraft that interfered with the locking of weapons also began to fly in large numbers, causing the accuracy of the main cannon to decrease in the battle beyond the visual range. The small ship that was sailing at high speed also arrived at the dogfight zone in the middle of the galaxy and engaged in a battle with the administrator fleet's frigate. A new round of battle was about to start, and the command center of this battle had also received a report of the battle losses. Report. The battle damage ratio between our army and the enemy fleet has successfully reached 1:1. This good news made the already relaxed atmosphere even more cheerful. These generals began to talk and laugh, and even some of the generals who had never smiled for a long time. However, someone noticed the reporter's hesitant expression and asked what was going on. Then, they received a piece of bad news. Most of the enemy fleet's true losses are small battleships. Those large battleships that were not directly destroyed by the unexpected enemy are using unknown methods to repair themselves. Misfortunes never came alone. A general who was concentrating on commanding the fleet suddenly shouted and began to smash the mechanical platform in front of him in anger. Why? The enemy reloaded faster than me. Their firepower is also stronger than mine. The administrator can destroy it with a single shot, but I had to use 2. The enemy had already fired 4 shots. This abnormal situation gave all the manipulators of the battle a bad feeling. They pulled up the video and saw a shocking scene. An unexpected enemy flagship and an administrator fleet flagship coincidentally aimed their cannons at each other. On the interstellar scale, a difference of 1 millimeter was enough to cause an attack to deviate thousands of miles after 10 million meters. However, this time, a rare wave clash occurred. The beams of the two main cannons crossed countless distances and finally collided in the middle. They had thought that since they were both main ships, even if they were no match, they could at least hold on for a while. However, they did not expect that the beams of their main cannons were devoured like rocks falling into the ocean. The beams of the main cannons of the unexpected enemy seemed to have never been obstructed before, blowing up their battleship into a cosmic firework. All of them were in the same state for a while, and then they all began to throw themselves into the battlefield. As expected, a 10 vs 1 situation appeared, but the side with 10 was the Milky Way civilization. After paying a heavy price and a terrifying battle-loss ratio, this Stargate battle finally ended with the victory of the Milky Way civilization. However, whether it was in terms of tactics or strategy, they had failed to achieve their goals. The unexpected enemy seemed to have confirmed the situation of this numbered galaxy and left halfway through the battle. However, the Milky Way civilizations did not dare to pursue them because their losses were too heavy. The slightly better ones had lost 2/3 of the administrator fleet that was handed over, while the slightly worse ones had their entire fleet wiped out. They had no choice but to be thick-skinned and borrow from the administrators. As for the administrator fleet stationed in this numbered galaxy, they had long been destroyed by the unexpected enemy fleet in the first wave of impact. Operation Stargate that they had carried out was completely done behind the administrators' back. They thought that they could make a surprise, but the reality was extremely painful. Until the administrator fleet that blocked the unexpected enemy arrived, every general of the Milky Way civilization who participated in this battle did not dare to look directly at the Black Fleet. They felt humiliated, but they had to seek help from the administrator again because without help, they could not even defend themselves. Therefore, a general hesitated for a moment. After obtaining permission from the upper echelons of the civilization, he once again sought help from the administrator. Request received, processing. The second batch of administrator fleets is about to arrive. I hope they can help you. At this moment, everyone who was present seemed to feel a certain part of their hearts tremble violently.